Letter from Tokyo. Japan appears calm at brink of war. British protest defeatist speech by American by Al DeGeorge. Special to the Christian Science Monitor. Tokyo, December 5th. While last-minute negotiations to avert war between the United States and Japan approached their deadline in Washington, the average citizen of Tokyo basked in unusually pleasant December weather. This month is traditionally given to New Year's preparations, and 1941 is no exception. Residents are sprucing up their houses, restuffing quilts, and setting out new tatamis, the grass mats that cover the floor of every Japanese home. When Tokyoites meet, they discuss not matters of state, but how, despite food rationing, to secure the oranges and lobsters that no New Year's celebration would be complete without. Even decorative pine boughs are in short supply, since the American embargo on oil has put most civilian trucks on blocks. One way or another, residents find ingenious solutions to problems caused by the embargo's sweeping ban on everything from steel and rubber to aviation fuel. In the case of oil, most taxis now run on charcoal burned by a stove in the trunk. Cars may not have the old oomph, but passengers in Tokyo have learned to be patient. In a country where the emperor is worshipped, there is no doubt about Japan's position in the negotiations, that Japan has fairly won China and deserves to have the embargo lifted. The American position, that Japan must withdraw its troops first, is considered hypocritical or misguided. Secretary of State Cordell Hull and Secretary of War Henry Stimson are regarded here as unfriendly, but the Japanese people have great faith in President Franklin Roosevelt as a more sympathetic ear. The only visibly frayed nerves showed in a speech delivered today at the Chrysanthemum Club, the meeting place for Tokyo's banking and industrial elite. American businessman Harry Niles declared that Japan has just as much right to interfere in China as America did to send Marines into Mexico or Cuba. Niles described the American embargo as an effort to starve the hard-working people of Japan. He also attacked Great Britain for sucking the life's blood of half the world and calling it a Christian duty. British Embassy First Secretary Sir Arnold Beecham said that Niles' words were out-and-out defeatist. The French and the Danes fell through the treasonous activities of collaborationists just like Niles. We are seriously considering a protest to the American Embassy over the activities of their national. The American Embassy refused to comment, although one official suggested that Niles had stood outside the embassy control for a long time. The official, who preferred anonymity, said the club's choice of Niles as its speaker was telling. It's a strong suggestion of Japanese impatience with the talks in Washington, an ominous indication, I'm afraid. Otherwise, the city went about its business in its usual brisk fashion, squirreling away treats for the new year, perhaps lighting an extra stick of incense to pray to, but apparently confident that no final rupture will break Japan's amiable relationship with the United States. 1922. 5 samurai crept forward with a scuffle of sandals, eyes lit like opals by a late-setting sun. A bloody haze flooded the alley, tinting street banners red, soaking drab wooden shops and houses in a crimson wash. The story was tragic, true, profoundly satisfying. Lord Asano had been taunted by the unscrupulous Lord Kira into drawing a sword in the shogun's presence, an act punishable by death. He was beheaded, his estate confiscated, and his retainers dispersed as ronin, wandering samurai with neither home nor allegiance. Although the evil Kira went unpunished, he watched the samurai, especially their captain Oishi, for the slightest sign that they plotted revenge. And when after 2 years Kira's vigilance finally relaxed, on a snowy December night, Oishi gathered the 46 other ronin he trusted most, scaled the walls of Kira's palace, hacked the guards to pieces, hauled Kira himself from his hiding place and cut off his head, which they carried to the grave of their dead lord Asano. Gen, the strongest and the fastest boy, played Oishi. His leadership marked by the aviator's goggles he set high on his head. Hajime, second in command, had a face round as a pie pan and wore a baseball catcher's quilted vest as his suit of armor. Tetsu wrapped muslin around his waist, the style of criminals in training. The Kaga twins, Taro and Jiro, were rotund boys in raveled sweaters. Both were ready to eat nails for Gen if he asked. Each of the 5 boys swung a bamboo rod for a sword, and each was deadly serious. Gen motioned Hajime to look around the rag picker's cart, Tetsu to search among the sacks stacked outside the rice shop, the twins to block any escape from side alleys of brothels and inns. "Kira!" Gen called out. "Lord Kira! We know you're here!" A whore with a face painted white as plaster hissed at Tetsu and nodded through her bars to a pile of empty sake tubs at the alley's end. Gen approached with wide-apart legs, his bamboo sword held high over his head with both hands. As he brought it down, the tubs thumped like drums. His second stroke was a thrust. The tubs rolled away, and Harry squirmed out, his ear pouring blood. Tetsu jabbed at Harry. The twins joined in until Harry swung his own rod and drove them back. Harry wore 2 layers of woolen sweaters, shorts, and sneakers. He could take a blow or two. "Submit! Submit!" Tetsu screamed, whipping up his courage and raining down blows that Harry had no problem deflecting. Gen swung his pole like a baseball bat across Harry's leg, dropping him to one knee. The twins synchronized their blows on Harry's sword until he threw a tub at their heads and bolted by Tetsu. "The gaijin!" Hajime shouted. "The gaijin is getting away!" This always happened. No one wanted to be the vile Lord Kira. Harry was Kira because he was a gaijin, a foreigner, not Japanese at all. He went to school with the other boys, dressed and moved exactly like them. Didn't matter. "It's going for the wagon," Hajime said. A gaijin was always it. Harry ducked around the rag picker's teetering wagon and between the legs of the wagon's sway-backed horse, tipping a sack at the rice shop and pausing only long enough to whack Tetsu's shin. The twins weren't fast, but they understood commands, and Gen ordered them to block the doorway to a peep show called the Museum of Curiosities. Hajime threw his rod like a spear to catch Harry in the back. Harry stumbled and felt a hot, damp stab of blood. "Submit! Submit!" Tetsu hopped on one leg because the muslin had started to unwrap from his stomach from the effort of the chase. "Got it." Hajime tripped Harry, sending him rolling over the ground and through an open door into a dark, yeasty interior of a bar. A workman drinking beer at the counter stood, measured his boot, and kicked Harry back out. The action had drawn the twins from the peep show door, and Harry raced for it. The peep show itself was a gallery of muted lights, mermaids that were papier-mâché monsters stitched to fish, and exotic nudes that were plaster statues. Harry backed up the stairs past the peep show entrance, where constricted space meant he faced only one attacker at a time. The twins squeezed forward, falling over each other to reach Harry. Gen took their place, goggles over his eyes to show he meant business. Harry took a stiff jab in the stomach, another on his knee, gave a short chop on Gen's shoulder in return, but knew that step by step he was losing ground, and the stairway ended on the second floor at a door with a sign that said, "No entrance. This door is locked at all times." Hajime launched his spear again. Its tip raked the crown of Harry's head and bounced off the door. Gen broke Harry's pole with one stroke, and with another, hit Harry's shoulder so hard that his arm went numb. Pressed against the door, Harry tried to defend himself with the halves of the pole, but the blows came faster, while Gen demanded over and over, "Submit! Submit!" Magically, the door opened. Harry rolled backward over a pile of shoes and sandals and found himself on a reed mat looking up at a gaunt man in a black suit and a French beret and a circle of women in short satin skirts and cardboard crowns. The man carried an ivory cigarette holder in fingers painted red, blue, and black. He tipped his chair to count Gen, Hajime, Tetsu, and the Kaga twins gathered at the top of the stairs. "Hey, what are you trying to do? Kill him? And 5 against 1? What kind of fair fight is that?" "We were just playing," Gen said. "The poor boy is covered with blood." One of the women knelt to lift Harry's head and wiped his face with a wet cloth. He noticed that she had painted her eyebrows as perfect half-moons. "It's the missionary boy," another woman said. "He's always running through the streets with his gang." A man in a straw boater heaved into view. "Well," he laughed, "it looks like the gang has turned on him." "We were only playing," Harry said. "He defends them," the man in the beret said. "That's royalty for you." The woman with the cloth said, "Well, your victim isn't going anyplace until he stops bleeding." Harry's head stung, but he didn't find it unbearable to be in the gentle hands of a chorus girl with half-moon eyes, bare white shoulders, and a paper crown, or to have his shoes removed by another chorus girl as if he were a soldier honorably wounded and carried from a field of battle. "Akiri stays here," the man in the beret smiled, as if he had read Harry's mind. "The rest of you can scram. This is a theater. Can't you see you're in a woman's changing room? This is a private area." "You're here," Gen said. "That's different," the man with the boater said. "He's an artist. I'm a manager. Go ahead, get out of here." "We'll be waiting outside," Hajime threatened. From farther down the stairs, the twins rattled their poles with menace. Harry looked up at the woman with the cloth. "What is your name?" "Oharu." "Oharu, can my friend stay too?" Harry pointed to Gen. Oharu shrugged. "Okay. Your friend can wait to take you home, but only him, no one else." "Forget him," Hajime said into Gen's ear. "We'll get him later." Gen wavered on the threshold. He looked back at the stairway of boys, then handed his bamboo pole to Hajime, slipped off his clogs and stepped inside to join Harry. But Harry's position as the center of attention was short-lived. Performers shuttled in and out, admitting a brief gasp of orchestra music before the door to the stage slammed shut again. 3 or 4 women shared a single mirror. While Oharu removed Harry's sweaters to wipe blood from his chest, he watched a dancer hardly older than himself slip behind a screen to strip and pull on a ballerina's tutu. In the mirror, he could see all of her. Harry's experience with women was mixed because his mother was on the road so often as partner to his father's ministry. Since Harry had been a sickly child, he had stayed in Tokyo with his nurse, who knew no better than to treat him like a Japanese. So he had grown up in a world of indulgent warmth and mixed baths, a Japanese boy who pretended to be an American son when his parents visited, but still a boy who had only speculated about the painted faces that stared from the windows of the brothels a few blocks from his home. Sitting up now, with the blood wiped off, he was small and skinny, with a collection of welts and scratches, but his features were almost as uniform and his eyes nearly as dark as a Japanese boy's. The artist offered Gen and Harry cigarettes. "You shouldn't do that," Oharu said. "They don't smoke." "Don't be silly. These are Tokyo boys, not farm boys from your rice paddy. Besides, cigarettes cut the pain." "All the same, when the gaijin feels better, they have to go. I have work to do," the manager announced, although Harry hadn't seen him budge. "Anyway, it's too crowded in here. Hot, too." "Damn." The artist felt his jacket pockets. "Now I'm out of fags." Harry thought for a second. "What kind of cigarettes? We can get them for you. If you're thirsty, we can get beer, too." "You'll just take the money and run," the manager said. "I'll stay. Gen can go." Gen had been dignified and watchful. He gave Harry a narrow look that asked when he had started giving orders. "Next time," Harry said, "I'll go and Gen can stay." It was a matter of adapting to the situation, and Harry's point of view had altered in the last 10 minutes. A new reality had revealed itself, with more possibilities in this second-floor music hall changing room than he'd ever imagined. Much better than playing samurai. "It would be nice for the girls if we had someone willing to run for drinks and cigarettes," Oharu said, "instead of the men who just sit around and make comments about our eggs." The manager was unconvinced. "For free?" he asked. "Yes." "Both of you?" Harry looked over to Gen, who still held back, sensitive about the prerogatives of leadership. But the surroundings definitely suggested a wide range of talents and many new facets of personality. "Yes," said Gen. "I'm with him." "You should be. Look at him. A minute ago he was about to lose his head, and now he's in Oharu's rap. This is a lucky boy." Was it only luck? Harry wondered. The way the fight had unfolded, the stumbling upstairs into the theater's roost, encountering Oharu and the artist, the transition of him and Gen from would-be samurai to men of the world all had a dreamlike quality, as if he had stepped through a looking-glass to see a subtly altered, more defined image from the other side. Otherwise, nothing changed. The following day, he and Gen were at school again. They marched onto the baseball field in the afternoon and had the usual bayonet drill with Sergeant Sato. Harry put on his padded vest and wicker helmet so that one after the other, Jiro and Taro, the Kaga twins, and Tetsu, could take turns pummeling the gaijin. Gen beat Harry into the ground more viciously than ever. At the end of the drill, the sergeant asked what their ambition in life was, and to a boy they shouted, "To die for the Emperor!" No one shouted more fervently than Harry. Harry and Michiko were dancing barefoot to the Artie Shaw version of Begin the Begin, the Latin sap taken out of the music and replaced by jungle drums. There was room to dance because Harry didn't own much. He wasn't a collector of oriental knickknacks, netsuki, or swords, like a lot of expatriates in Tokyo. Only a low table, oil heater, gramophone, and records, armoire for Western clothes, and a wall hanging of Fuji. An oval mirror reflected the red of a neon sign outside. An erotic zone for the Japanese was the nape of the neck. Harry slipped behind Michiko and put his lips to the bump at the top of her spine, between her shoulder blades, and ran a finger up to the dark V where her hair began, black and sleek, cut short to show off the delicate ivory whorl of her ears. She was skinny and her breasts were small, but her very smoothness was sensual. How old was she? 20? He was 30, old enough to know that her heart-shaped face was offered as innocently as the ace of spades. And if St. Peter asked him at the pearly gates, "Why did you do it?" Harry admitted that the only honest answer would be, because it fit. No one fit him like Michiko, and each time was different. "Harry," she said, "did I tell you that you were the first man I kissed? I saw kissing in Western movies. I never did it. Do you like it?" "Not really," she said, and bit his lip, and he let go. "Jesus, what is this about?" "You're leaving me, aren't you, Harry? I can tell." Christ! It was amazing how women could turn it off, Harry thought, like a golden faucet. He felt his lip. "Damn it, Michiko, you could leave scars." "I wish." Michiko plumped herself down on a tatami and pulled on white socks with split toes. As if those were enough wardrobe in themselves, she sat cross-legged, not knees forward like a woman should, and took a cigarette and her own matches. She was the only Japanese woman he knew who made love naked. Polite Japanese women pitched their voices high when talking to men. Michiko talked to men, women, dogs, all the same. "I can't leave," Harry said. "There are no ships going to sea. There haven't been for weeks." "You could fly." "If I could get to Hong Kong or Manila, I could catch the Clipper, but I can't get to Hong Kong or Manila. They won't even let me leave Tokyo." "You go all the time to see your Western woman." "That's different." "Tell me, are they fat German fraus or English women with faces like horses?" "It's the English women you're always courting. That cow." "A horse or a cow? Which is it?" Michiko sucked on her cigarette hard enough to light her eyes. "Westerners smell of butter. Rancid butter. The only good thing I could say for you, Harry, is that for an American, you don't smell so bad." "That's a lovely compliment." Harry pulled on pants for dignity's sake and fumbled for cigarettes. Michiko had a physical horror of Western women, their color, size, everything. They did seem a little gross next to the fineness of her hands, the sharpness of her brows, the inky curls at the base of her white stomach. But call it a breadth of taste. He liked Western women, too. "Michiko, I hate to remind you, but we're not married." "I don't want to be married to you." "Good." She was an independent, free-love communist, after all, and he was grateful for any dry rock he could stand on when talking to her. "So what the hell are you talking about?" She had the kind of gaze that penetrated the dark. Harry sensed there was some sort of silent conversation going on, a test of wills that he was losing. Michiko was complicated. She might be Japanese, but she was from Osaka, and Osaka women didn't mince words or back down. "The Western woman, is she married? If she's here, she must be married." "I had no idea when I found you on the street and took you in like a wet stray that you were going to be so suspicious." Suspicion was in season. Harry moved to the side of the window to look down on the street, at the flow of figures in dark winter kimonos. The evening was balmy for December. The warble of a street vendor's flute floated up, and at the corner a customer in a black suit shoveled noodles from a box into his mouth. In front of a tea house at the other end of the block, a taller man nibbled a bun. Plainclothesmen had always watched missionaries, too. It was as if he'd inherited a pair of shadows.
"I saw them," Michiko said. "Are you in trouble?"
"No. Harry Niles is the safest man in Japan."
"You've done nothing wrong?"
"Right or wrong doesn't matter." He remembered his father, a Bible thumper with never a doubt in his righteousness. Harry's confidence was in his unrighteousness, his ability to dodge the consequences.
"So, are you going to leave?" Michiko asked. "You know why I chose you, Harry? Because with an American, I had no expectations. I couldn't be disappointed."
Harry didn't know quite what she meant. The big problem with Michiko was that she acknowledged no rational position, only emotion in the extreme, whereas Harry regarded himself as pure reason. "Okay, Michiko, what would make you happy? I'm not going anywhere, I promise. The entire Japanese Empire has marshaled its forces to keep me here. I'm blocked by land and sea and air. Even if I went to the States, what would I be? What would I do? My talent is speaking more Japanese than most Americans and more English than most Japanese. Big deal. And I know how to buy yen and sell a movie and read a corporate ledger."
"Harry, you're a con man."
"I'm a philosopher. My philosophy is give the people what they want."
"Will there be a war?"
"Not with the United States. Just war talk."
"You won't leave?"
"No, I'll be right here. Here, and here, and here." He sank down beside her.
"You swear?"
"I swear."
Okay, Harry."
Michiko let her head loll in his hand. She pulled off her socks.
"You win."
The Happy Paris had originally been a tea room. Harry had transformed it with saloon tables, a bar stocked with scotch instead of sake, and a red neon sign of the Eiffel Tower that sizzled over the door. Half the clientele were foreign correspondents who had been blithely assigned by the AP, UPI, or Reuters without a word of Japanese. The other regulars were Japanese reporters who parked motorcycles outside the club for a quick getaway in case war broke out, and Japanese businessmen who traveled the world, liked American music, and knew one Dorsey brother from the other. The closer war seemed, the more people packed the Happy Paris and all of Tokyo's bars and theaters, peep shows, and brothels. They didn't come for geishas. Geishas were a luxury reserved for financial big shots and the military elite. But if it was a rare man who could afford a geisha, a couple of yen could buy even a poor man the attentions of a cafe waitress. Many came for Michiko. Michiko was the record girl for the Happy Paris. Her task was simply to stand in a sequined jacket by a Capehart jukebox as tall as she was, and, at her own mysterious whim, push buttons for music. Begin the Begin, followed by Basie, followed by Peggy Lee. 78s changed in slow motion from tone arm to turntable, under an illuminated canopy of milk blue glass, and dropped down the spindle with an audible sigh. Michiko did virtually nothing. The waitresses, Kimi and Haruko, circled in short tricolor skirts. Haruko patterned herself from her hair to her toes on Michiko, but her legs were sausages in contrast to Michiko's in their silky hose. Harry turned away to deal with Willie and DeGeorge. Al DeGeorge was the correspondent of the Christian Science Monitor and as stir-crazy as a zoo bear. Willie Stow was a young German businessman headed home from China via Japan and looked like an innocent among thieves. DeGeorge was saying, "Harry runs a pool on when the war will start between America and Japan, Tokyo time. There's got to be at least 10,000 yen in there now. Of course, the problem is that if the winner's still here when the war begins, he's fucked. No way out." He directed a baleful gaze at Harry. "Rumor is they're going to get Nippon Air flying again,
put on a show with champagne, cute air hostesses, and photographers, and fly some foreign bigwigs to Hong Kong as if everything is absolutely normal. My question is, who gets on that plane? He turned to Willie. The embassy sent special delivery letters telling all Americans to leave, but no, we wanted to see what Harry would do. We figured the boat Harry takes, that's the last boat out. Now all the boats are gone, and we're down to a single plane. I don't know anything about this, Willie said. I just got here. The Nazis must have told you to stay away from Harry. I am a Nazi. Willie thinks he's a Nazi, Harry said. Well, Willie admitted, my embassy isn't fond of me. I told them about my China report. What report? DeGeorge asked. Harry said, Willie was factory manager for Deutsche Phone in China. He saw a lot. DeGeorge lowered his voice. Jap atrocities? Rape of Nanking? Exactly, Willie said. Old news. Not in Berlin. Germans should know these things. It was just one of those things. Michiko hugged herself as if holding someone tight. Her face conveyed a private reverie that men in a happy Paris yearned to join. The noise level was high because the Japanese loved to drink and got drunk fast and flirted with the waitresses even as they craved Michiko. Kimmy batted her eyes at Willie, who had the looks of a golden Gary Cooper and displayed a wounded Cooperish look when people disappointed him. I don't think the German people are interested in atrocities, Harry said. There's been a lot going on there that you haven't heard about in the hinterlands of Asia. But Germany is winning the war. Maybe, Willie. You should probably keep your nose clean and stay away from me. You're the only person I know in Tokyo, Harry. Also, I have to show you something. I have it here somewhere. A trip to the moon on gossamer wings. Michiko mouthed the words as if each rested momentarily on her lips. Not that she understood English. This is what I have to show you. Willie unfolded a newspaper to a picture of soldiers in winter coats raising their rifles as they walked down the gangway of a transport ship. He passed it on to Harry. I saw it at the German embassy today. I can't read it, but I know you can. The photo caption read, Welcome home. Hero returns from China to well-deserved honors. Although the page was smudged, newspapers hadn't had decent paper stock for years. Harry saw that the man on the ramp was a colonel with the deep-set eyes of a fasting monk. A long sword in a utilitarian sheath hung from his belt. Ishigami. How about that? That's what I thought, Willie said. Who is it? DeGeorge asked. A long-lost friend, Harry said. I ought to read the newspapers more thoroughly. What do you do here, Harry? Willie asked. DeGeorge said, Ostensibly, he's an American movie rep. He does something else. I've just never been able to figure out what the fuck it is. Is it true, Harry, you're actually giving a speech at the Chrysanthemum Club tomorrow? You at the Chrysanthemum Club? I'm virtually respectable. Willie returned to the picture in the newspaper. Can Ishigami find you? You did, Harry said. He didn't want to look at the picture, as if the image might sense his attention and look up from the page. If we'd thought a bit of the end of it. Michiko whispered with the song. Sometimes she seemed to know every nuance of the lyrics, Harry thought. Sometimes she might have been repeating nonsense. He couldn't tell anymore. So really and truly, Harry, is it going up? DeGeorge asked. What? The big balloon, war. Everyone's reading about last-minute negotiations in Washington. What do I tell the readers of the Christian Science Monitor? Tell them that the Japanese have only the purest of intentions, as exemplified by their actions in China. Right, Willie? Willie kept his mouth shut. Weren't you in China? DeGeorge asked Harry. Not for long. What are you going to do? Willie asked Harry. I don't know. No good deed goes unpunished, right? You must leave Japan, Harry. How? Americans can't leave town. Maybe Ishigami just wants to say hello. Harry tried to hoist a smile for Willie's sake. Maybe this whole war scare will just blow over. You think so? Asked Willie. Not a chance, Harry thought.
He had performed one decent act in his life, and something so out of character was bound to catch up. When he looked at the picture of Ishigami, he was back in Nanking all over again. 10 Chinese prisoners knelt in the light of torches, hands tied behind their backs. A corporal ladled water from a bucket over Ishigami's sword. Ishigami took a practice swing and left a shining fan of water in the air. Kimmy shook Harry's shoulder to get his attention.
"There's a soldier at the door."
The blood left Harry's face as he rose from his chair, expecting the worst. But it was only a sergeant with a gun, shouting, "Come out, Lord Kira, wherever you are." Harry motioned Michiko to play a new record while he steered the drunk out onto the street and took the gun away. It was a baby Nambu, Luger-styled like a full-size Nambu pistol, but easier to hide. The sergeant's balance was none too steady. He had fallen or walked into a lamppost, his nose was bloody, and when he sneezed, he sprayed blood off his mustache. Harry tucked the gun into his belt. "I'll find you a taxi, Sergeant," Harry said. "No charge." Harry, it's me." The soldier tried to pull his tunic straight. "It's me, Hajime." "Hajime? It's me, Harry. Such a wrong time. Old friends, yes?" Hajime said, although Harry didn't remember him as a friend. More the schoolmate most likely to be reborn as vermin. The eyeglasses and mustache were new, but behind them was the same round face. Harry remembered how, as a boy, Hajime had been the most relentless of tormentors, the first to set on Harry, the last to leave off. "Buy me a drink." "I'll find you a ride." Harry peeled Hajime's hand off his sleeve. "I need to have a good time, Harry. I'm shipping out tomorrow. That's why I was celebrating." "By yourself?" Hajime leaned on him. "There's no one, Harry. No wife, no family. Friends are worthless shits. But we had great times, Harry. 47 Ronin. That was us. A little rough, but no harm meant, Harry. How long has it been? Lord Kira, that was you." "I remember." Harry directed Hajime toward the corner. There would be taxis at the theaters. "China. I've been to China, Harry. I could tell you stories." "I bet you could." Harry knew that a real friend would inquire into Hajime's military career, but war stories didn't appeal to Harry. "Let's see your famous club, Harry." "No." "Then promise me something." Hajime lowered his voice. "Promise to see me off tomorrow, Harry. 1600, Tokyo Station." "You can find someone else." "You, Harry. Just to have someone there. Promise." Hajime wore a smirk, but maybe that was his sole expression, Harry thought, like one size fits all. "You'll get in a taxi if I do?" "Yes." Okay, Tokyo Station, 4 o'clock. There were other things to do on a Sunday afternoon. Bidding Hajime a fond adieu wasn't high on Harry's list. "You'll be there?" Hajime asked. "Scout's honor." Harry stopped a taxi, stuffed Hajime into the back seat, and gave the driver 2 yen, which would cover the meter to anywhere in the city and clean a bloody seat. As the car moved off, Hajime stuck his head out the window. His eyeglasses were bright with theater lights, but there was something hidden behind Hajime's expression, some nasty surprise tucked under his mustache or kept up his sleeve. "Tokyo Station, Harry!" Harry gave the taxi a half-hearted wave. The car had disappeared in the crowd when Harry remembered the gun still in his belt. He kicked himself. A gun might be useful if Ishigami caught up with him, but Harry didn't want to shoot anyone. It was against the law to possess a handgun, and his first instinct was to ditch it. The trouble was that a soldier who lost a weapon entrusted to him by the Emperor could face a firing squad, which was a little stiff even for someone as unpleasant as Hajime. Now Harry really would have to see him again just to return it. In the meantime, there was plenty to do. Harry's part of Tokyo was Asakusa, and its theater row was lit with side-by-side marquees like Broadway. There was always action in Asakusa, which was too bizarre, too full of life to quell. Harry found a payphone and made a call. A woman answered. "Are you alone?" Harry asked. Not exactly. How about tomorrow? Matsuya's roof at 2. I'm sorry, this is a bad connection. A man came on the line. Beecham here.
The lady of the house.
Harry switched to the querulous voice of an old woman uncertain about her L's and R's. What?
The lady of the house, please.
Busy. Do you have any idea what time it is? Are you quite mad? The man hung up. Too bad, Harry thought, though the course of adultery ne'er did run smooth. For some reason he headed for the river, taking a shortcut through a jigsaw puzzle of dark streets without names. From a chestnut cart he bought a bag of nuts that were hot and charred, the skin split open and the meat as sweet as candy. Oharu came to mind. Harry remembered as a kid bringing her chestnuts wrapped in a cloth. My hero, Oharu would say, and kiss his cheek. After wandering around, Harry returned to the Happy Paris and went straight up to the apartment while Michiko closed the club. He undressed and soaped thoroughly at a bucket, sucked in his balls, and sank into a tub of water so hot the steam was suffocating. Through the steam he noticed Michiko enter the narrow bathroom with Hajime's gun. She aimed it at Harry. Did you call her? Who? You know who. Ah, this is one of those circular conversations. Her. The gun bobbed for emphasis. She couldn't talk, her husband was there. A Japanese face could be as flat as paper, slits carved for the eyes and mouth. Michiko showed no emotion at all. If we were married, you could have a mistress. I wouldn't care. But I am your mistress. I could kill you, and then me. She aimed at his head, his heart, his head. It was distracting. Also, he was too old for this. Suicide was for the young. You know, he told her, it's moments like these that make me wonder what marriage with you would actually be like, Michiko. If you're going to shoot me, could you get me a drink? So irritating. Why do you have a gun? An old friend came by. And left you this? I'll give it back tomorrow. He pointed to the water. Michiko, I do believe there's room for you. Harry, we know from experience there is not. Why are you giving a speech to bankers tomorrow? Why not? I'm a respectable businessman. You're leaving, aren't you? I explained before that I can't. Harry wafted steam aside and saw that in her other hand, Michiko held a newspaper picture of Ishigami. Where did you get that? Your German friend. Who is it? An officer we knew in China. I guess he's back. Yes, he came to the club tonight after you left. As the news sank in, the bath seemed warmer. Tonight? Yes. Did he threaten anyone? No. Then nothing really happened, right? Her eyes narrowed and Harry waited. He could tell she was mustering an attack on a new front. If there's a war, what will you do? A man stands on a rock in a river, and sooner or later he slips. Harry regretted his words even as they left his mouth. I tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to be a sucker, a fall guy, the chump left holding the bag. She lowered the gun. Ah, that's all I need to know. Michiko, don't take that the wrong way. That doesn't mean I'm skipping. But she disappeared from the doorway. The news that Ishigami hadn't forgotten was unnerving. Harry had blithely assumed that no one would survive 4 years of leading bayonet charges on the China front. Yet here he was at the Happy Paris. Ishigami, Ishigami, Ishigami. Of course Harry was skipping town. Any sane person would. People expected war back in June, and now they were in December, each day like a drop of water trying to fall. The way he saw it, the Westerners trapped in Tokyo were there for a reason. They could have gotten out earlier, but there were grown-ups who had made decisions to stick by their Japanese investments or their Japanese wives. Missionaries wanted to scoop a few more souls. DeGeorge wanted one more Pulitzer. If they were counting on Harry to be their weather vane, forget it. 3 more days and there would be no Harry Niles in Tokyo or its vicinity. That was the purpose of his talk at the Chrysanthemum Club. Not just to massage an audience of bankers, but to earn $1 million ticket out of Tokyo. All he had to do was dodge the colonel for 2 days, and then it was clear sailing. Wrapped in a light kimono, Harry wandered into the living room, which was dark. Bedding spread on the floor. Michiko was tucked under the quilt, the gun in her hand. He felt like he was defanging her by easing the gun from her fingers. She stirred, moving her head in dreamy motion. He had literally run into her when they met. Harry at the wheel of his car, Michiko bloody from a crackdown on the last Reds in Tokyo, a police sweep that scattered the comrades over rooftops and down alleys. Harry had pulled Michiko into the car and driven off, the first in a series of impulsive decisions he regretted, such as taking her home, patching her head, letting her stay the night. She left in the morning and returned a week later, her hair hacked short, with a pack containing a prayer wheel and the works of Marx and Engels. She stayed another night and another, and never left Harry's for good. That was 2 years ago. He heard a scraping outside. The club's neon sign was off, but in the haze of the street lamp, Harry saw the discreet gate of the Willow House directly across from the Happy Paris. A Willow House was an establishment where geishas entertained. Harry was no fan of geisha parties, but he occasionally hung out in the back room just across the street to escape to George, if nothing else. When Harry left the window and approached the bed again, he saw that Michiko had moved the quilt aside in her sleep. The looseness of an under-kimono made her limbs ghostly thin, half submerged in silk. Wouldn't it be a relief to be with an American girl, a big blonde built for a convertible? He knelt, and with no more pressure than the weight of the air, ran his fingertip around the base of her thumb and up her arm to the warmth and soft hair in the hollow under her arm, then along her collarbone to the line of her cheek, as if committing to memory her shape and smoothness, a calligrapher writing in the dark. The theater's dressing room was an entry to a new world for young Harry Niles. He and Gen ran errands for singers, dancers, musicians, comedians, and magicians, fetching cigarettes, beer by the case, cough syrup for the codeine. Vitamin B was the rage. Soon, Oharu would let no one but Harry give her injections. She twisted in her chair, offering her soft, smooth bottom. Harry's guide to this new Japan was the artist Kato. With his French beret, color-stained fingers, and silver-headed walking stick, Kato cut a consumptive, sophisticated figure. Looking back, Harry realized that Kato must have only been in his 20s at the time, but he was the first person Harry met who had actually been to France and seemed to know about the world. Harry's father, the pastor Roger Niles, knew about heaven and hell, but not so much about the here and now. In turn, Kato took an interest in Harry the way a man might adopt a monkey. The idea that a gaijin could speak like a Japanese, eat like a Japanese, and shoplift cigarettes like a born thief entertained Kato on a philosophical level, and the fact that Harry was a missionary's son amused him enormously. Harry lived for Saturdays between shows when he, Kato, and Oharu walked around Asakusa like the royalty of a raffish kingdom. Asakusa stood for pleasure, for theaters, music halls, ballrooms, tea rooms, licensed and unlicensed women. Everyone could afford something in Asakusa. And everyone, of course, admired Oharu in her pillbox hat, white gloves, and long French dress that slithered over her like a snake. As for Harry, if anyone noticed him at all, they saw a pale, unusually round-eyed Japanese schoolboy with a typically shaved head, ratty sweater, knickers, and clogs. On hot days, Kato, Harry, and Oharu stayed in Asakusa and went to the movies. Asakusa boasted more theaters per square foot than anywhere else on earth. The three friends sat in the dark, eating dried fish with beer, and watching Buster Keaton take pratfalls on the screen while, in the back of the theater, a fan blew air from a block of ice. Afterward, they took in the theater of the streets. Kato taught Harry to appreciate the storyteller with his slideshow and never-changing tales, the candy maker who turned and tugged rice dough into cats and mice, the publicity bands who banged through the alleys with saxophones, drums, and spinning umbrellas to sell soap, seltzer, cigarettes. The 20s were a loud, bright time of modern girls, mogas, who worked at new telephone exchanges, sold French perfumes in department stores, punched tickets on buses. Every street was a flood of warring images. Kato lived in the Ginza, above a bookstore in rooms that he said were very French, very Art Nouveau. Harry didn't know what France or Nouveau was like, but he didn't doubt it was exactly like this. Armchairs seemed wrapped in vines. Sconces were glass flowers on stems of brass. Even the teapot looked alive enough to hop from the brazier. French posters of ballet and can-can dancers had a place of honor on the walls. Japanese prints of a young woman teasing a cat and a geisha offering her shoulder to a tattoo needle were strewn on a table.
Kato said,
Hokusai and Yoshitoshi, all the great Japanese artists were inspirations for Degas, Toulouse-Lautrec. Modern art is Japanese art through French eyes. The lecture was wasted on Harry. He much preferred the simple lines and secret messages of the Japanese prints. How the girl innocently batting with the cat revealed the provocative nape of her neck cowled in red. How the geisha bit into a cloth to stifle the pain the same way lovers stifle cries of ecstasy. "Do you paint here, too?" Harry asked. He saw no easel, paints, or canvas. "Open your eyes." Harry noticed how Kato had positioned himself by the poster of a French cabaret, a line of can-can dancers with blue faces and red hair. In a corner, however, was the Japanese calligraphy of Kato's name. The poster was an imitation. "You did that? Good. You aren't totally blind. There's hope for you yet, Harry. You help me deliver the prints on the table, and we'll meet Oharu and go to a Chinese restaurant. She loves Chinese food." Harry didn't meet Kato's customers. It was a warm day in May, and he was happy to go along and wait outside while the artist took prints, boxed and loosely wrapped in silk cloth, around town. The last delivery was to a museum in Ueno Park. Ueno Park was famous for its hills of cherry trees, although the flowers had passed and the branches, dark as patent leather, were going to green. The park was mysteriously quiet this day until Harry saw red flags march over the hill, so many that the cherry trees seemed to toss in waves of red. These were followed by ranks of men wearing red bandanas tied around their heads and carrying signs that read, "Rice is the people's property," a surprise to Harry, who'd been taught at school that all the rice in Japan was the emperor's. Some marchers were university students, but most were life-hardened workers holding their strong fists high as they marched, their song spread across the landscape of the park. "Arise, ye workers, from your slumbers. Arise, ye prisoners of want." "The Internationale," Kato said. "It's May Day. They're communists." It was thrilling, the unity of voices, the forward motion of history that swept up Kato and Harry. Kato clutched his package. His eyes lit up. "We'll see some action now." Suddenly horses with blue riders moved down the park steps. Mounted police carrying bamboo rods. One moment Harry stayed upright amid contending men. The next he was sucked under a truck like a swimmer out at sea. Between tires he saw Kato go down, walking stick and package wrested from his hands. Harry didn't see Kato's adversary, only the walking stick as it broke over Kato's head. On his elbows, Harry crawled to the package and covered it with his body. Once the police arrived, the rout was swift. Demonstrators scattered, bearing the wounded they could carry. Kato staggered and giggled as if drunk on survival. A dark stripe of blood ran from his beret. Harry looked up. "I saved the picture." "The print?" Kato rocked on his heels. "Harry, there are hundreds of prints. Every print is a copy. You risk your life for nothing, which proves you have true Yamato spirit." With his own blood, using a finger as a brush, Kato put a mark on Harry's forehead.
because you have proved yourself a true son of Yamato. I declare you, I baptize you, Japanese.
It was, as far as Harry was concerned, true glory. By 5 a.m, Harry was shaved and out the door, leaving Michiko asleep. Asakusa had the hollow sound and desultory look of an empty stage. Marquees that had pulsed with electric light were dark canopies. A geisha hiccuped good morning to Harry, who was on his way to his car. Harry often dressed in a casual kimono, but for breakfast at the Chrysanthemum Club he wore a single-breasted suit because the club members, those captains of Japanese trade and finance, were expecting a true blue American. He carried Hajime's gun wrapped in a furoshiki, the same sort of cloth he used to wrap Kato's prints in. He would keep it in his car until he could get rid of it. Stopping first at the Tokyo fish market, Harry found Taro aboard his boat. Wasn't hard. Taro had been big even as a boy, as one of the faithful ronin who had hunted Harry down, and he was huge as a man, a sumo with a high forehead, topknot, and tent-sized kimono. An open firebox lit the fishing boat's simple lines. The low gunnels, single oarlock, seining pole at the stern. "Tanks are drained," Taro said. "What do you care?" Harry asked. "You can run a taxi on charcoal. You can't run a boat." The boat had no wheelhouse, only a canvas shelter that Taro stooped under to trim lines and nets. "If my father could see this. Remember the time you came out with us and the shark got on board? We jumped then. We jumped high. Now they want us to go out and catch shark for shoe leather. Shoe leather. I won't do it, Harry. Not on my father's boat." Harry hadn't heard Taro be so filial before. He also hadn't heard what was so urgent that Taro had to see him this early in the day. It was the same way sumos wrestled. Before the actual grappling, there might be 10 minutes of glaring and stomping around the ring. Taro sat by the firebox, lit a cigarette, and took a flask of sake from a tin pan on top of the box. He poured the sake in 2 cups that looked like doll china in his hands. Harry squatted and tried to keep his pants cuffs clean. "It's a little early." "Not for me," Taro mumbled. "Good fisherman would be bringing in his catch by now. Fish, not shoe leather. Kampai." "Kampai." Harry threw back the cup. The last thing he wanted was to match drinks with a sumo. Sumos trained on sake. It was a breach of their etiquette to turn down a drink. Also, there was something particularly abject about Taro this morning, like an ox on its knees. "The fishing is pretty bad?" Harry asked. Taro poured another. "The fish are there. Fish are everywhere. But it's too far without gas. Even the bays are open." "All the bays?" "That's what they say." "Every bay?" "Yes." "Hitokapa Bay?" "Wide open." "Banzai," Harry said. Hitokap was where the combined fleet had gathered in November, and then barely stirred for lack of fuel. If the warships left there but hadn't appeared at any other bay in Japan, Harry wondered where an entire fleet had gone. Taro tipped forward and became solemn. "Harry, remember Jiro?" "Your brother? How could I forget?" Taro and Jiro were huge twins told apart by their names, meaning firstborn and secondborn. Taro felt in his sleeve and came up with a telegram. He smoothed it out against his chest and gave it to Harry, who read it by the light of the fire. The telegram offered congratulations from the army and informed the recipient when the remains of Lance Corporal Kagajiro would arrive at Tokyo Station. "Christ, it's this afternoon," Harry said. "It's the first we heard that he was even hurt." "That's tough, okay." "Go with me, Harry." "I can't go with you. I'm not family." "Mother is too weak. It would kill her. I just can't face Jiro alone." "A gaijin picking up Jiro? How's that going to look?" Taro put the cup aside, swept the deck with a paw, and knelt until he'd reached a deep kowtow. No one had ever given Harry a kowtow before, least of all a sumo. "Get up," Harry said. From his face-down position, Taro's whisper was muffled. "At least meet me afterward, Harry. I can't face him alone, not yet." "Shit," Harry said in English. "That means yes." "Thank you, Harry." Taro sat up, instantly relieved, and refilled Harry's cup. "Thank you, Harry. Much better." At the ballroom. The ballroom. They drank. Saturday was a work day. Traffic drove on the left side of the street, mainly taxis and trams. Harry's own car was a low-slung Datsun built at Ford's old plant in Yokohama. On the passenger seat was the pistol. On the car radio, Japan Broadcasting offered its usual morning fare, an exercise program of jumping jacks. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Workmen were hanging loudspeakers from lamp posts so that the general population could benefit from the same instructions. 1, 2, 1, 2. Tokyo was on the move. In fits and starts. Harry had given himself an hour to get to the Chrysanthemum Club, but by the time he reached even the center of the city, he was 40 minutes late. The funny thing was, he didn't give a damn. Here he was at the acme of his business career, invited to dine with the Rockefellers and Carnegies of Japan, while Ishigami tracked him down like a crazed assassin. Not to mention Michiko's suspicions. He needed a ship, he needed a train, he needed a plane, and here he was riding the 8-ball. And part of him couldn't care less. It was the part that he didn't see often. Occasionally it looked out of the mirror and asked, "What's the point of this game?" Behind the domes of Tokyo Station rose an 8-story imitation of Wall Street, a row of gray financial temples, the great banks of Japan. They stood side by side, the Ionic columns of Mitsubishi, Corinthian columns of Mitsui, tomb-like doors of Sumitomo, all leading to the marble stairs and double brass doors of the Chrysanthemum Club and their famous crest of a Fuji mum within a ring. Harry tucked the Datsun behind a row of uniformed chauffeurs in Cadillacs and Packards. He might be almost an hour late, but he took the stairs one at a time, aware of the study he was receiving from bodyguards grouped on the stairs. At the 6th floor, he was directed from the elevator to a door that was ajar to the sound of murmuring. Too late. He regretted the sake with Taro. The worst thing was to look like a schoolboy late for class. Harry forced himself to slowly enter a dining room of a few hundred diners who fell silent at the sight of him. Palpable opprobrium and curiosity took aim, but Harry made a 90-degree bow of apology and moved toward a head table where a conspicuously empty chair awaited him. Only when he had seated himself, made more apologies, and drawn himself up to the table did he dare to take in the room itself, its panels of precious woods, black persimmon and pale yaku cedar, the blaze of chandeliers, the ornamental fires in the fireplaces at each end. The diners had fallen on the last of their kippers and eggs. There were close to 300 guests. Harry thought not a bad muster considering how many foreigners had fled Tokyo. The Americans were an embassy attaché, a couple of Rotarians, a pair of forlorn managers from Standard Oil of New York, a National City Bank, and Al DeGeorge, who never missed a free meal. The British side was led by First Secretary Arnold Beecham, a beefy sportsman with small eyes stuck on a dome of freckles. A blockade runner must have come in because the Germans were well represented. Willie Staub had been seated at the table with Ambassador Ott, who had looked sick since the recent arrest of his best friend as a Russian spy, and Meisinger, a Gestapo colonel with thinning hair and greasy jowls. Harry felt like a burglar allowed to work with the lights on. He was fine until the last chair at his table was taken by a small man whose elegant pinstriped suit was contradicted by his cropped white hair, dark face, and thick hands toughened with brine. It was Yoshitaki, of Yoshitaki Shipping Lines, one of the wealthiest men in Japan and one of the best informed. If he didn't know exactly where the combined fleet was, he certainly knew in what direction it sailed. He had eyes that seemed set on a far horizon or deep into another man's soul, and he offered an expression of contempt so polite that Harry felt like a rotting fish. "Fuck you too," Harry thought. As he reached for the water, he became aware that he was being introduced. The well-known Western businessman, keen observer of the international scene, and longtime friend of Japan, that was him. He stood to a round of spotty applause. Like raising Lazarus, his father used to say about a stiff congregation. But the old man could do it, and if his father was good with a sermon, Harry had perfected the anti-sermon. He put Michiko and Ishigami out of his mind. He walked around the table, made eye contact with Beecham, DeGeorge, Ott, a Mitsui director here, a Datsun manager there, and let the moment draw until the last cough was extinguished. When Harry had complete silence, he began. Americans ask me, what does Japan want? Does Japan seek to rule the Asian mainland? Does Japan have a dream of world domination? The answer is, of course not. On the other hand, Japan has real needs and real aims. What Japan wants is peace in a world of stability and prosperity. A world divided into 3 economic spheres with 3 natural leaders, Germany in Europe, America in the Western Hemisphere, and Japan in Asia. The old order is falling. Like any collapsing building, the faster its ruins are swept up and carted away, the safer and better for everyone. The day when the white man ruled Asia is over. Dying empires must give way to vigorous new ones. Harry detected a satisfied Japanese intake of breath, a susurrus of pleasure that filled the room. The clever part of having someone like Harry talk was that he could say all those things that no well-brought-up Japanese would say to a Westerner. Harry could be disowned or discredited, but he'd say what he knew the Japanese wished they could. Japan has been patient, he continued. In the Great War, Japan was the staunch ally of Great Britain and the United States and secured the Pacific for its friends, for which service all Japan asked was respect. Did Japan receive it? No. Instead, Britain and America did their best to lock the Japanese Navy into an inferior status. Japan was slapped in the face. Harry picked out guests he recognized. Slapped, he repeated. He looked toward Beecham. Japan has never understood this lack of sympathy from England. The Japanese ask, why was it proper for one island nation to fatten on the lifeblood of peoples around the world and not proper for another nation to help its close neighbors develop a modern economy? Why is it a Christian duty for England to enslave Africa, India, Burma, and Malaysia, and not right for Japan to lead the peoples of Asia toward prosperity and independence? The British table traded sharp glances, but by then Harry had moved briskly on to Roy Hooper, the American attaché, a man with all the misplaced faith and optimism of a missionary. Japan also asks its American friends, why is a Monroe Doctrine reason enough for you to declare an entire hemisphere your own private concern? What gives you the right to rush Marines into Mexico or Cuba or the Panama Canal? Who gave you the right to seize Hawaii, thousands of miles away from the American mainland? Is it because there is one law for white men and another law for Japanese? Delivering this sort of speech was like grilling steak, Harry thought. You did one side, and then the other. The main thing was to keep the coals hot. Hooper smiled sorrowfully as Harry went on to list the resources and materials held back or embargoed from Japan by the United States and Britain. Rubber, scrap iron, steel, aluminum, magnesium, copper, brass, zinc, nickel, tin, lead, wolfram, airplane parts, and foremost, oil. Japan may be the most beautiful and serene of nations, Harry said, but it has virtually no natural resources. Its economy is based entirely on hard work and discipline. Facing a hostile encirclement by America, the British Empire, and their allies in the Dutch East Indies, what choice does Japan have but to search for raw materials in its own natural sphere of Asia? Not to exploit its neighbors, but to bring them the modernization, education, industry, and medicine the West never did. That's why when fellow Americans ask me what the Japanese want, I tell them that Japan wants justice and peace. I tell them that Japan wants Asia for Asians, and that it's about time. Mission accomplished. The British and Americans sat silent and aghast while the Japanese broke into the most sincere applause Harry had ever received. After he finished and the meeting was declared over, a banker from Yasuda purred like an old cat. "A very interesting talk, very forceful, but not necessarily inaccurate." "Not totally inaccurate, I hope," Harry said. "Just a few thoughts that I wanted to share." Others at the table, however, hung back to gauge Yoshitake's reaction. The silence grew while the shipping magnate studied Harry up and down. "I must tell you, Mr. Niles, that I was opposed to having you speak here today. I was not opposed to the speech itself so much as opposed to you. You are a marginal creature like a crab that feeds neither in the water nor on land, but in the rocks in between. And even after hearing you today, I find that all of that is still true. But I would have to admit, I can no longer say that in no way are you Japanese." Those few words were enough. The sight of a legend like Yoshitake conversing with Harry Niles in such a familiar manner had an immediate effect. As soon as Yoshitake departed, other members queued to add their thanks for such an incisive, sympathetic analysis. The president of Nippon Air oozed tact and satisfaction, like a maitre d' leading a favored customer to the best table in the house. "As you know, on Monday, Nippon Air is reinstituting international flights to Hong Kong. We think this will help establish a sense of normality and confidence in the region. There will be press and photographers, just an overnight at the Matsubara Hotel in Hong Kong, then a return. A number of your compatriots are asking to be on that flight, but you can appreciate how important it is that our foreign passengers be truly reliable, friends of Japan." "I certainly do." Reliable meant that the son of a bitch was smart enough to praise Japan on the way to Hong Kong and dumb enough to come back. "I think you have alleviated any concerns about your reliability this morning." "Thank you." Harry added a bow and held his breath. "So," the president of Nippon Air let his words fall into a whisper of snowflakes, "you might be able to make yourself available on Monday? Haneda Field at noon. No tickets necessary. I personally will put you on the passenger list. Does this please you?" "It pleases me to have earned your trust." Gone like a greased weasel, Harry thought. Only when Mr. Nippon Air was done did other guests approach. "How does it feel," Beecham asked, "to be the most despised white man in Asia?" "Pretty good this morning, thanks." "A cute performance. That ought to buy the happy Paris another month's protection. You're the sort that in England we would drag through the streets behind a horse." "Is that the England of bad food and good canings?" The smell of Beecham's bay rum was more intense the warmer he grew. Harry had never seen the man with so much spit and personality before. "There will come a day," Beecham promised. "There will come a day." Willie motioned that he would wait outside, but Hooper smilingly presented himself. "They got a little list, Harry," Hooper said as Beecham marched away. The American attaché was a gangly, brush-cut man with a bow tie and an empathetic smile. "A speech for the Japanese? Are you totally nuts?" "Who's got a list?" "Everyone's got a list. Russians, British, Germans. We have a list. Not to mention the Japanese. You've made enemies everywhere." "Just throwing a little light on the international scene."
Fuel on the fire, Harry. What's going to happen is going to happen. You and I can't affect anything at this point. And unless you have some way of disappearing magically from the scene, I suggest you pull your head in.
Hoop, we're not at war yet.
I hate that nickname. Anyway, if things do blow up in your face and you find yourself running for your life, I'm supposed to tell you not to come to the American Embassy.
Have I ever gone to the embassy?
So you know, they don't consider you American.
Hoop, I always knew that. Harry was feeling good. Feeling great. Once again, his luck had come through. Who would have thought a speech was the way to Yoshitaki's heart? But had he transgressed in his speech? Had he crossed a certain unforgivable line? Didn't matter. Harry was walking on air. By the time he made it to the street, Willie was waiting with DeGeorge, whose taxi wasn't going anywhere soon. The driver poured fresh charcoal into the top of the furnace and cranked a fan.
Like riding in a fucking hibachi, DeGeorge said.
I wish the readers of the Christian Science Monitor could hear the language of their illustrious reporter, Harry said.
I saw you talking to the head of Nippon Air. Any word about the plane to Hong Kong?
Why would he tell me?
I don't know.
DeGeorge turned to Willie.
All I know is that Harry is Mr. Connected and Protected. One day we're going to look around and Harry will be down the rabbit hole, and that'll be one day too fucking late for the rest of us.
I never know if you use fucking as an adverb or an adjective, Harry said. I guess that's why you're the Pulitzer Prize winner and I'm not.
Fuck you. I'm going to meet Beecham. Get the British Embassy's reaction to this defeatist bullshit.
DeGeorge gave his taxi a final glance and turned back to Harry.
Give me a ride?
Willie sat in front with Harry and rolled down his window as they headed west along the turgid, pea-green moat that wrapped around the imperial castle. They passed a bus that had slowed so riders could remove their hats and bow in the direction of the emperor. Willie said, "In spite of China, this seems quite wonderful to me. Serene."
Serene?
DeGeorge had a laugh like a scrape of a shovel.
Hey, they assassinated 3 prime ministers in 16 years. Murder Incorporated doesn't have a record like the Japs, so serene may not be the right word. Things are going to pop. The only question is when. The man who names the day just walks in and picks up that Pulitzer, right, Harry?
Could be.
They're holding last-ditch negotiations in Washington that are going nowhere.
DeGeorge leaned forward to Willie's ear.
Napoleon's army ran on its stomach. Armies today run on their gas tanks. April, a year ago, the Japs bought 3 times their usual amount of oil from the States. Roosevelt made a big show of cutting the Japs off East Coast oil and sending it to England. Didn't matter, the Japs just bought all the oil on the West Coast. And aviation fuel? As much as we could sell. Not to mention steel and scrap iron. The Jap Navy is built out of old Fords and Frigidaires. All the time, of course, FDR was starting to build 3 times as many tanks and battleships. Then this July, we cut them off. No oil, no rubber, no steel, no nothing. There comes a certain point where the Japs are as strong as they're going to get, and every day from then on, they're weaker. That's when the shooting starts. I figure we're there just about now.
Harry stopped the car at the stone pillars and wrought iron gates of the embassy of His Britannic Majesty. DeGeorge swung out of the car and leaned in the window on Harry's side.
I'd ask you in, Harry, but I don't think you'd get past the door. I mean, the Japs have a point. Everyone has a point. But I'm like you. I have newspapers to sell.
So you're going to write that Beecham says I'm the lowest form of life on Earth?
Nothing personal. I know you understand. What I'm worried about is Michiko. She reads something like this, and she'll cut my balls off.
Michiko is not a faithful reader of the Monitor. Harry put the Datsun in gear. She doesn't even know you're a reporter. She just thinks you'd paint your ass and screw apes for free sherry.
Well, fuck you, Harry, DeGeorge shouted as the car drove off. Just fuck you.
The Brits love it when you scream obscenities on their driveway, Harry said to Willie. They'll ask DeGeorge back again and again. He noticed that Willie seemed unsettled. "Sorry for the cross currents, Willie. I told you last night it probably wasn't such a good idea for you to be seen with me." "I understand. It's not that I don't enjoy seeing you, and I'm grateful for the warning about Ishigami, but I'm on kind of a schedule. Anyway, all good Germans should be getting out as fast as they can." "It's not as simple as that." "What's the problem, short of money? Something personal?" Harry waited while Willie cleared his throat. Then again, once too often. "Don't tell me it's a woman." "It is a woman." "Well, don't tell me it's a Chinese woman. You're not that stupid. You know better." "Willie, I will take silence as confession." Harry glanced over. "Oh, boy. It's not what you think. So far, I'm guessing pretty good. Don't complicate things. If you're out of China and you're alive, you're ahead of the game." "I brought her with me," Willie said. "She has a transit visa?" "No." "Then how did you bring her? She would have had to be family." Willie, tell me you didn't do it." "We're married." Harry found his flask, but good scotch would be wasted on the headache he was developing. He had to get something to eat. "Willie, if you wanted a woman, you could have bought one in Shanghai for $5, $10 for a Russian. You want to be a saint about it? When you leave the country, you throw in a bonus 100 and you've earned your clean goodbye." "It's not like that. She is a teacher. Harry, there are times I could kill you myself." "Ishigami's got the corner on that. You're going to take the new Mrs. Staub to Germany? I know you're a fervent Nazi, but have you ever actually read Mein Kampf?" "Of course I have. I have read all the Führer's works." "Did you happen to read the part about Asians being subhuman, or were you stuck with the special Asian edition of the book?" "I don't remember any derogatory reference to Asians. I'm just saying it's possible that your bride may be a little uncomfortable residing among the master race." Willie said, "I came to you for advice because you also have such a relationship, and it seems successful." "What relationship?" "You and Michiko, you seem to be together." Like two people with drawn knives, Harry thought. "In a sense," he said. "But our relationship is based on something more solid than love. It's based on business, on the happy Paris. She draws a crowd, I make money, I pay her. It looks like much more than that. That's because you're a romantic. You see things through rose-colored glasses. You think I live with Madame Butterfly and that the Führer is a Boy Scout leader." "I'd like you to meet Iris," Willie said. "The Chinese schoolmistress Iris? No, thanks. The nicer she is, the less I want to meet her. We're staying at the Imperial Hotel. They have good British tea there in the afternoon. Perhaps we could get together today." "I'm a little busy." If nothing else, Harry had an appointment in Yokohama on the project for the Navy. "Were you listening to DeGeorge? There could be a war here before the end of the year." "Well, maybe not. The British seem to think the Japanese will back down." "Beecham told you that?" "He didn't have to. I can see for myself. I know you think I am naive, but I was plant manager in China for 5 years, and I understand industry. When I see cars and trucks running on charcoal, I know Japan is in no condition to wage war against a country with such a huge industrial base as the United States. The Japanese must understand that." "Sounds logical." "I hope so." Harry decided he had time to pull over. "You need to see something else." The two got out of the car, and Harry led Willie on foot across the road and through a screen of evergreens toward an enormous Tory gate. On the far side gleamed the gilded eaves of a large shrine, its interior obscured by a white banner with the royal 16-petal chrysanthemum design draped above the stairs. "The Yasukuni Shrine," Harry said. "What religion is this?" "This is Japan. This is the heart, the place for soldiers who die for the emperor. If you're captured or surrender, you're worse than dead. And you shame your family, but if you die fighting, you become a kind of a god. And this is your shrine, along with all the other loyal Japanese who died for their emperors. Since the fighting in China started, there are 100,000 new gods here. Would you want to fight a people like this?" Harry became aware of a dozen army officers in field uniforms with handguns and full-size samurai swords who had focused on him. Bodyguards. China vets with dark faces and narrow eyes. Usually this sort of scrutiny didn't bother him, but just the reminder that Ishigami was in Tokyo made Harry feel the impulse to flee. Finally, the officers shifted their gaze and scanned the throng. Guarding whom? Children on their fathers' shoulders were the first to point to a figure emerging from under the shrine's billowing sheet. He wore white gloves and army drab, had 3 stars on his collar, and carried his cap in his hands. "General Tojo," Harry whispered. "The Prime Minister?" Willie asked. "Prime Minister and Minister of War. A tough parlay to beat. He pays his respects most days. Well, he sent a lot of heroes here. He should show up." With his bowed legs, shaved head, mustache, and spectacles, Tojo fit the bill of a cartoon Japanese. Harry remembered him from the geisha house in Asakusa as a loudmouth with a big cigar. In fact, what always struck Harry was how un-Japanese Tojo was. Most Japanese strove so hard for modesty they could be virtually inarticulate, while the general had a paranoid's talent for public ranting. On the other hand, his paranoia was well-deserved. There were army officers ready to shoot Tojo because they thought he wasn't warlike enough. No wonder he had bodyguards. "A bad sign he's here?" Willie asked. "No, it's normal. A bad sign would be Tojo playing Santa. That would be scary. Do you think he was praying for peace?" Harry gave the question consideration. "I think he was praying for oil." It was hard to save a nation of 60 million souls, but not to Roger and Harriet Niles. To them, evangelism was the pure and ardent task of preaching the Word of God. That was their calling, the reason they had come halfway around the world, and they refused to dilute their time by spending it in a classroom or vaccinating the poor. People derided them as railroad preachers. They traveled the country from Kagoshima in the south to snowbound Hokkaido, and any time Roger could corner a group on a ferry or train, he would bring out his Bible, and Harriet would translate his message in her halting Japanese. They even moved Harry and his uncle Orrin from the safe embrace of the Methodists' compound to the rough streets of Asakusa to be more authentic and closer to the population they were trying to reach. Still, for all their sacrifices, preaching to the Japanese was like trying to cleave water. The Japanese would smile, bow, and say anything to move a gaijin along, or would accept Jesus as a mere backup to Buddha. The truth was that for all their efforts, while Christian missions gathered converts by the millions in China and Korea, missions in Japan were a failure. Not just Baptists, all missions. It was for Roger, however, a personal failure, a crown of thorns sharp with mockery. He and Harriet would return to Tokyo exhausted, only to see Orrin wasted by drink, and their son Harry a sort of amphibian, neither honest nor stupid, neither adult nor innocent, neither American nor Japanese. Harry found his parents' visits like sharing quarters with the hounds of hell. Their son didn't remind Roger and Harriet of themselves. He preferred sandals to shoes, samurai to cowboys, raw fish to red meat. Harry didn't bring home tow-haired friends to play with. He didn't bring home friends at all because he wasn't going to expose his parents to a gang that included the unwashed Kaga twins, or a criminal in training like Tetsu. So Roger and Harriet were only too happy to accept an invitation to the 4th of July celebrations at the American Embassy. The entire American community would be there. It would be like going home. Came the glorious 4th, and the embassy garden was decorated with bunting and paper lanterns in red, white, and blue. On the terraces, Japanese staff in kimonos with American eagle crests set out tables of tea sandwiches, deviled eggs, cucumber salad, sweet pickles, angel food cake, and lemonade. Harry was miserable. All the other American children in Tokyo went to the American school. He didn't know them, and he didn't want to know them. Dressed in a new suit and Oxfords, he felt as if he were in disguise. There were supposed to be fireworks in the evening and skits performed by the kids. What Harry was going to do, he wouldn't say. One by one, the Baptist families joined a circle of Synod of Christ, Dutch Reformed, and Methodists. Roger Niles took an opportunity to ask the group, "You know what makes me sick?" There was an uneasy pause. Niles had a reputation for zeal. "What makes you sick, dear?" Harriet asked. "The holier-than-thou act the China missions always pull, as if we were in league with the devil just because our call is in Japan." "True," A Methodist minister named Hooper allowed. We get it too? Well, I wouldn't trade today for anything in China, Harriet said. What about you, Harry? China is old and backward. Japan can help China back on its feet. Harry had learned that at school. America can help China back on its feet, Hooper said softly. Sometimes I think what Harry needs is a trip back home, Roger said. Would you like that, Harry? A good, long visit back home? I am home. Harry didn't know much about Louisville, but he doubted that it measured up to Tokyo. Your real home, Harriet said. Our folks have never seen Harry, Roger told the others. Harry, you have a lot of cousins you don't even know. Maybe Harry needs to get out there and mix, Hooper suggested. My son would be happy to introduce him to the other boys. What Harry had planned to do was to go along the river with Gen and catch fireflies they could sell to geisha houses at 10 cents apiece for firefly lamps. Instead, a shorter boy in a baseball cap was leading him to a game of tug-of-war being refereed by 2 embassy clerks. The boy gave Harry a skeptical examination. My name is Roy, but my friends call me Hoop. What's your name? Oishi, Harry said. Oishi? It doesn't sound American. Who said it was? Still, Harry was amazed. You've never heard of the 47 Ronin? No. I'm going to recite Casey at the Bat for entertainment. What are you going to do? I'm going to disappear. And so he did, into the branches of a tree. And then Harry noticed that one branch of the tree he was in reached over the embassy wall to the garden next door, a rich man's garden banked with willows and maples, fountains of artfully worn stones, and over a pool, a haze of flickering yellow-green lights. Harry climbed out on the branch and dropped into the garden. The back of the house he saw was a long balcony of summer screens made of threaded reeds, none lit from within. He slid a panel open and automatically slipped off his shoes before moving on to the mats of a richly spare room with a painted scroll hanging by a cedar post. What are you doing here? Harry jumped, but it was only Roy Hooper at the open panel. Harry was surprised, but turned the question around. What are you doing here? Following you. Then take your shoes off. Harry moved from room to room. The owner had to be very rich, judging by the screens of gold leaf and shelves of fine china that glowed in the shadows. Harry rummaged until he found a large glass jar with a perforated lid in the kitchen and black cotton cloth in a linen drawer. Are you stealing? Roy Hooper asked. Don't be stupid, just taking what I need. By the time they got back to the garden, they heard the machine gun report of firecrackers from the embassy and saw the occasional rocket zip high enough to be seen from the wall, followed by homesick renditions of Take Me Out to the Ball Game and Down by the Old Mill Stream. Meanwhile, Harry and Roy Hooper caught fireflies. The entertainment had just concluded when Harry and Roy Hooper returned. A couple hundred guests were still gathered on the lawn in the red, white, and blue illumination of lanterns. The diplomatic corps sat in chairs that had begun to settle and list in the soft turf. Babies slept in their father's arms. A whiff of sulfur hung in the air. The prodigal sons, announced the clerk functioning as master of ceremonies. Too bad they missed out on all the fun. They had sparklers, Harriet told Harry. You know how you love sparklers. What have you got there? Roger Niles asked Harry. In the dark, despite its black cover, a faint halo surrounded the jar. Nothing, Harry said. It's something worth making fools of us, his father said. Let's see. Let's all see, the clerk picked up. Roy Hooper's knees went soft as he felt the clamp of his father's hand. I'm disappointed in you, Reverend Hooper hissed. Or I'll send you home to Louisville, Roger told Harry under his breath. I swear it. It's for the entertainment, Harry said. The entertainment is over, Roger said. The clerk clapped his hands. One more act, that's fine with us. Isn't that fine, folks? This is a very different boy here. I bet he's got a real different entertainment. Turn off the lamps, said Harry, just for a minute. When the lanterns went dark, there was a reflexive whimper from the younger children. Harry unscrewed the lid, and the jar underlit his face. It's a surprise, he said. Harry put his mouth to the jar. As he raised his head, a light rose from his lips, flashed, and took wing. He took another breath from the jar and blew a green tracer bullet in the eye of the clerk. A deeper breath and poured a glowing machine gun fusillade at the guests. Dipped into the jar to feed himself, and blew until his fingers and lips were smeared with green fire. The ambassador tried to brush the luminescence off his sleeves, spreading it instead. Children squirmed from their parents, screamed, and ran into the dark. For a brief moment before Roger Niles seized him, Harry ruled, marching with the roar of fireflies. Harry drove for a half an hour under a dazzling sun from Tokyo to Yokohama Bay, only to find waiting for him the familiar shadows of Shozo and Go, the same plainclothes police that had watched his apartment at night. In the daylight, Sergeant Shozo had a droll smile belied by heavy knuckles hanging from his sleeve. Corporal Go was young, with the zeal of a guard dog pulling on a chain. They were with the accountant from Long Beach Oil. Long Beach shared a black-stained dock with Standard Oil of New York and Rising Sun, which sounded Japanese but was actually Royal Dutch Shell. Long Beach wasn't much more than a small warehouse of corrugated steel, while Standard and Rising Sun fronted the water with miles of pipeline and acres of 10,000-barrel tanks. Didn't matter. In the most important regard, they were no different because no American or Dutch company, big or small, had delivered oil to Japan since July, 6 months before.
Please.
The accountant unlocked the warehouse door.
I'm so curious, Shozo told Harry. All this time I have heard about your special connections to the Navy. Now we'll find out.
Inside the warehouse, roll-top desks crowded between file cabinets, chalkboards with lists of ships and ports, framed prices and schedules that showed the delivery of Venezuela crude at 14 cents a barrel. Everything was spick and span, as if the American managers might return at any second, probably tidier without them. Harry felt like the big bad wolf asked into a house of straw. The accountant's name was Kawamura. He was about 60 years of age with a long neck and more hair in his ears than on his head. He was Harry's target, but Harry had not expected the participation of Shozo and Go. Kawamura trembled and kept his eyes down, the decision of a man who didn't know which way to look. Sergeant Shozo showed Harry a fountain pen. Waterman, from my wife. I want to document this case. You have made my life and the life of Corporal Go so interesting. Harry preferred to be ignored. The special hire police countered espionage, but they were also called thought police, responsible for detecting deviant ideas. Harry was riddled with deviant ideas. Like, how the hell had Shozo and Go heard about this meeting? How had they found Kawamura? Shozo opened a notebook. Son of missionaries, born in Tokyo, grew up wild in Asakusa. Shozo flipped a page. Your parents had no idea what you were doing? They could cover more ground without me. I stayed in Tokyo with an uncle who was drinking himself to death. It was simpler that way. You would have made a great criminal. Don't you think so, Corporal? Go waved a pudgy fist at Harry. All foreign correspondents are spies. All foreign reporters are spies. All foreigners are spies. Harry said, no foreign resident has proven his usefulness to the Japanese government more than I have. That's what I was telling the Corporal, Shozo said. On the face of it, no American has been more useful to Japan. For example, Japan has an unfortunate shortage of oil. For a time, you had a company to create petroleum? Synthetic petroleum. Shozo consulted his notes. From pine sap. You persuaded Japanese banks during a time of national emergency to invest in pine sap? That was one of a variety of approaches. When people talk about you and oil, they whisper about a magic show. What would that magic show be? I have no idea. No idea. Shozo's voice was drowned by a reverberation that shook the walls, a rolling thunder that rose to full throttle and abruptly quit, leaving expectancy and silence until a man in a leather coat and goggles slapped open the door. With a dispatch bag over his shoulder, a broad, confident face and thick hair sculpted by the wind, he was an image off a war bonds poster. He pulled off gloves and goggles as he entered. Gen always arrived as if he'd just returned from the front, and sometimes he had, because he was more than an aviator. He was in naval operations. He bowed to Shozo and Go, winked at Harry. If he was surprised by the presence of special hire police, he didn't show it. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Gen said. "It's been a busy day." "You seem to know Harry Niles," Shozo said. "Oh, I know Harry." Gen shrugged off his coat. The sight of a lieutenant's stripes on the sleeve prompted Kawamura to give Gen an additional 90-degree bow. "I'm in the dark," Shozo said. "I am told that Mr. Niles performed valuable services, but I can't imagine what they are." "You'll see." From his dispatch bag, Gen took a legal-sized book of faded maroon that he laid on the desk and opened. "The Regia of Long Beach Oil. Fascinating reading." The entries were in India ink for English and blue for Japanese. Gen explained to Shozo, "Kawamura is the accountant of Long Beach Oil. He finds himself in an unusual and uncomfortable position because Long Beach assets have been frozen by the Japanese government in retaliation for freezing of Japanese assets and properties in the United States. The American managers of the company have gone back to the United States, leaving Kawamura, the senior Japanese employee, in a caretaker position, and he has carried out his duty to his employer faithfully." "And faithfully to the Emperor," Kawamura interjected. "Of course." Gen grinned at Harry. As kids, Gen and Harry used to strut around Asakusa in dark glasses like hoods. One day they were getting their fortunes told in the temple when they heard a nasal buzzing overhead, looked up and saw a biplane coming in low to waggle its wings over Buddha. Gen took off his dark glasses. The plane came by again, a silvery vision towing a sign that said, "Ibisu Beer." It made Harry thirsty, but it changed Gen's life. Determined to fly, he became a model student who headed to the Naval Academy and aviation. "Unfortunately," Gen turned to Kawamura, "some American companies have created Japanese subsidiaries in which they attempted to hide assets. In other cases, American companies underreport their assets or their activity. The more critical the commodity, the greater chance of inaccurate reporting. Yo-yos, for example, have been accurately accounted for. Oil has not." "I still don't understand," Kawamura said. "Let's take an example," Harry said. "According to your own ledger, the tanker Sister Jane left California for Japan on May 1st with 10,000 barrels of oil. On May 15th, the Sister Jane arrived here and delivered 1,000 barrels. It left the States with more oil than it delivered, 10 times as much." Kawamura finally exploded. "What is an American doing here? Is he an expert on trade?" Harry said, "I'm an expert on cooking the books. It's the last item in the ledger. Read it." Kawamura put on spectacles to read the page. Well, this is all a misunderstanding, a simple error. The first number was written as 10,000, but later corrected to 1,000. 1,000 barrels left Long Beach, 1,000 arrived here. You can see there is even the initial P for Pomeroy, our branch manager, to show his correction. There was no attempt to disguise anything. I would never have allowed it." "Japan depends on oil," Gen said. "Japanese soldiers are giving their lives every day for oil." Harry said, "It's hardly worth taking 1,000 barrels across the Pacific. Did the Sister Jane stop on the way?" "Only Hawaii," Kawamura said. "Hawaii," Gen said. "There was a problem with a sick seaman, as I remember. The ship was only in dock 2 nights. "Tough luck for the seaman," said Harry, "but maybe a stroke of good luck for the rest of the crew. Honolulu has a lot of hot spots. Do you think the captain gave the crew 2 days' liberty?" "I wouldn't know." "Do you think maybe he pumped out 9,000 gallons of oil when the crew wasn't around?" asked Gen. "No." Harry said, "I'm just wondering why someone thought the Sister Jane left Long Beach with a lot of oil and ended up here with very little." "No one was cheated. Whether it was 1,000 or 10,000, that was what we sold. No more, no less." Kawamura looked to Shozo for support, but the policeman's expression was grim. Go had started to giggle, which even Harry found unnerving. "I'm sure Pomeroy would have a good explanation if he were here." "But he's not here, and you are," Harry said. I looked through the entire ledger, and in the 12 months before the freeze on deliveries, there were 3 other corrections for shortages of deliveries, totaling another 36,000 barrels of oil that Japan desperately needed. You'll find the corrections on pages 5, 11, and 15, a little smudged but definitely altered. 36,000 barrels and 9,000, that is 45,000 barrels of oil, Shozo said. "Where did it go?" "Good question," Harry said. "I personally think that Kawamura here is an honest Japanese employee duped by the American manager Pomeroy, who is probably at the racetrack at Santa Anita even as we speak." Gen asked Shozo to take Kawamura outside. "Let me." Go gathered the accountant. "Just a dupe," Harry reminded the corporal. "No Japanese should be duped," Go shouted back as he dragged Kawamura through the door. "All Americans are spies." The instant the door shut behind the sergeant, Gen slapped the desk. "God, that was fun." Harry looked at him. "How did Shozo and Go know about this meeting?" "I told them. It was for your protection. They were going to pick you up, so I had to show them how valuable you were." "You could have warned me." "No time. Everything's happening so fast." "Like what?" "Rife." Gen shrugged his shoulders and gave Harry a pretty good smile. "Shozo asked about the magic show," Harry said. "Oh, he did? What did you say?" "That I didn't know what he was talking about. That's what I always say." "Good. First the police know about it, then the army knows about it, then we're all in the drink." Gen pulled a folder tied with a red ribbon from the dispatch bag to signal a change in subject. He undid the ribbon and opened to a loose page that he stared at as if it were half in code. "This is the new total. With shortages of 200,000 gallons of oil from Petromar and 240,000 from Manzanita oil added to Long Beach, altogether 485,000 barrels of oil seem to have been diverted from Japan to Hawaii. There are enough tanks at Pearl Harbor to hold about 4 million gallons. We estimate they are already full. Where are they putting the extra oil that you have found? And if you found some, there is probably much more. There must be other tanks in Hawaii, and the only information we have on where they are is your story about an American contractor you met in Shanghai who claimed to have put reinforced tanks in the valley behind Waikiki. He was drunk. We were in a bar. He could have made it up." "Why that story, though?" "Again, it's all stories. Books were altered. So what? Books are always altered, and mistakes are always made. The same with Manzanita and Petromar. It's fun to run Kawamura in circles, but we can't prove anything. Let me ask you this. Have your people ever found those mysterious tanks? Why stick them in a valley? When did they build railroad tracks or oil pipes or access roads? The man was drunk. We were at the Olympic bar in Shanghai, longest bar in the world, 10 languages going at the same time, with 2 Russian girls who didn't understand a word, so I don't even know why he was boasting. You've been to the Olympic. It's a mob scene. I didn't get his name or his company, and he didn't draw a map on the back of a cocktail coaster. It's all smoke, Gen. It's 485,000 gallons, Harry, at least. I suppose it's a lot of oil, but it's just a story, that's all. The only way to prove it is to fly over every valley in Oahu. Until then, it's a rumor, a glass of fog. Why believe it at all?" Gen released a smile with Pepsodent Dazzle. "Because of the magic show. You nailed someone who had everyone else fooled." "All I said was I saw a magician in China. I could have been wrong." "You weren't. And the place you met him was the Olympic bar in Shanghai, the same place you met this contractor. So we can't ignore anything you say happened there." "Has this been good for your career, Gen? Get you more attention from the commander-in-chief, or what is it you call Yamamoto, the C&C? "It hasn't hurt." Gen was still smiling. "And I take care of you in return." "Well, that's what I want to talk about." Harry tapped out a cigarette. "You know what's more important to me than spies?" "What?" "My neck." It took Gen a second. "What are you talking about?" "Ishigami's back from China. You do remember Ishigami. Gen's smile went flat.
The name is familiar. He's been away, right?
Right, in Nanking. His picture was in the paper yesterday. I'm surprised you missed it. Gen put the ledger and folder back together and returned them to the dispatch bag.
Nanking was 4 years ago. You'll have to remind me what you are doing there. Or should I say, the scam.
For the Japanese government, looking for river tankers, trying to find them before they were scuttled. I was along in case there were any Americans on board. I might have liberated a car or two.
You just never give it a rest, do you, Harry? You can't pull that around Ishigami.
Well, he holds a grudge, and now he's after me. Call him off. Gen threw on his leather coat, slipped the dispatch bag over his shoulder, pulled on his gloves.
He's in the Army. The Army and the Navy don't talk to each other. The Army spies on me, they spy on the C&C. Anyway, I understand they brought Ishigami back to do propaganda. After all, he is a hero. He's homicidal. Right now, everybody's tense. We'll all be pulling together soon enough.
The old team spirit.
You got it. In the meantime, our job is to protect the C&C from crazies.
Harry followed Gen out the door to a Harley the size of a pony with a teardrop tank and low-slung fenders. There was something about the way Gen swung onto the bike, how he kicked the starter and twisted the throttle so that the bike ached to race away, that disquieted Harry. The C&C is a good gambler, Harry had to shout over the sound.
Better than you, Harry. He broke the bank at Monte Carlo. They say he could have been a professional gambler. He really considered it.
Harry had heard the same stories. Roulette is a tough game, okay? You don't play other players, you play the house, and the house odds are inexorably against you. You know about odds?
I know the odds.
Gen slipped his goggles over his eyes. The glass spread his eyes like a mask.
Do you?
America outproduces Japan in oil by 700 to 1. How do you like those odds?
That's why it's important to get all the oil we can.
Really, do you think a few extra drops of oil in Hawaii make any difference?
Every drop makes a difference.
Gen milked the throttle again and seemed to regard his old friend from a great distance.
I'll do what I can about Ishigami. You know, Harry, Nippon Air came to me about putting you on the plane to Hong Kong. I backed you up. You shouldn't be spreading defeatist propaganda.
Just numbers, Gen. Forget I mentioned them. I appreciate everything you did to get me on the plane.
When is it taking off?
Monday the 8th.
2 days. Okay, I'll see about Ishigami. You stay out of trouble.
After the battle at Ueno Park, Kato took Harry into his confidence more and more, allowing him into his studio and paying him to deliver finished work. Harry arrived once when Kato had gone for medicine and left the door unlocked. Harry was inside alone stealing a smoke when an ember fell from the cigarette and burned a drop cloth. He had to move a plaster cast to refold the cloth and hide the incriminating hole, and, in doing so, uncovered a work in progress that he had not seen before. A courtesan in an elegant black and blue striped kimono, her hair knotted and embellished with a tall white comb. What was different about this print was that she was in the pleated leather back of a large car, leaning to one side with a cigarette to accept a light from a male hand holding a lit match. The more Harry looked, the more he saw the artistry in the two sources of light, the match's small ball of fire and the moon through the rear window of the car. What surprised him most was that the woman was Oharu. Oharu was Harry's best friend at the theater, his older sister and secret love. Harry had seen her only in chic skirts and French hats. He moved another cast to pull more of the drop cloth off. The second, almost finished print was of Oharu at a cherry blossom party, wrapped in a maiden's pink kimono and seated on a quilt cover with fallen pink and white blossoms. It would have been a portrait of innocence itself except for the fact that the quilt was planted with bottles of sake and beer. A third print was so dark it took Harry a moment to understand it was a ballroom flecked by the reflections from a mirror ball on dancing couples, black figures on a blue floor. The only one identifiable, Oharu, in a red kimono waiting by the slanted light of a half-open door.
Interested?
Kato asked. Harry hadn't heard the artist return. There was no point in trying to deny what he was doing. "I like these pictures of Oharu," he said. "You do? One moment you're a snoop, the next you're a connoisseur. Could I buy one?" "Buy?" Kato took a moment to re-gauge the conversation. "That's different. I should treat you with more respect. These portraits of Oharu are not for any ordinary print run. They are one-of-a-kind, special collector's editions. I'll pay over time. It might take your lifetime. I don't know of any missionary boy, even you, Harry, who can afford that." "Which one were you thinking of?" Harry scanned Oharu in the car, the cherry blossoms, the ballroom. "The ballroom. Ah, very telling. Because she seems to be waiting, doesn't she? Hoping to dance. The room is so dark you might even be in it. But how would you get that kind of money, Harry?" Harry was truculent, devoid of ideas. "Some way. That covers a lot of ground, all of it dishonest. I have to think about that before you start robbing people in the streets. But as an artist, I have never been more flattered." A tea cart with scones and cream, strudel and Napoleons rattled around the lobby of the Imperial Hotel. The Imperial had been designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, who piled brick and lava rock in a grandiose style suggestive of a Mayan temple. It was sad to see it looking like an empty ruin. Harry picked up a paper from the hotel newsstand for any word of Ishigami. Nothing. In America, Charles Lindbergh declared that there was no danger to this country from without. The bar was virtually empty. In the far corner, Harry found Willie Staub with DeGeorge and Lady Beecham. "Harry." Alice Beecham offered her hand for a kiss. She was pink as a petit four offering a taste, pink as a Gainsborough portrait, pinker than pink, with an exuberant mass of ginger hair. "Lady Alice, I saw your husband this morning." "Yes, he was so worked up when he got home. He was ready to strangle puppies." "You're not a popular man at the British Embassy, Harry," DeGeorge said. "I'll slit my throat." "Get in line." "This conversation is absolutely sparkling," Alice Beecham told Harry, "but I was wondering, how is that little Michiko of yours?" "Speaking of," Willie said. Harry's heart sank when he followed Willie's eyes to a young Chinese woman making her way toward the table. She wore a silk cheongsam with a pattern of peonies. Her hair was twisted into a chignon set off by an ivory comb, and her eyes were bright with hope. Harry had to say that she was a little chubby, a bad sign since it suggested that she was real and Willie truly loved her. She was, in short, a disastrous complication for a man who should be traveling light. "Iris is a teacher," Willie said after introductions. "We're hoping she'll be able to continue doing that in Germany." Harry said to her, "Where did you teach?" "At a missionary school." "Iris's father is a Methodist minister," Willie said. "Her mother went to Wesleyan College in the United States, and her oldest brother is a graduate of Yale." "Well, your English sounds better than mine," Harry said to Iris. "What university did you attend, Harry?" Willie asked. "Bible college." "But you chose not to become a missionary?" Iris asked. "I did publicity for Paramount and Universal. Pretty much the same thing. Are you enjoying the hotel?" "It doesn't seem Japanese," Iris said. "But earthquake-proof," DeGeorge stated. "That's all the tourist needs to know. Let's have another round." He summoned the waiter, who took their drinks order. "You never thought of being a missionary?" Iris asked Harry. "Maybe I should," Harry said. "It's a good racket. Missionaries stole Hawaii." "You really have no sense of morality at all, do you, Harry?" DeGeorge said. Iris bowed like a flower in the wind and changed the subject. "Michiko sounds very interesting. I so look forward to meeting her." "That depends on how long you're going to be here, I suppose. Willie?" "Perhaps for a while. The embassy is slow about giving us our papers." "Willie has his papers, but the embassy is holding back mine," Iris said. "They say he should go, and I would follow." Willie said, "They'll never give her papers once I go. That's why we're turning to you, Harry. You have the influence with the Japanese. I saw this morning at the Chrysanthemum Club how you swayed them.
They might approve Iris for you.
Why does Harry have influence with the Japanese? That's what I want to know, DeGeorge said. Harry took the deep breath of a surgeon reluctant to cut. Willie, your embassy gave you good advice. Get Iris someplace like Macau, and you go home to Germany and wait. According to the Fuhrer, the war will be over in a week or two.
What if it's not?
Yes, Alice Beecham said. What if, for some unlikely reason, it's not? A year or two. True love can wait.
Willie's cheeks turned red. Anything can happen. Harry, you have to help.
Harry Niles, marital advisor. I'm kind of curious, DeGeorge said, and hunched closer to Willie. Why would you even ask Harry Niles to help? When did Harry Niles lift a finger for his fellow man? Willie looked away. Seriously, DeGeorge said. How could you ask Harry?
In China, Iris began.
I don't know, Willie said.
Hey, I'm a reporter, DeGeorge said.
I smell something here, Willie. You knew Harry in China. Fess up. Willie, Harry said. They'd agreed not to talk about this. I heard Harry got in a tight spot in China, DeGeorge said. Was it stealing cars or a scam like his Pine Tree gasoline? Don't do it, Harry told Willie.
No, they think I'm a fool for asking you for help. I'll tell them why.
DeGeorge sat forward to share the joke. Their martinis arrived, and Harry sank with one into his chair. Sometime or other, he had to get some food. Willie said, I was manager of Deutsche Phone in Nanking. We handled the telephone exchange and electrical power. By December, it was clear that the Japanese army would attack because Nanking was the capital. And once it surrendered, everyone assumed that the war would be over. But the Chinese resisted more than was expected, and even when the city fell, the army wouldn't surrender, which infuriated the Japanese, and they began executing people. They shot men in the back of the head, or bayoneted them, or beheaded them, or drowned them individually and in groups. I have heard estimates of 10,000 to 100,000 dead. I personally would say many more. The zone was only a few square kilometers, but soon we had 300,000 Chinese under our protection. Unfortunately, there were only 20 of us, and only one car. So the protection was not very good. Every day the Japanese would come and take a woman away to rape. I had a Nazi armband. With that as my authority, I stopped some incidents, but I was not always successful. One time when I was failing, our driver, one of the Americans, a new face, got out of the car with me. Since he had a stethoscope, I assumed he was a doctor. He brushed the line of soldiers aside, pushed up the girl's skirt, proceeded to examine her, and spoke to the soldiers in Japanese. Apparently he convinced them that the girl had a venereal disease. That was Harry. I don't know where he got the stethoscope. I think he stole it. From then on, Harry was my driver. Harry studied the ceiling's Gothic gloom, the cross pieces of concrete and lava rock. All they lacked were bats. Willie went on. Sometimes Harry and I would patrol in the car and load it with girls. Harry altered documents from the Japanese commands so they seemed to give him the authority to prevent the spread of infection among the troops, which meant removing the women from the rapists. For added authority, he wore one of my armbands to pretend he was German, too. It wasn't only women. We had a truck. Harry and I would load it with men taken from hiding and put on top a layer of the dead bodies in case we were stopped, which we often were. Harry would produce papers ordering us to remove bodies around the zone to prevent cholera or typhoid. He was excellent at creating official papers. The killing went on for weeks. When new Japanese recruits arrived, they were drilled in the use of the bayonet with live Chinese to accustom them to blood. One officer, a Lieutenant Ishigami, became a kind of legend for beheading 100 Chinese. End of story, Harry said. Willie, you've said enough. Except that Ishigami came to the Happy Paris last night after you left. Enough. Willie slid back in his chair. Very well. Anyway, that's part of what happened in Nanking, and why I am perhaps not such a fool to think that Harry, the Harry Niles I knew in China, might possibly help us here. The table was quiet. Finally, DeGeorge said, "Harry with a swastika on his arm. I can picture that." "No, Harry was heroic." "Maybe. You don't speak any Japanese. You don't really know what actually transpired. You only know what Harry told you. But Harry in a Nazi armband, that I can believe." "I'll call some people about Iris," Harry said.
"I would be forever grateful."
Willie jumped up to shake Harry's hand.
"Thank you," Iris said. "You are just as Willie described."
"Willie has a hell of an imagination." Harry stood to leave. "Nice to meet you, only no more fairy tales."
"You can't stay?"
Willie said to Alice Beecham as she rose. "I'm off too, to Matsuya's for the necessities. Soap, scotch, cigarettes," Alice said. "Lady Beecham thinks there may be a war in a day or two," said DeGeorge. An entirely different Hajime was at Tokyo Station. Gone was last night's maudlin drunk, and in his place was a sober Hajime in khaki, field cap, and cape. The railroad platform was crowded with recruits, parents, friends, little brothers waving flags, sisters delivering homemade items with all their protective powers. Hajime regarded the confusion with a veteran's detachment.
"Thanks for coming, Harry," he said. "All you need is one friend to see you off, right?"
"I guess so." Harry probably would not have come at all if it hadn't been for Hajime's gun. Harry gave it to him, still boxed and wrapped as if handing over a farewell gift. Since its loss was punishable by death, Harry expected a little gratitude. Instead, Hajime demanded a smoke. Harry gave him a pack, and Hajime lit up with ostentatious ease.
"Thanks. Remember the days we used to run round Asakusa? We ruled the roost, Harry. You and me and Gen, we ruled the roost."
Hajime had done well by the army, however. Here he was in a crisply ironed uniform with a sergeant major's tabs, a waxed and bristling mustache, and thick spectacles that magnified his self-importance. No sign of the falling-down drunk who had pissed on the street outside the Happy Paris the night before. He was still loathsome, but he had no family or friends, and Harry supposed that, after all, someone had to see the son of a bitch off.
"These kids think they've been through boot camp," Hajime said. "Wait until I get my hands on them. Do you know why a soldier will charge a machine gun across an open field?"
"Why?"
"Because he's more afraid of me."
Which was true enough. Harry was always amazed how the army could take so many young scholars, gentle poets, honest farm boys, and fishermen's sons and turn them into killers. It took the hard work of men like Hajime.
"Remember 47 Ronin?" Hajime said. "Remember how we let you in even though you weren't Japanese?"
"I think you needed someone to chase."
"We had a great gang. Then you and Gen started hanging around the theater and dumped the rest of us."
"We grew up."
"What was the name of that dancer you were so crazy about?" "Oharu. That was terrible about her."
"What's the point, Hajime?"
"The point is, I know how much you wanted to be Japanese, and now you see you're not."
"What are you talking about?"
This army is only for real Japanese. That is why it is unstoppable. Soon enough there won't be a white man left in Asia, and that includes you."
Hajime's voice rose with the approach of a locomotive drawing a train decked in red and white bunting. Flags flew on the engine's steam domes and boiler front.
"Hold this."
Hajime handed back the gun while he cleaned the lenses of his glasses. There was a rush to board because the train was running late. Harry let families shoulder by to the steps for leave-taking, mothers and fathers bowing to their soldier sons with much trembling but no crying. Hajime set the glasses on his face and took a step backward up to the railroad car. "Don't forget this." Harry stretched out an arm with the package.
"From me to you,"
Hajime said. A smirk crept across his face, as if this was a moment he had waited years for, a payback for ancient debts. The locomotive let off a snort of steam, aching to roll. At once the press of bodies, enthusiasm and noise carried Hajime all the way up to the steps of a coach that was rocking from the motion of soldiers finding seats. "It's yours!" Harry shouted. The tide of embarkation, boys aching to leave goodbyes behind, pushed Hajime into the car.
"Too late!
he said, or something like that, his words overwhelmed by the noise of the band. The press grew greater, and the next time Harry saw Hajime was at an open window where families passed up last-second remembrances and boxes of food. Hajime pulled aside his cape to open his holster flap and show Harry another pistol, a full-size Nambu already nestled there. "Good luck, Harry!" Hajime mouthed through the window. A gondola swung on a cable above the rooftop garden of the Matsuya department store. Sheathed in aluminum, streamlined and shining, the gondola looked like a spaceship from the future. The interior was more down to earth, with leather straps and wicker seats, but Harry and Alice Beecham had the craft to themselves, and from its portal windows, a view of the Ginza's wide avenues, willow trees, French cafes. Alice sat back in her riding suit of green tweed, her head resting on the golden pillow of her hair. Maybe it was the English complexion that made tweed sensual, Harry thought. He couldn't help but think of stiff woolen fibers pricking her delicate skin, her map of light freckles and the fine down on her arms and the nape of her neck. She was saying, "I did my best to blacken your reputation after you left the Imperial, but you have to stop your friend Willie from telling any more tales about Nanking." He got carried away. "He's going to get you killed with those stories. The Japanese have a different version of their victory in Nanking. Willie tells me that you're also being stalked by a man with a sword, a Colonel Ishigami." "I can handle Ishigami." "Oh, well, then nothing to worry about. Do you remember the wonderful stage direction from Shakespeare, 'Exit pursued by a bear'? You seem to have any number of bears. So tell me what happened. Quick, did you get on the plane?" Harry grinned. From a furoshiki, he lifted out 2 glasses and a split of champagne that he'd picked up in the Matsuya Food Emporium. "I didn't just get on the plane. After this morning's little talk, my friend from Nippon Air will personally tuck me into my seat." He thumbed off the cork and caught the foam as it rose. "I'm going to sit right next to you, Alice. We will wave goodbye to Tokyo together. I may even teach you poker on the way." "Harry, you're the worst man I ever met." "Even I blush. Cheers," Harry said as if laying down a winning hand. Nippon Air to Hong Kong on Monday the 8th, BOAC out of Hong Kong to catch the Clipper in Manila, then Midway, Hawaii, and California, in that order. Happy? Ecstatic. But what does Madame Butterfly think of you going? Michiko? I'm telling her tonight. I have to give her a chance to make other arrangements. I'll set her up financially. Do you think that will make her happy? Harry thought that happy was not a word that really related to Michiko. I'll explain things to her. I'll say it's time to go. I'll wear armor plate. That would probably be wise, Alice said. As the cable lurched, a thud came from within the furoshiki at Harry's feet. Did I speak too soon? Harry spread the cloth and lifted the lid of the cigar box so that Alice could see the pistol inside. That's lovely. Harry, you're aware that it's illegal to own a handgun? I got stuck with it. It's an army pistol, a baby Nambu. Why would a soldier leave his gun with you? It was a setup. He had his own. If it was a setup, he'll tell the police. Leave the gun with me. I have some degree of immunity, and once I get home, I'll throw it in with Beecham's collection. No, but I'd appreciate it if you took the box. He tucked the pistol into the back of his belt and tried to settle in his seat. Comfortable? Alice asked. Been more. A gondola swung by in the opposite direction. 2 little girls in red kimonos bowed from the passing car while Alice studied Harry as if from a distance rather than knee to knee. Harry, we had fun, didn't we? Lots of fun. It was true, Alice was fun. And there was no danger with her of being murdered out of jealousy or pique. A man could sink with Alice under the billowing waves of her soft mattress and down-filled quilt with the assurance that he would come up alive. Her sheets were so scented with Chanel it was like nesting in a rose. The only problem was that Michiko could detect Chanel from a block away. And we'll have more fun. Have you told Beecham? Good Lord, no. He thinks I'm going for a lark and will be back in a day. My brother owns a coffee plantation in Kenya. The whites there lead a life of stupid dissipation. You and I could go there, and no one would know the difference. Pull a Duke of Windsor? You'd marry a common American? I don't propose to make an honest man of you. No one could do that. I'm only suggesting that there are people who disapprove of you, people at your own embassy. They could make things uncomfortable for you if you return home. People have always disapproved of me. When people approve of me, you have my permission to shoot me in the head. I'm not escaping here to hang out in a waterhole in Africa. I want to show you Hollywood, Monterey, Big Sur. The gondola dipped by the monkey enclosure where residents basked on branches. Nevertheless, Alice shivered. Harry noticed when she gave him back her empty glass how red her knuckles were. He thought of the crossword puzzles she did in 4 languages. Most of the day she was a brainless thing who spent her life at the Ginza's shops and smart cafes. But every morning she spent in the code room of the British Embassy. Even Beecham didn't know. Her husband thought she had volunteered as a coffee lady, which he thought a damn good sign. The thought police are after you, Harry. They aren't going to stop you from taking off. We're working together. I'm thinking good thoughts now. You told them about the magic show? Not that. Her rosy cheeks strained of color. You didn't take them to Yokohama. Tell me you didn't take them there. They showed up. Maybe that will satisfy them. I'm doing my part for the war effort. What part is that? Everyone contributes in their own fashion. You're a genius. I'm a businessman. Kind of. You're a gambler. So is Yamamoto. He knows that no navy can go to war without a source of oil, and the closest source to Japan is Dutch Sumatra, thousands of miles away. Sinking the American Pacific Fleet isn't enough, because Roosevelt can move ships at full speed from the Atlantic. They'll refuel at Pearl and start sinking the Emperor's sloppy little tankers. But if the Japanese knock out all the oil at Pearl first, that changes everything. The fleet at Pearl is replaceable. Wiping out the oil tanks would buy Japan 1 year, maybe 2. This is insane. Alice closed her eyes. First the gun, now this. So all I'm doing is adding an element of caution. You're still altering company ledgers? A little. It's not like the books were locked up. Not adequately. No one gets hurt because the American managers the Japanese might blame are back in the States and out of reach. What happens when the Special Higher Police and the Japanese Navy discover that you deluded them? They won't find that out unless they fly over every valley on Oahu. Anyway, the fact is, I have discouraged them about this piece of information. I tell them over and over how phony it sounds to me. The more I deny it, the more they believe. That's when you know a sucker is hooked, when you can't chase him away. Is that it? They've swallowed the bait so deep? Then why get on the plane? It's a stupid gambler who doesn't hedge his bet. Besides, you'll be on it. Harry, I despair. Well, it's worth a try. The portal opened on pivots. Harry found a cigarette and lit one for her, too. Have you let Butterfly in on your little game? Alice asked. No. She wouldn't turn me in, but she might kill me. You don't find anything the least pathological about your relationship with her? Harry considered. I'd say it keeps me sharp, but that's not the point. The point is, we'll soon be oiling each other in a cabana at the Beverly Hills Hotel. It's not a safari, but it has its charms. Why are you smiling? Harry, it's a fantasy. You and I were not meant to be with anyone. It's sheer incompatibility that keeps us together. We'll give it a shot. Realistically, how long do you think we would last? I give us 6 months. Beecham will cut me off. I won't have a penny. Backing out? Harry asked. No. I would like you to do me a favor, however, and help your friend Willie before you go. Willie and Iris. I already said that I would. What do you care? I like Willie's stories. If you're going to help him, do it fast. When Western dancing was declared unpatriotic, a storage company run by Yakuza took over the Asakusa ballroom and covered its parquet floor with stacks of scenery and flats from the surrounding music halls and theaters. The Yakuza specialized in the business of theatrical storage because it was a good excuse for men to hang around doing nothing. The ballroom had also become a refuge for the ne'er-do-wells of wartime society, out-of-work dance instructors practicing to the raspy tango of a gramophone, horse players with time on their hands since the racetracks were closed. A midday card game was going when Harry arrived. Taro sat holding a box of his brother's ashes, and although the sumo filled a pair of chairs and was dressed in yards of rich kimono, he looked undone and deflated. "All I can think of is my brother," he told Harry. "Have you eaten?" "I couldn't. Jiro would like you to eat. I think Jiro would like me to eat, too." A boy was attending the card players. Harry sent him for noodles from the kitchen next door. The card players kept an eye on Taro and the box. Gamblers were superstitious, and here Taro had brought a white box with "the remains of Kaga Jiro" written in brushstroke down the side. A short man in a wasp-waisted suit arrived in a rush as if he'd been summoned. The card players called him over, and seconds later he moved with bouncy strides toward Harry and Taro. "Tetsu," Harry gave his old friend a bow. Tetsu had done well. Providentially too short for the 5-foot requirement of the army, he had fulfilled his youthful aspirations to become a yakuza and ran the ballroom game.
"Harry, Taro, good to see you both. Let's go get something to eat. You like Chinese?"
"The food's coming," Harry said. "Jiro." Taro indicated the wooden box.
Tetsu said, "I'm sorry. You must be so proud. Jiro's ashes? Oh."
He bowed to the box.
"All the same, we should go somewhere else. Harry, you understand, it's Agawa, the old guy. He says the box is disturbing. He says he can't even count his cards."
Harry looked over at a player with a gristly neck. Taro sighed. "Let's go." "Wait. Agawa can play with a tango at his back, but he can't play when the ashes of a hero are carried in?" Harry did not like to see the deceased slighted, or a grieving brother, a sumo no less, diminished. "Hey, Agawa, do you know what tomorrow is?"
"I'm playing a hand, as you can see."
"What's tomorrow?"
"Sunday, as any fool knows."
Agawa shared a grin with his friend. "The date?"
"December 7th.
"A big day," Harry said. "Maybe the biggest day in history." Agawa went on arranging the cards in his hand.
"How is that?"
"A while back, a bishop figured out through a careful examination of the Bible that Noah's flood began on December 7th, 2347 BC. That's 2,347 years before the birth of Christ. Tomorrow is the anniversary. Isn't it amazing what people believe?" Agawa put his cards down. Harry continued. "Fairy tales and superstitions, demons and ghosts. You're a rational man, Agawa-san. And you wouldn't mind that our friend Taro brought the ashes of his brother, do you?" "Thanks." Agawa grunted, which Harry took as not necessarily yes or no, but at least not a violent objection.
"That was smooth, Harry,"
Tetsu said. With the tension broken, the horse players came over to commiserate with Taro, acknowledging the white box with that inexpressible combination of pride and regret people felt for those who had sacrificed themselves for the emperor. At the same time, they sized up Taro, all but squeezing his arms because they were sumo fans.
"It's good to see you and Taro," Tetsu said to Harry. "And Jiro, of course. We're most of the old gang. 4 out of 6, right? Then there's Hajime, good riddance. And Gen way up in the Navy."
Taro climbed out of his funk when the noodles arrived. You had to water a plant and feed a sumo. It was as simple as that, Harry thought. He remembered the first time Oharu had sneaked him into the ballroom. An imitation Rudy Valley was singing through a megaphone. A dance cost 3 yen, and men bought a strip of tickets before they were admitted past a velvet rope to a floor where 200 couples milled under the hypnotic spell of a mirror ball trying out the foxtrot, the waltz, the Bruce. Women in western gowns sat demurely along the wall while men walked back and forth to exercise their scrutiny. Oharu led Harry up to an empty mezzanine, which had a view of the bandstand and an engineer in a cockpit over the entrance, alternating colored lights and the mirrored ball. Reflections raced across the floor. Harry felt them flit across his face. "How come we're the only ones up here?" he asked her.
"The management closed it off. They don't want the customers sitting. They want them dancing and buying more tickets. Besides, too many things can happen in the dark."
"Like what?"
"Things. Sometimes a man forces himself on a woman. If anyone tried that on you, I'd stop him. I know you would."
She had only to brush her lips gently against his cheek, and he burned. Tetsu was explaining to Taro and the horse players that a small sumo had a natural advantage.
Smaller men have more spirit. It's concentrated.
While Tetsu was in an expansive mood, Harry drew him aside and raised the subject of Iris's travel clearance. The problem was purely bureaucratic, as Harry described it, something that could be resolved in a minute by a phone call to the Foreign Ministry from a respected patriotic group like, say, National Purity. National Purity put patriotism into action, assassinating liberals and moderates, trimming and changing the nature of political discourse. National Purity touched high and low. The same super-patriots who were honored guests at the Imperial Palace used Yakuza to extract protection money from businesses large and small. Harry kept the Happy Paris open not by doing anything as crass as handing money to a bagman, but with generous donations at the shrine of National Purity. Harry said, "This time I want to meet our patriotic friend at National Purity in person so that I can explain the situation and ask his advice. Then he will make a call to the ministry. Very simple. This is for a German ally, after all. But I want you to go with me so that when I vouch for the German, you can vouch for me."
I don't know, Harry.
There will be a donation to your favorite shrine, too.
Oh, yes, I see.
It was on an evening in April that Gen introduced Harry to the magic show. They had met at a new John Wayne movie and afterwards strolled like cowboys in a marquee glow. Gen consulted his watch from time to time, which meant nothing to Harry until they returned to the Happy Paris, and Gen suggested the Willow House across the street instead. "You're kidding," Harry said. "You're drunk."
"No, I have a friend inside. You'd enjoy him."
"At a geisha party?"
"No geishas. He wants to play cards."
"There are games all over town."
"He's very private. You'd enjoy him. Just meet him, and if you're not interested, you can leave. 5 minutes, Harry."
Once inside, they left their shoes, and Gen led Harry to the room farthest from the street, traditionally the best and quietest accommodation. A round window looked out on the softly illuminated garden of bonsai and ferns. A standing screen was decorated with gilded carp swimming across blue silk. There were no geishas now, however, only a short man in a threadbare kimono shuffling cards. He had a deeply lined, tanned, and compact body, as if any more weight was baggage. His gray hair was shaved to the nub, and he was missing the middle and index fingers of his left hand. He didn't rise to greet Harry, or pretend to bow, but seemed amiable and informal enough. "I hear you pray," he told Harry. "Deal them." The man dealt the cards face down for 5-card stud, and they played 1-on-1 with a 1-yen ante just to make it interesting. The man was good. He had discipline, card memory, a sense of the changing odds, a natural poker face, and, most important, an amused detachment that allowed him to take the loss or win of a hand as just desserts. It took until 2 a.m. for Harry to clean him out. "You see, this is what I mean," the man told Gen as Harry raked in the final pot. "You can start by putting in just 1 yen or 1 ship or 1 soldier and still lose everything if you don't know when to leave the table. Leaving the table is not something Japanese are very good at." Gen had watched the entire poker game without saying a word or even stirring except to empty an ashtray or fetch tea. Everything the older man did, Gen followed with the attention and respect of an altar boy. "I warned you," Gen said now. "You were right. I will listen to my junior officers in the future." The man returned to Harry. "Where did I go wrong?" "Nowhere special. You just didn't have enough money, so you let me buy 2 pots, and then you had to be too aggressive. Then the losses snowballed." "That's so true. You're a dangerous man. Lieutenant, your friend is as good as advertised." The man rubbed his hands together. "Excellent." From his corner, Gen beamed with pride. "Do you have a system?" the man asked Harry. No, I let the other man have a system and I try to figure it out.
But you are also a businessman with an interest in oil, I think.
I help the government develop sources of oil, Harry said.
From?
Shale mostly, but also looking at alternative sources.
What does that mean?
There was something about the man that suggested bullshit wouldn't do. Pine trees. The man grinned in wonder.
As a boy, I understand you sold cat skins. I suppose you will be squeezing them for oil too?
Let's say Japan doesn't have the usual sources of oil.
You don't have to tell me.
The man's smile folded.
I used to drink a little. Then I encountered the most sobering sight in my life. It was a Texas oil field. Oil rigs as far as you could see in any direction. One Texas oil field that outproduced all of Japan.
The man spoke with such intensity that it took Harry a moment to find the air to answer. I can't get you Texas.
No, I understand, but it seems to me that you have exactly the sort of skeptical eye and varied experience we need for a certain situation. You are unique. The lieutenant was right. You are just the man.
Harry didn't know how flattered to be. For what?
Do you do card tricks?
I just play cards. I'm not a magician.
You know magicians?
Dozens. Magicians with doves, rabbits, scarves, saws, feats of mental telepathy, whatever you want.
Are you free tomorrow night?
For a magic show? The man developed a smile.
That's the problem. We don't quite know what it is. It's magic or a miracle. I'm hoping you will tell us.
A Navy car with an anchor insignia picked Harry up at the Paris the following night. Gen was inside behind window curtains. He wore navy blues, and his easygoing manner of the previous evening was replaced by a somber mood. "Where's our friend with the cards?" Harry asked.
"He'll be there. No names,"
Gen warned Harry. "Whatever you say." It didn't matter. Harry knew the player's name. Anyone who read a newspaper or saw newsreels knew the dour face and blunt manner of the commander-in-chief of the combined fleet. Although no names had been exchanged, Harry recognized Yamamoto as soon as the admiral shuffled the deck of cards with the famous 8 fingers instead of 10. Harry also understood that the meeting had been engineered for invisibility, at midnight in the back room of a willow house with no witnesses but the loyal acolyte Gen. Could Harry claim that he had even been introduced to Yamamoto? No. That was okay. A lot of people didn't want to be associated with Harry. Gen said, "This is a very sensitive situation." "You mean your career is on the line? Magic or miracle, what is that supposed to mean?" "The great man has looked me over and approved, but I'm still in the dark. Give me a clue."
"You have to see it to believe it. This is very big, but—"
Gen lowered his voice.
"But there is also a risk of embarrassment.
Losing face?"
"Not face. Enormous, disastrous embarrassment."
That sounded intriguing to Harry, but Gen shook his head to indicate the end of the conversation. South of the palace, the driver swung into an alley behind the Navy Ministry and stopped. Gen studied the shadows, then rushed Harry out of the car and down a flight of stairs as if delivering a prostitute. Inside, they followed a trail of dusty lights through a tunnel of steam and water pipes to a door that admitted them to a basement hall of office doors. Harry wondered who would be working at 1 a.m. Someone was, judging by the sound of voices and haze of light down the hall. Gen went almost on tiptoe and, when they were nearly on top of the voices, slipped Harry through a door into what was more a tight space than a proper room, a catch-all crammed with scales, sterilizing trays, bedpans. At eye level was an inset pane of glass. Gen whispered, "On the other side, it's a mirror. This used to be a medical clinic where we examined pirates. Sometimes that demanded discreet observation." Harry observed a room dominated by a metal table supporting a tank of water about 8 feet wide and 4 feet high, a good-sized aquarium that contained, instead of sand and fish, 6 bottles of blue glass. Each bottle was sealed and connected via an overhead electrical line to a battery big enough for a submarine. It had to be like moving a piano to get it in. V-shaped wands wrapped in copper wire stood around the tank, and over it hung a copper sphere. A small but impressive audience had been gathered, 4 Navy officers, no grade less than a commander, and 2 unhappy civilians. Harry noticed a couple of petty officers with pistols standing at the door. He also saw Yamamoto with so many rings around his sleeves they looked as if he had dipped his cuffs in gold. The uniform seemed to weigh on him, and his attention, like everyone else's, was anxiously focused on a gaunt man in a white lab coat, jotting numbers from a bank of gauges individually wired to the copper wands. Welder's goggles hung around everyone's neck. By Harry's watch, 5 minutes had elapsed before the man in the lab coat raised his head and declared, "Progress. Definite progress." "Progress in what?" Harry asked Gen. "What is he doing?" Gen couldn't get the words out right away. "He's making oil." "What do you mean?" "He's turning water into oil." Harry actually took a step back. He wasn't dazzled by much, but this was blinding. Water into oil? You can smile, but I've seen him do it. I don't even think God tried that. Water and wine, yes. Oil, no. You realize it's impossible. Opinion is divided, Gen granted. The program is secret. I bet. What's the researcher's name? Ito. Dr. Ito. While Ito adjusted controls, Gen explained what the doctor had explained to him, that the table of elements was neither fixed nor limited, and that through electric remapping, their atomic bonds could be broken and recombined. Ito was in the middle of mapping the transitional states of elements, and in recognition of the national need, had diverted his talents and discoveries toward the decanting of water into oil. From their faces, Harry saw who in the room bought it. At least one civilian was visibly suppressing professional outrage, but there were hopefuls and believers among the Navy. And it wasn't a bad show. Ito was dramatically thin, with lank hair overhanging a pale forehead and eyes hollow from lack of sleep. His coat was dirty, his hands filthy. Everything about him spelled genius. He worked on the run in rubber overshoes, resetting dials, repositioning the copper wands, stopping only to cough in a tubercular way. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Perhaps that's all for tonight." Yamamoto said, "Doctor, would you please try one more time? It's so important." Ito seemed to gather inner strength. "One more." He pulled on rubber gauntlets as he moved to an oversized switch. At his lead, everyone in the room pulled on goggles with smoked lenses, and Ito seemed to wait until the entire room had stopped breathing. Harry thought that only an audience brought up on kabuki's overheated posing would swallow Ito for a minute. "Take your positions." There was a general shuffling onto a rubber mat. Before Harry figured out what that was about, Ito slapped the switch handle down and the tank water turned a vivid blue. As Ito turned up the voltage, white bolts of electricity ran up the 2 arms of the wands, flickered back and forth, joined hands from wand to wand, then arced the tank and shot up to the overhead sphere so that the tank and the table were domed by an electrical jellyfish that sizzled and popped and smelled of singed wool. When Ito finally threw the switch off, Harry felt half-blinded. Those who had been in the room with the tank looked as shaken as survivors of a lightning bolt. "Not bad," Harry said. "Electrical arcs, sparks, everything but a hunchback running around with a bucket of brains." Yamamoto stepped off the mat and approached the tank. As if his touch were a signal, a bottle stirred. It leaned, lifted clear, and steadily rose to the surface, where Ito caught it, snipped its wire, and set it by a rack of test tubes. Of course, Ito didn't unstop the bottle himself. "Professor Mishima, you are such an eminent scientist. Would you do me the honor?" The smaller, rounder civilian huffed, "This is ridiculous. This is not science." "Please," Yamamoto said. Mishima broke the wax seal with a penknife and poured the contents into a tube, reserving a last drop to roll around his fingertip and taste. "What is it?" Ito asked, as if they were the closest of colleagues. The professor wiped his mouth. "Oil." "What was in the bottle originally?" "Water." "Your conclusion?" Yamamoto asked. "It's preposterous. You cannot change water to oil with a little lightning, or else the oceans would be oil." Ito was unperturbed.
That is salt water. This is very different water.
Perhaps this is the Yamato spirit we have heard so much about, Yamamoto said. But Dr. Ito, only 1 bottle out of 6 seems to have changed.
Yes, but we need more research.
We need production, Yamamoto said.
First research.
With a deadline, the Admiral insisted. Ito excused himself to cough, and Harry saw the spots of red bloom in the doctor's handkerchief. Ito was sickly enough to begin with, and all at once he seemed exhausted, as if the lightning had been drawn from his own being. A chair was found for him to sit while coughs racked his body. Yamamoto was forced to relent, but he raised his eyes directly toward the glass that Harry watched through. "What do you think?" asked Gen. "Wonderful," Harry said. "Lightning bolts, levitation, transmigration. I loved it." Gen brought diagrams to the Happy Paris at noon the following day. Michiko sorted records and watched sullenly like a cat jealous of attention.
"You and Harry went with geishas again last night?"
she asked Gen. "I told you," Harry said. "The first was a card game."
"And last night?"
"A con." Harry spread the plans across the table. "No, more than that. It's the most beautiful con I've ever seen. This is the mother lode. This is magic." Besides the diagrams, Gen had had the water and oil tested. The water was 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, and the oil was the equivalent of rising sun crude.
"Imagine if we could produce that," Gen said. "If we could get past the experimental stage. There were 6 bottles, 5 bottles failed to change."
Harry rubbed his chin. Failure is important, adds mystery, and stalls for time. The Navy might want to move to production, but production would entail real amounts of oil and a staff of genuine technicians. No, a con is much happier with endless, expensive research. How much is this costing the Navy now?
With gold water filters and electrical gear, 10,000 yen a week.
That's worth stringing out. And any time the Navy presses for results, Ito can play Camille and start to cough to death. If I were you, I would have the doctor's handkerchief searched for a little vial of red liquid.
"You're sure this is a hoax? He's fooling real scientists."
"I think I've seen him," Harry said. "It was years ago at the Olympic Bar in Shanghai. I just noticed him out of the corner of my eye. He was working the tables. He was a close-up artist, card tricks, disappearing coins. And he was bald and dressed like a monk and looked completely different."
"That's it? Someone you barely noticed in a bar years ago who looked different?"
"And the cough and the bloody handkerchief when the British grabbed him for lifting wallets," Harry said.
"Well, I think we have to be more exact than that."
Gen had listed the preparations of the experiment, the elaborate filling of the bottles with water, how witnesses marked the corks with private words or numbers that Ito didn't even see before he inserted electrical wire, sealed the cork with molten wax, and set the bottle in the tank of water. "Does the transformation usually take 1 jolt?" Harry asked.
"No, it might take days before it takes effect. But once the bottles are in the tanks, they can't be touched. In fact, you'd be electrocuted if you tried. Besides, guards are in the examining room around the clock."
"Why blue bottles?" They looked like medicine bottles to Harry.
"Ito says they filter harmful rays."
"But you can't see whether the contents are oil or water."
"Yes, you can. That's when the bottle rises."
"Well, there's your answer."
"You don't believe any of it?"
"Neither do you, or you wouldn't have brought me in. Yamamoto can't be fooled, not really."
"But imagine, Harry, imagine if we could transform water into oil. Nothing could stop us. We could be a force for good, for progress."
Again, not that it makes any difference to me, but I've seen progress. I've seen mounds of progress. I've seen the streets run with progress. I've seen progress shoved into pits and stacked to the sky and burned like logs. Progress is overrated.
"But you'll help?"
"What are friends for?" Gen laid his head on the table and closed his eyes while Harry looked at the diagrams. With cons, the simplest answer was the best. You didn't have to go to Harvard to know that. Harry discounted Ito's elaborate procedure of marking and sealing corks as hokum. As for the electric lights and bangs, a hell of a show. All that really mattered was the apparent change of water to oil in 6 blue bottles in a tank of water. Oil was lighter than water, which was why a bottle floated when its contents were supposedly transformed by Ito's bolts of lightning. But a fine string could raise a bottle, and the change of contents could have taken place any time, and not even 6 had to rise. All a con needed was 1 bottle to maintain excitement, because this was an audience who wanted, in spite of its intelligence, to believe what a magician showed them. Harry focused more and more on Dr. Ito's lab coat as the most likely source of the blood the doctor coughed up at will, and as a blind for the last-minute switch. Between the fireworks and smoked goggles and his voluminous lab coat, Ito could switch a case of beer. At 4 p.m, Harry woke Gen. Michiko had long since left in a huff. From outside came the street calls of sake vendors and fortune-tellers. You can't cheat an honest man. Gen sat up and rubbed his eyes. What are you talking about? You can't cheat an honest man, Harry repeated. Have you got some dress whites? That night, Harry alone slipped behind the observation mirror as Gen joined the band of witnesses. The group was entirely Navy, which Harry took as a sign that scientific quibbles were on the verge of being totally ignored. Only one officer was dressed in whites, and that was Gen. The emaciated doctor looked as if he had spent the day under a mushroom. Harry concentrated on what Ito did, the restless stride around the tank, the long hands and deft fingers, the flapping laboratory coat. Everyone had pulled on dark goggles, and Ito was moving toward the switch when Gen begged to borrow his lab coat. I'm concerned about sparks that might burn my jacket. It's the only one I own. Would you mind very much? The senior officers were appalled, all but Yamamoto, who looked impartially curious. Ito hesitated. He had the ability to write amazement on his face. You need my lab coat? Yes, that was what Harry had told Gen to say. In that case... Ito shrugged off the coat and handed it to Gen, then continued in shirt sleeves and threw the switch. Luminous lines of energy filled the room, pulsing back and forth. When Ito shut off the power, 1 bottle had already risen to the surface. Ito scooped out the bottle and elected Gen to break the seal, verify the mark on the cork, and identify the contents. Gen's face burned with shame down to his white collar. It's oil. You're positive? Yes, doctor. Then may I have my coat? As he pulled the coat on, Ito fell against the tank and began coughing up blood. He waved his hands like a swimmer going under. No more experiments this week. I cannot proceed with such suspicion. The strain is too much. The C&C averted his eyes from the disgrace of his lieutenant. At 3 a.m, Harry and Gen got back to the Happy Paris to salute the end of Gen's career. Harry brought a bottle of scotch from the bar while Gen smoked a cigarette as if he were chewing on a nail. Sorry, Gen, I guess it wasn't the lab coat. Maybe you have a real Einstein on your hands. A Japanese Einstein, Gen laughed. And I'll go down in history as a fool. You and me. Harry, you won't go down in history at all. How could you say take away his lab coat? You gambled, and I'm the one who paid. And now you say he's really doing it. It looks that way. He puts water in a bottle and takes oil out. I know, I was there. Now that Harry thought about it, he himself wasn't. Not for everything. Ito had moved out of Harry's vision to fill the bottle. He didn't use the sink tap. Where did he get the water? He siphoned it. Why? That's a lot of effort when a sink is right there. It's distilled water, filtered water. It's from Fuji. The water in the Cowboys is from the sacred spring on Mount Fuji. It's the only water Ito will use. Sacred water. Yes. Harry took a deep breath and raised his arms. Praise the Lord. I feel my heart leap and the veils part. I hate to admit it, but I was starting to doubt myself. I'm sane again. Oh, it's a scam. Definitely a scam. How? I don't know. I have no idea. Ito is a better magician than I am. I do know that for con games, holy water is the best kind. Harry. Michiko came in the door with Haruko. Both were in chic new outfits, hats and shoes. Haruko's, Harry suspected, a copy of Michiko's. We were at Haruko's for a day and a half waiting for you to come looking for me, And I was going to as soon as Gen and I were done. I was very worried. Seeing Gen low raised Michiko's spirits. She generally treated him as a usurper of Harry's interest, and he treated her the same. She showed Harry a small blue pharmacy bottle of laudanum from her purse.
I have enough here that I will never have to think about you again.
Harry didn't take the threat seriously. Michiko was more the hand grenade type. He rose and took up her hand. He felt how cool and delicate her fingers were around the bottle and how nubby the surface of the bottle was.
What are you thinking, Harry?
Michiko asked. Harry had the pharmacy bottle. He set it beside the bottle of scotch in front of Gen, so smartly that Haruko jumped. What do you see? Harry asked. Gen wrested his glare from Michiko and refocused.
2 bottles.
High-class Johnny Walker bottle, cheap blue bottle, right?
Yes.
Wake up, what's the difference?
Smooth and clear, brew and crude.
Blue glass recycled from old sake bottles, Harry thought. Glass removed too fast from the blowpipe, a fact that could save Gen's skin, let alone his commission and fancy dress whites. What makes it crude?
Bubbles.
Say it again, Lieutenant. Gen sat back. His chin and shoulders rose.
Bubbles.
Bubbles were the answer. While there were no experiments, Gen had draftsmen secretly draw up all 4 sides of each blue bottle in the water tank and in the examining room, taking care to pinpoint every bubble in the glass, a pattern that was each bottle's fingerprint. At the next magic show, Dr. Ito transformed not 1 but 2 bottles of water into oil. However, when the sketches were compared, it was plain that while the specially marked stoppers might be the same, the bottles containing oil were not, by evidence of their own prints, the bottles of water originally placed in the tank. At which point the guards confessed to being bribed for turning a blind eye and tried to shoot themselves with their own handguns. Gen got the credit for exposing the subterfuge, and Ito went off with the police. The main thing was that Harry had learned how paranoid and crazy the Navy was on the subject of oil. By December, 8 months later, when he altered shipping ledgers in Yokohama and created a tank farm in Hawaii out of thin air, he figured the Navy had only itself to blame. In print after print, Oharu was a perfect model because her expression was as blank as paper. But in the last print Harry looked at, the model was not Oharu but Shizuko, a small dancer Harry had seen changing into a ballerina's tutu on his first visit to backstage. Her hair, cut short as a schoolgirl's, cupped her broad face. Kato had depicted her standing in the snow, dressed in a red, slightly soiled kimono, barefoot in stilted clogs, a paper peony in her hair, and a rolled tatami mat slung across her back. The mat was the trademark of a sparrow, a prostitute with the coarsest sort of clientele. Although she was younger than Oharu, Shizuko's eyes returned the viewer's gaze with blunt directness. Her cheeks and her feet were flushed from the cold, and despite the snowflakes that swirled around her, Harry could feel her heat. "You take them too seriously," Kato said. He and Harry were wrapping up the prints amid the drop cloths, paints, and easels of his studio. "They're only pictures. Oharu attracts one sort of customer, and Shizuko another. They have different appeals." "But the print of Shizuko isn't like the others," Harry said. "There's only 1 copy. You ordered the printer to smash the blocks." "That's my agreement with the customer. It's a very private issue. That's why it's important that you exercise discretion when you deliver it. You understand discretion, don't you, Harry?" On this particular run, Gen went along as Harry delivered the print to a ground-floor apartment with pots of bamboo at the entryway. The door was opened by a tall, handsome man wearing a boater, white shirt, and slacks, as if about to go rowing in spite of the cold weather. He took delivery without a word. "Did he invite you in?" Kato asked, when Harry returned. "No." "Good. If he ever does ask you in, think up some excuse." "Why?" "Because I don't think you do, Harry." Kato stepped back from his painting, a view of the Seine, to glance at Harry. "You're not beautiful enough." Harry's interest was piqued. From the occasional word dropped by Kato or Shizuko, Harry learned the customer was a rich idler, an army officer, a noble, a self-made man. Kato tended to denigrate while Shizuko embellished. Whichever, the customer ordered an unusual number of prints. A tank rolling through shell bursts, fabled swordsmen dicing up bandits, tigers, whales. Others more macabre, a treetop swarm of winged monkeys. A woman crucifying her lover in the dark of a cave. A demon suspending a pregnant woman upside down the better to remove her liver. One time Kato had given Harry a print to deliver when Oharu asked him to see a matinee of the new Chaplin film with her. Gen knew the address and took the print in Harry's stead. The film was hilarious. Charlie in a department store running down the up escalator and up the down escalator, while the movie man sat before the screen and delivered a thoroughly superfluous up, 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 down, down, down. Oharu rested her hand lightly on Harry's, and throughout the film he stole glances at it and debated whether to turn his hand and hold hers or put his lips to the pale column of her throat. He did neither. He could tease and joke with her, but anything serious caught in his throat. It wasn't until Oharu left to change for her own show at the Follies that Harry realized Gen had not returned to the movies as they'd agreed. Hours had passed. By virtue of his height and looks, Gen usually stood out, but Harry didn't find him at the Roku, in Asakusa Park, or on the temple grounds. He visited Gen's house, a card game at the aquarium, their favorite cafe. Gen wasn't anywhere. Kato had expected Harry to deliver the print, and Harry had never let him down before. Finally, Harry took a tram across town to the customer's address, the same place he had delivered the print of Shizuko, the wooden row house that had been taken over and consolidated by someone with money. The customer answered Harry's knock wearing an airy summer kimono. He was in his mid-20s, broad-shouldered with muscular calves, built all of a piece like a bear. Handsome was too pretty a word. Domineering with black-rimmed gray eyes under heavy brows, a man with the gravitational pull of a larger planet. His attention wandered down to Harry. "You're Gen's friend. You've been here before." "Yes. I'm so sorry to bother you, excuse me, but would you do me the favor of telling me when Gen left?" The customer scanned the street once more before he gestured for Harry to remove his shoes and enter. Harry followed to what were very much man's quarters, a room dominated by a sea captain's desk and Persian rug. Oriental pillows were strewn around a low Moorish table set with cognac and dates. Gen lay on a pillow on his side, his eyes swimming but with a curious pride that played around his lips. The customer sank into an armchair. He said, "Gen is interested in military life. I was telling him all about it." "We're wasting your time," Harry said, and hoped Gen would get to his feet. "Not a bit. Gen has a great deal of promise." "He delivered the print?" The customer gave thought to his answer. "Yes, he delivered the print, and we fell into conversation. You're not Japanese at all, are you?" "No, sir." "Ah." He bestowed a smile on Gen, who lit as if a lamp had been turned his way. The customer stretched out his bare feet and considered Harry. The smell of fresh sweat hung in the air, along with a leathery scent of cigars. In one corner, a dummy in a kendo mask and armor held a wooden stave. There was a side table holding a vase with a single white chrysanthemum. The customer suddenly heaved himself out of the chair and asked Harry, "What do you know about swords?" "The sword is the soul of the samurai." "Quite right. And the samurai is the sword of the emperor. Try this. One hand." The customer lifted from its mount not a Japanese sword but a Western saber with blood channels and a rounded guard. With only one hand, Harry could barely hold its weight. "Meant for horseback, really. The rider impales a man on foot, and the force of the horse's charge throws the victim over the rider's shoulder. Very mechanical. It even feels like a piece of machinery, doesn't it?" "Yes." In Harry's hands, the saber felt like a giant wrench. "You take kendo at school?" the customer asked. "Yes," said Harry. "Who is the best swordsman?" "Gen." "I'm not surprised. He is a model of youth." "Harry is usually a target," Gen said.
A target, if he's brave, can learn more than anyone else, the customer said. His breath was sweet from cognac. He ran his hand from Harry's shoulder blades to the base of his spine. Stronger than you look. He took the saber from Harry. You take bayonet, too? We drill at school, Gen said. We train on Harry. The customer asked Harry, They train on you, yet you're still here. You have the quality of durability, if nothing else. Perhaps you have the makings of a soldier after all. But I think I saw you once in a movie house. You seemed more interested in women. He's in love with Oharu, Gen said. Is that true? The customer asked Harry. Are you in love with a woman? Harry felt the color in his cheeks betray him. It's one thing to have a woman, the customer said. It's another to be in love with a woman. To love a weaker person, what does that do for you? To mix inferior steel in a sword, does that make the sword weaker or stronger? True love can only exist between equals. He's with the Kwantung Army, Gen told Harry. That means Manchuria. They'll see action there. We should be going, Harry said. Let's go, Gen. Gen said, It would be rude to leave. The customer replaced the saber in its mount. He drew Gen up by the hand. No, your friend is right, and there are more important things I'm supposed to be doing than entertaining every urchin who comes off the street. Can I come again? Asked Gen. Perhaps you'll deliver another print. You've been very kind. Harry tugged Gen toward the door. Gen moved stiffly, reluctantly slipping his feet into his gita. The customer seemed to dismiss the two boys without as much as a nod, but as they stepped over the threshold, he told them to wait, went to the vase and bestowed on Gen the single chrysanthemum. Gen accepted the flower as if it were a sword itself, and although his thick black hair fell forward when he bowed, Harry saw a violent blush of pleasure spread across his cheeks. Harry found Kato at the Follies in the balcony with the manager watching a final act called Amusing Violin. The manager wore a greasy boater and snickered through an overbite stained from cigarettes and tea. He and Harry had never gotten along since the day Harry first stumbled into the dressing room. Kato said to Harry, I hear you let Gen deliver the print to the customer. I told you that only you should take it. Nothing happened. He seemed to like Gen more than me. Why not? Gen is far more attractive boy than you. You are a mongrel, and Gen is the ideal. By the way, I understand the customer gave Gen a white chrysanthemum. Did he introduce himself? No? Then I will tell you. His name is Ishigami. Lieutenant Ishigami is a rising man in the army. He is natural son of royal prince. No one is quite sure who. So he has the protection of the court and the stipend from the imperial household. He could have gone into banking or writing poetry. Instead, he chose the army. He joined the Kwantung Army so that he would be sure to come under fire from bandits, or Russian, or Chinese. And he acquitted himself so well that admirers call him a virtual samurai. So you might ask why he is here in Tokyo. Because, Harry, Ishigami is in disgrace. A board of inquiry is looking into the accusation that he is one of a circle of junior army officers agitating against the civilian government. Ishigami says his allegiance is to the emperor, not to politicians. This has made him even more popular with the army, and with patriotic groups in general. But while the board of inquiry meets, he is forced to rai-ro, and waste his time with the likes of you and me, and apparently your friend Gen. That's why I wanted to send you. Ishigami wouldn't touch you. You're not his type. What do you mean? The manager leaned over. He means that a white chrysanthemum isn't just a flower. It represents a boy's tight little asshole. You didn't know that, Harry. So I guess you don't know everything after all. There is a certain kind of samurai, and there always has been. Don't take it seriously. It's just sex. Harry was angry and confused. Not Gen. Why not? The manager said. Gen is a poor boy. Ishigami is a hero. His attention is worth seeking. All Gen has to do is offer his beauty. If it means pulling down his pants, why not?
Gen's not that way. What way? Kato said. Up, down, right, left. How would you know? For the first time, Kato turned his eyes to Harry, who could see what a foul humor he was in. You shouldn't have let Gen take the package, Harry. You should have done as I told you. I didn't think it would make any difference. Obviously, it did. I always made the deliveries Gen wanted a turn. Gen would do anything you do. He admires you. He also resents you. You are the stray dog that won favor, which I think made Gen all the more susceptible to attention from Ishigami. Gen has changed now, thanks to you. Not that part of Gen wasn't that way. In the end, it's all a matter of taste. And who are we to be judges, right, Harry? Well, I suppose we all admire you. You're the best example of a survivor we've ever seen. The first day when they chased you up the stairway to the dressing room, I said to myself, here is a fish that could live in a tree if it had to. I got very fond of you. I got too close. What do you mean? Kato went back to watching the show. I don't think I'll be using you anymore, Harry. That was a mistake. You should spend more time with your family. Won't you be going back to America soon? I've never been there. Well, you should get ready. I'm bored with you, Harry. You are no longer amusing. Harry lost his breath from the swiftness of his demotion from Kato's favorite pet and confidant to nothing, as if on a whim the artist had erased him from a picture. Kato added, no backstage visits either. Stay away from Oharu. Oharu is no longer a friend of yours. Stay away from her. The manager leaned across Kato to twist the knife himself. No backstage, no girls. In fact, forget the whole theater. I'll have you tossed out the next time I see you in there. You can't stop me, Harry said. See, the manager said. A Japanese boy would have been genuinely contrite. East is east and west is west, Harry, Kato said. You were a guest, and now it's time for you to go. Harry hadn't cried for years. With dry eyes, he had survived bruises, the absence of parents, the death of pets. But now his eyes stung. Through a blur, he watched the stage. Harry took a river bus, intending to drop the gun in the water somewhere between downtown and Asakusa. He braved the evening chill and rode in the forward open area, alone except for a businessman reading a newspaper by a lamp on the bow, and a boy rolling a toy tank that sprayed sparks on the deck. Harry intended to tell Michiko tonight. He'd garb his betrayal with small decencies like leaving her the apartment and the income from the Happy Paris. That was what she was cut out for anyway. A tough little mama-san. There was a better deal for her. She'd have to see that. He slipped his hand through the rail and let his fingers trail in icy water. He was reaching for the gun when a passenger came out of the cabin, apologized to the boy for trespassing on the battleground of the toy tank, and sat next to Harry. It was Sergeant Shozo of the Special Hire Police with a briefcase, a picture of a man headed home from a hard day's work. I thought it was you, he told Harry. I was just saying to myself that looked like Harry Niles, and it's you. But you have a car. Why are you going by boat? It's a change. Yes, I know what you mean. I always enjoy the river. He settled into a contemplative pose while Harry tucked the gun more out of sight. But how are you getting back to your car? Boat, I suppose. Maybe swim. If you threw, I wouldn't be surprised. Shozo produced a broad smile. He leaned against the rail to take in the opposite embankment, a dark ridge edged in branches. I always wondered how it was for you when you flew back to your home in the United States. Well, it wasn't my home was here. Yes, that must have been difficult. People adjust. Shozo nodded sympathetically. I'm curious, when you went back, what struck you most? Harry thought about it. Dirty floors. Fascinating. I want to get this down. The sergeant opened his briefcase and took out a notebook. He unscrewed the cap of his fountain pen. I was wondering, what did you do on your return? Is this an official interrogation? No, I don't think so. Do you? Harry did not like the trend of the conversation. Shozo was proving to have an easygoing slyness that would have served well in a card game. A tugboat pushed by, towing a coal barge. Harry finally said, I had a little schooling. I was remiss on my American history and the war between the states. A short spell in Bible college, and then I was on my own. Pumped gas in Kentucky, set up beach chairs in Florida, water skied. Shozo smiled as if sharing the adventure. Then you headed for California. For a young man like you, a free spirit, that must have been a logical destination. He flipped a couple of pages. Hollywood? Harry nodded. Lifeguard, pool boy, record rep, playing cards. I played my way into a job at Paramount in promotion. You didn't have any higher education in business? No one in movies has a higher education in anything. Education is the last thing you want. 3 years at Paramount, Shozo prompted. 3 years of taking ingenues and wonder dogs to opening nights. Then I got an offer from another studio to open a branch here. I flew the Clipper to Manila and took the first boat from there. By the time I landed at Yokohama, the studio had folded and the job was gone. But you stayed, Shozo said. I found employment. Shozo shrugged. What was the magic show, Harry? It comes up when your name is mentioned, but no one seems to know what it is. I don't know either. Something to do with the Navy? I wouldn't know. The Navy and magic? What would that be? Sorry, I can't help you. See, Harry, you don't cooperate at all, not sincerely. I had decided after our visit to the dock in Yokohama that considering how much you knew, it would simply be wiser to put you in a cell and forget about you. Frankly, I don't think your embassy would raise much of a protest. Harry caught a hesitation. But today you surprised me. Generally, everything you do is for profit. Everything has an angle. Today, however, you went to Tokyo Station to see an ordinary army man, a sergeant, board his train. I can't think of any advantage you gained by seeing him off. So I decided to treat you as a Japanese and give you one more opportunity to cooperate. He was an old friend. Apparently. The tone of the engine changed as the river bus slowed and swung toward the strung lights of a dock. Harry scanned the waiting faces for the eager grin of Corporal Go. The corporal wasn't there. Harry asked, How is the accountant from Long Beach Oil? Shozo closed his briefcase. Kawamura? We still have a few questions for him. Now he claims that he and the American manager are innocent, that someone must have altered the books recently. Can you believe that? The businessman with the newspaper took the boy by the hand and slipped by to join the line forming in the cabin. A few seconds later, the boat touched and tied up. Shozo joined the line and, along with every other passenger but Harry, made a quick hop step onto the dock, where he turned to wave a friendly goodbye. In a second he was gone, replaced by boarding passengers. It was unclear to Harry what Shozo was getting at. In the meantime, there was still the gun to be disposed of. Harry had the open area of the boat to himself until the last second when a young policeman in smart brass buttons and a billed cap claimed the seat opposite. He opened the book and squeezed by the bow lamp, lifting his eyes from time to time to fix Harry with a glittering hostility. Whether Shozo had ordered the policeman on board or not, it wasn't a situation conducive to the drowning of a gun. Harry picked up the newspaper the businessman had left on the bench. Rains in Okinawa, fashion news, sports. Suddenly the page turned a tint of pink, and Harry looked up at an approaching bridge where a convoy of trucks was crossing with the sound of striving, underpowered diesels. Their headlights were dark, but the way was washed in red by signal lamps beamed through red filters. The policeman at the bow paid no attention. Harry wondered why a convoy would move at night, although the usual answer was sheer military stupidity. Perhaps it was the bow's lamp reflection on the piers or the trucks overhead, but Harry found himself back at the Nanking city wall, and not in dry newsprint, but in full bloom of a summer night. Kerosene-soaked torches ringed 10 Chinese kneeling on the ground, their hands bound but no blindfolds. They had been walked for some distance, tranquilized by helplessness, eyes cast down, expressions slack. 2 were obviously soldiers caught trying to escape in the general exodus from the city. They had succeeded in obtaining civilian clothes, but not in erasing the telltale rifle calluses from their hands. A 3rd was a shop clerk in an apron speckled with blood from his nose. Another was an old man with a twitching mole. The 5th, Harry guessed, was a lawyer in a torn, pinstripe suit. He looked like a busted mattress. Next, a coolie who was little more than a starved frame in a loincloth. Then a man in a long nightshirt as if he had been roused from bed, and a fat man, a merchant or a pawnbroker, with almost no neck. Finally a man with eyes and mouth pressed shut, already braced for the blade, and a boy, maybe 13, who stank with fear. Over all 10 of them lay an ochre dust daubed with blood. Perhaps 100 soldiers gathered as ad hoc witnesses, and another 50 with more torches stood on the wall. It was the blaze on the rampart that had drawn Harry and Willie. When Harry braked to a stop, a sergeant jumped on the truck's running board and shouted in his face, 10 heads in 10 strokes in under a minute. See for yourself. As Harry and Willie got out, the soldiers eagerly pushed them forward, making these foreigners derisively honored guests. In the middle of the turmoil, a man gathered himself with the intensity of a sumo scattering salt around a ring, and Harry recognized Ishigami at once, by motion as much as by looks. Ishigami had stripped to a white loincloth that accented the darkness of his face and hands and the alabaster smoothness of his body. The lieutenant's orderly was a young corporal with doe-like features, long hands and wrists, lips full of anxiety. The orderly murmured something to Ishigami, enough for Harry to catch a country boy's soft Zuzu accent. Ishigami glanced up, but Harry doubted there was any chance the lieutenant would connect Harry with the boy he'd been 14 years before. Ishigami took a balanced pose, breathing regulated, chin tucked in. A sergeant stepped forward with a pocket watch. Ishigami lifted his sword perpendicular to his shoulders, a silvery baton calling an orchestra to silence, all but the drone of flies. The sergeant with the watch raised his arm. There was a little respectful, preliminary coughing. The Chinese were motionless, leaning submissively, tilted toward their fate. Harry dug into his jacket and came out with a wad of money that he flourished next to a torch. 100 yen, 100 yen each, Harry declared. To Lieutenant Ishigami and his orderly, and 10 yen each to every soldier present if the lieutenant can take 10 heads in under 30 seconds. Or let the surviving Chinese go. It was an offer that Ishigami alone would have despised, but the sight of the money and the sound of the offer had already inspired a cheer that spread to the heights of the wall. Here was an American crazy enough to practically burn his money. How at that point could a hero deny such a windfall to so many comrades? Ishigami seemed interrupted at the top of a dive. He looked at Harry to determine if he was real or apparition. Disappoint a lot of people, Harry said. Ishigami's eyes shone, taking in the ring of torches and enthusiastic soldiers. Done? Harry asked. Ishigami seemed to decide that it didn't matter what Harry was. He nodded. Done. As he raised the sword again, cords of muscle played across his chest. His hands rotated into the top of the grip to deliver the power of his palms through the blade. 30 seconds. The first Chinese was the most difficult one, the merchant with the fat, sweaty neck. The lieutenant's hand began to drop, and already the merchant's head was on the ground, separated from the body, which, still upright, jetted blood. A general expulsion of breath went round, an expression of awe, as if each soldier had felt a phantom impact of the decapitation. Ishigami flicked blood off and held out the sword so that the orderly could ladle water over the blade, one side and then the other, to wash off bone and gristle. With 3 steps, Ishigami set himself behind one of the soldiers caught escaping, a man who knew enough to stretch his neck. Ishigami took his head off as if removing a sausage end. It dropped neatly between the dead man's knees like a bowl to catch the blood. 2 heads in 4 seconds. Ishigami was doing well. The orderly, however, moved stiffly. The lights of the torches were shifting and uncertain. 100 yen was a staggering amount. When Ishigami held out his sword to rinse, the orderly missed and had to scoop water on the blade a second time. Worse, he failed to make way for the backswing, which plucked the ear off the side of his head and threw the lieutenant's timing off. Ishigami only scalped the next man and had to swing a second time. When he held out his sword for water, it took him valuable seconds to realize that his orderly was too busy searching the ground for his ear to mind the ladle. It was a distraction. Ishigami looked at Harry. More precious seconds passed. Ishigami went back to work. He severed the head of the old man, mole and all. The coolie's head flew in the air like a hat tossed at graduation, and then Harry called out, "Time!" 5 Chinese, deserter, clerk, lawyer, man in his nightshirt, boy, were still alive. Harry and Willie lifted them to their feet and dragged them as much as guided them toward the truck. When soldiers blocked their way, Ishigami ordered them to step aside. A wager was a wager. "Don't look back," Harry told Willie as they got in front. "This is a loss of face, great loss, so just look ahead." Ishigami called after Harry. "How do you know my name?" Harry played deaf. "Who are you?" Ishigami shouted again. Harry ignored him, put the truck in gear, and eased away from the soldiers until he dared glance in his rearview mirror and saw Ishigami turn, press the orderly to his knees, and push his head down. All this Harry remembered not in sequence but as a single spherical moment, a special lens to see through. The river bus approached its dock. Somehow 20 minutes had passed in a second. As the boat slowed to a muffled impact, people in the cabin gathered their packages and children and rose from their seats. Harry knew he couldn't stay on for a third ride. The policeman already gestured with his book for Harry to rise and join the other passengers disembarking. Kato had affectionately called Harry his ape, his imp, his fearless boy. He couldn't dump Harry over one mistake. The trick, Harry thought, was to find Kato, plead his case, and then wheedle his way back into Kato's good graces. Never mind that a humid day had led to a night of heavy rain. Harry splashed to the brothels Kato favored, peeking indoors for the sight of his clogs or umbrella, but Kato had disappeared. Harry's clothes were a wet second skin. He suddenly remembered a 2-story house Kato sometimes used to paint in, and set off to see if he could find it. When he succeeded in locating the house, Harry threw his clogs over the locked gate, scaled the top, and went after, landing on a cushion of moss. The house was larger than it had appeared from the street, with a side garden not of flowers and trees but of large stones set among raked pebbles. In a brief illumination of lightning, Harry saw the garden as it was meant to be contemplated, as small islands in a sea of perfect waves. The pebbles chattered in the rain. Harry was so wet the downpour no longer made any difference to him. In August, Tokyo yearned for breezes. The outer screens of a long veranda were removed, and inner screens that were nothing more than frames of paper were left half open to the night air. In the front room, Kato sat in a kimono and beret, sketchpad on his knees, working by the overhead light of a paper lantern. Before him was a canopy of mosquito netting draped from the ceiling. Within it, Harry could see 2 heads and the glint of a gold kimono. He was sure they couldn't see him. At a word from Kato, the figures began to shift. One climbed behind the other, and the canopy shifted like a skirt from side to side. While the netting moved, a slim hand pulled up the green mesh on Harry's side, and Oharu looked out. She was on all fours, her kimono bunched between her shoulders and her hips. One moon-white breast spilled out. Suddenly the other figure stuck his head out. It was the gap-toothed comedian, the amusing violinist. He pushed into her. Veins bulged on his neck as his face reddened and his eyes squeezed shut. Oharu showed no emotion beyond mild impatience and irritation. Harry stumbled back onto the pebbles. Oharu looked up at the sound as a bolt of lightning wandered from the main storm and exploded overhead, revealing everything in the garden, rocks, rake lines, Harry with his hand across his mouth, in the white of a photographer's bulb. Harry ran. He clambered over the gate and landed with knees pumping. He went home to the bleak accommodations he shared with his uncle. He rushed in the front door and threw himself on a mat. The house was essentially a single room. A kitchen area with a stone sink and a gas stove was tucked in back with a water closet and a narrow bath. Orrin Niles was out, which was a mercy. When he started shivering, Harry stripped down to his wet shirt and underpants and curled up between two quilts. His uncle was probably spending the night at a sailor's bar in Yokohama, sitting in a haze of laudanum and rye.
Harry? Harry, are you in there?
There was a scratch at the door. It opened, letting in a moment of air and the sound of rain on macadam, and slid shut again.
This place is almost impossible to find. You forgot your clogs.
Leave them, Harry muttered and pulled his quilt tighter. He didn't need to see Oharu in the dark. Taking in his shabby port in a storm, condescending to her little errand, he hated her. He'd left his clogs in the garden of the green house. He hated his clogs, too.
I'm sorry, Harry. It was just sex. It was just for money, Harry. It didn't mean anything. I'm very sorry.
There was one drip in particular that Harry heard right on the other side of the wall. A steady tapping on the ground outside. Oharu stirred. At any second, Harry expected to hear the door slap shut behind her.
You're still wet.
Oharu felt his hair.
You must be soaked.
It meant enough.
You're right, Harry. It did. I'm so sorry. But you're shivering.
Her hand slid down to his neck.
You have to take those wet clothes off. We have to dry you.
No. The last thing Harry was going to do was undress in front of her.
You're sure?
Yes.
Then we'll warm you.
Harry still had his face to the wall. He heard silk slip over skin, then he felt Oharu crawl under the quilt with him. She cupped herself around him, her hips against his, her breasts against his back, her breath on his neck.
It gives me goose flesh. Feel my skin, Harry.
She took his hand and ran it lightly up and down her leg. She had muscular dancer's legs.
Like a goose, right, Harry?
Harry's damp back had made her breast stiffen. He felt himself grow hard and held his breath.
That's all I am, a goose, a city girl. Can you forgive me?
He let his hand spread on her leg as if it were touching a temple column of cool marble. He was angry with her. At the same time, he was afraid that if he turned toward her, she would disappear.
I want to give you something, Harry. It's not worth anything, don't fool yourself, but it's all I have to give.
She slid her hand down his stomach.
I think you're ready for it.
Harry swallowed because a mere second touch might set him off. He was no longer chilled at all. He burned like coal. She turned him toward her and pulled his head down to her breast. The tip stiffened more in his mouth. She lifted herself and led his hand between her legs.
You're going to be a good lover, Harry. You're going to care.
She smiled proudly, the best smile he'd had in his life. Oharu led him in. It was for Harry the closest to heaven he'd ever been, and he'd barely touched bottom when he came and clung to Oharu like a boy on a raft. Oh, my God, he's with a whore! Harry sat up, blinded by lights. He saw Oharu cover herself with her arms. My son is with a whore! Harriet Niles said again. Roger Niles grabbed Oharu by the hair and shook her. Who are you? She's a friend, Harry said. On her knees, Oharu tried to gather her dress. She said, So sorry, so sorry. She can speak for herself, Roger Niles said. That's all the English she knows. She doesn't speak English, and you don't speak Japanese. Harry didn't see his father's slap coming. It bowled him into the wall with his ears ringing, but at least it got him out of the direct glare of the lanterns, and he could see his parents in their wet capes, umbrellas, and galoshes. Behind him hovered his Uncle Orrin in a drowned hat, luggage still in hand, disaster in his eyes. Obviously, he had met Harry's parents at the train station, and this was their homecoming. Harry lying with Oharu. What is a whore doing in our house? Harriet said. That's rather self-evident, dear, Roger said. He pulled Oharu up by the hair and thrust her toward the door. "Get out."
"The neighbors,"
Harriet said.
"Get dressed."
Roger threw Oharu's clothes at her. She looked small and humiliated to Harry, her eyes darting this way and that as she dressed in disarray. Roger turned on Harry. "As for you, do you know why the surprise visit? Because we have been informed by the mission that you have been sending your Uncle Orrin to China to make money off the currency exchange. We come here to spread the word of God, and you have found every conceivable way to spread corruption. It's like having a viper for a son." "I'm sorry," Harry told Oharu in Japanese. "It's not your fault. Thank you for everything. Thank Kato, too." Roger Niles put his whole weight into a roundhouse slap. Harry took half a step back. He'd received his bad from the school drill master. "I'm talking to you," Roger said. "My mission here is over. You have destroyed it. You have broken your mother's heart. You have abused our trust, and I see not one sign of repentance." "Goodbye," Harry told Oharu. The Niles family left 2 days later on a Colombian freighter bound from Yokohama to Panama and a connection to the States. They stayed almost entirely in their cabin, and as no one in the family spoke Spanish, it wasn't until they saw American newspapers in the Canal Zone that they read about the earthquake in Japan. While the Nileses had been at sea, 120,000 Japanese had died in Tokyo in 3 days of shaking and fire. Except for the Imperial Hotel and Tokyo Station, hardly a building was left standing. Over the next few years, Harry wrote everyone in Tokyo he could think of. Finally, Gen answered as a project for high school, where he was studying English. All the old gang, the 5 samurai, had miraculously survived, most by crowding into the Asakusa temple grounds as the fire swirled around them. Kato, however, had died while retrieving paintings. His building collapsed on his last trip in. Oharu had simply disappeared. A lot of people disappeared. As Harry drove, he thought of the Hong Kong Clipper, a flying boat en route to Manila, Midway, Honolulu, and America, home of the free, the Chrysler Airflow, the Platinum Blonde. He'd give Alice Beecham an inside tour of the movie studio, introduce her to her favorite stars, take in Tijuana and Santa Anita. He was about to drop his Japanese side and be 100% red, white, and blue American. He had wired $85,000 to New York the day before Japan froze American assets. If that didn't make him an American, what the hell did? Not yet, though. On the banks of the Tama River, south of the palace, stood the villas of the patriots who had done well by the war. There Harry arrived with his donation for the Shrine of National Purity, 10,000 yen in a furoshiki cloth bag. Tetsu and Taro were already waiting at the gate. Both looked uneasy as Harry approached. "Ready?" Harry asked. "I'm here to pay my respects to Saburo-san." Taro didn't move. "Sorry, Saburo's not here." Harry could see Saburo with a circle of devotees, enjoying a cigarette in the living room of the house. "What are you talking about?" Harry said. "He's not here, Harry," Tetsu said. He looked sick and miserable. "I just need Saburo's ear for a second." "I'm sorry, Harry," Taro said. "Then let me go to the shrine." "Very difficult," Taro said, meaning absolutely no. "Then suppose I try Saburo-san tomorrow." Tetsu said, "I don't know, Harry. He may be gone for days." Taro folded his arms. Nothing but a truck could have dislodged him. "Then I hope he has a good trip," Harry said. "Please tell Saburo-san that I stopped by." Harry fumed all the way back to his car. Snubbed as if Saburo hadn't sold favors for years. Being turned away by friends, however, that brought acid to the craw. It was downright comical. He'd asked them to come, and they'd told him to go. So that's what friends were for. Betrayal. To hell with them. In 2 more days, Harry would be gone, and Japan would be a speck in the Pacific Ocean. As for Willie and Iris, well, Harry had tried. He felt better by the time he reached Asakusa and parked the car. However, the Happy Paris was dark. The sign should have been bright, buzzing red. On a Saturday night, Harry expected to see a neon Eiffel Tower beckoning the thirsty of all races and creeds. He paid Tetsu good money not to be harassed, although he didn't know what to expect from Tetsu anymore. Harry crossed the street. The club's neon sign was not damaged, as far as he could see, simply off. He unlocked the door and found the Happy Paris empty. He turned the lights on, off, off. What was the point of opening alone? Michiko came to mind. Had she heard about the plane already? Considering her temper, he was surprised only that she didn't burn the place down. Harry pulled down the ladder stairs behind the bar and went up to his apartment. Nothing there was touched. His clothes and hers were neatly laid in drawers. There were no bodies on the floor or notes in blood. He looked out the window and noticed that the willow house directly across was open for business, its polished gate ajar to a discreet candle glow. Harry returned to the Happy Paris and slipped into the narrow kitchen. He shifted loose floorboards, moved pickle jars aside, and pulled out a loosely buried cookie tin. Inside the tin were separate envelopes of cash, 10,000 American, 5,000 in yen, and even 1,000 in Chinese yuan. Traveling money. He added the pistol to the money, set the tin on the damp ground, and replaced the boards. Things were moving so fast now that he felt lightheaded as he stood. It was just him and the jukebox now. He selected Any Old Time and set the volume low. The intro was smooth, melodious, going nowhere in particular until Billie Holiday shyly chimed in, "Any old time you're blue, you have our love to chase away the blues." Harry didn't know how long he had listened before he stopped the record and noticed that a geisha stood in front of the door, her matte white face cocked to one side. "Niles-san?" she asked in a high voice. "Yes?" "Please." The geisha bowed and motioned Harry to follow her. She was small, a shimmer of silk in the dark. "Now?" She stayed bowed. "Yes, please." Harry saw that she was trying to direct him to the willow house. "Who's there?" "A friend. Please." She showed no sign of straightening up, a social pressure that was like a soft nutcracker. Although a geisha party was the last thing Harry was in the mood for, people did not snub geishas in public. Also, this was not a smart time for a gaijin to offend anybody. Even if it was to make excuses, Harry had no choice but to go. "Okay." Thank you so much." While they crossed the street, the girl chirped about what excellent Japanese he spoke, about such pleasant weather for December. She was vaguely familiar to Harry. He'd seen geisha go in and out of the Willow House for the past 2 years. The problem was that the whole geisha presentation was a mask. Their faces were masks of white grease paint under elaborate top-heavy wigs with hairpins and tiny bells. Every gesture and every note were pieces of acting, a doll-like combination of the innocent and erotic. Inside the Willow House gate, a walkway lit by stone lanterns led to a slatted door with saucers of salt on either side. Harry left his shoes in a foyer that was discreetly dim and followed the geisha down a hallway lit by standing lanterns. Usually an older man or lady of the house welcomed a visitor to make sure of the privacy of the parties within. Harry saw no one, heard no one, although on either side were the screens of different rooms. The girl made not a sound, just a beeline to the end of the corridor where the best room was, as far from the street as possible. Every once in a while she would glance back, a painted simper on her red double-bow lips. It was like following a puppet until they reached the end of the hall where she stumbled ever so slightly, and Harry saw the 3 pinpoint moles on her neck and felt the electrical charge of recognizing Michiko while his legs carried him forward. She slid open the screen to the last room. In the middle sat Ishigami, in a white kimono at a low table of lacquered black. The curve of an unsheathed sword lay across the table. Michiko gently pushed Harry to his knees. Ishigami's eyes lit on Harry. He said, "You owe me 5 heads." "I should have recognized you in China," Ishigami continued. "Even if you are only a boy the first time I saw you, there is only one like you." "Well, that can be a good thing or a bad thing." "Not good for you. You were easy to find." Harry hoped to hear someone else in the house, but Ishigami seemed to have paid for the absence of the owners. The sword was within reach of either man, but the colonel was poised, a wolf over a bone. He wore a shorter sword tucked into his sash. Although Ishigami demanded total concentration, Harry couldn't keep his eyes off Michiko. With all her shuffling and tittering, the record girl did an unsettlingly good imitation of a geisha. He really didn't know all of Michiko's background. Part had always been a mystery. Now he saw clues. She must have been both a young kami and a geisha in training, an interesting combination. 5 heads? Harry asked. 5. That was the number you cheated me of in Nanking. This was not the smooth exit from Tokyo Harry had planned. He tried to catch Michiko's eye and wondered, what are you doing? Ishigami never took his eyes off Harry. There was resistance in Nanking, an attack on Japanese soldiers. We lost one. I was demonstrating to our men that for every one we lost, the other side would lose 10. That is why your interference was so unforgivable. As I recall, Harry said, the troops seemed pretty interested in my wager. They were just soldiers. 10 yen was a lot to them. That's the sly part. To offer money not only to me, a lieutenant, but the same amount to my aide, a mere corporal, just for washing the braid, insult upon insult. Just feeling things out, Harry remarked. It's like any game, you find the chump. Michiko said in breathless geisha fashion, Harry treats everything like game of cards. Nothing is serious. You succeeded, Ishigami told Harry. My aide was too shy to say no, but he felt so much shame over your wager that he could not carry out his function. Ishigami seemed to look directly through Harry. His eyes sparkled and tears fell down his cheeks. Such a simple boy, I lost my temper. His voice became husky. I would like to hear you apologize. I have waited years to hear you apologize. Harry remembered that a soft answer turned away wrath. He knelt and placed his hands on the floor in a deep kowtow. I am very sorry about your aide-de-camp and sincerely regret if he suffered as a consequence. I have waited 4 years to hear that. Ishigami lifted the sword from a sitting position like a man on horseback, and Harry wondered just how high his head would jump. But the colonel's rage faded into something like a smile. He set his sword down by his side and said, I like games, too. He added in an expansive tone to Michiko, Sake! Michiko went behind a screen and came out with a tray of ceramic sake jars and cups and fan-shaped bowls of ginkgo nuts. She knelt to pour. Kanpai! The 3 raised their cups and drank. Harry felt the sake insinuate itself through his veins. He became aware how Ishigami's hands rested, fingers curved and claw-like. If Harry were to send some beast out to terrorize the countryside, Ishigami would be it. Samurais had evolved into soft men in Western suits, but Ishigami was a throwback, the real thing. Michiko filled their cups again, then produced bowls of crisply fried fishlings and flowers of red ginger. Was this a geisha party? Harry wondered. A murderer snacks with his victim. What sort of social event was that? Ishigami spoke while he ate. 5 heads, Harry. Yours will be last. You must choose the first 4. I must choose? Why not? It's been so long since I've been in Tokyo, I hardly know anyone anymore. So you choose. Friends, enemies, people on the street, it doesn't matter to me. And I suspect it doesn't matter to you. Michiko said in an offhand way. Maybe there is someone he cares about. Maybe there is a girl. Didn't you have a friend named Gen? Ishigami asked. Harry said, I'm not going to choose anyone. I'm not going to do your work for you. Lazy bones, Michiko said. We do it his way, Ishigami said. We go out in the street, the first 4 people you look at, I kill. Innocent Japanese? No one is innocent. Are my men guilty? They're dying. Gladly, for the Emperor, I know. That was always the propaganda. No, as a matter of fact, hardly ever. I tried to tell the Emperor. Ishigami went on. Such an intimate mention of his name brought a bow from Michiko. The record girl would have laughed. And? Harry asked. I wanted to inform him of how affairs really stood in China. One of the old housekeepers let me in. I found the emperor surrounded by aides and maps, and I was excited that he was concerning himself about affairs in China. Then I saw almost all of the aides were from the Navy, and none of the maps were of China. Just islands. I never had a chance to say a word. What islands? Harry asked. What could it possibly matter to you? On the map, was there a fleet track from west to north? Questions like that could have you arrested as a spy. You never stop, Harry, do you? I'll bet you. Harry refilled Ishigami's cup. What sort of bet is that? I could say anything. I trust you. I'll bet the map showed a chain of islands with a fleet launching station in the northwest and a central island with a southern harbor. Michiko sighed musically and said, But there's no bet, Harry. I know where your money is. It's in the Happy Paris under the floorboards. So there's nothing to bet with, is there? Ishigami let out his breath. But he had held it, Harry thought. It sounded like pearl to him. Are you a spy? Ishigami asked. Michiko laughed and hiccuped. I'm sorry, it's just so funny. Harry, a spy? Who would trust Harry? Ishigami said, I remember a boy who used to deliver Woodbrook prints to me. To see him, you would think he was an American lost in Tokyo. But he wasn't lost at all. You knew too much, Harry, even then. Where do you keep all the information? Harry avoided the obvious answer. He drained his cup and held it out. Thanks, I will have more. Michiko refilled their cups. Pouring sake was a geisha's primary concern. How long have you really known the colonel? Harry asked her. 1 day, Michiko said. Sometimes 1 day is enough. Sometimes a year is too long. I wanted to take care of you in your own club, Ishigami said. He smiled as if appreciating an earthy joke. But she wants to take over the establishment when you're dead, and it's not good to start with a bloody floor. So she convinced me that she could bring you here. Such an ambitious girl. I never knew, said Harry. Oh, Harry, there's so much you don't know. Michiko hid her laugh behind her hand again. If you want the happy Paris, you can have it. You don't have to kill me for it. Don't be a sore loser, Michiko said. Drink up, Ishigami said. Why are you doing this? Harry asked Michiko. She smiled as she refilled his cup. Because you were leaving, Harry. I would have left you everything. But I didn't want to be given, Harry. I wanted to take. She laughed as if explaining something simple to a child. If I take it, it's mine. If you give it, it's always yours. That's at the heart of the Marxist struggle. Harry wondered who he'd been living with the past 2 years. In his vanity, he had supposed she'd cared for him, at least in a possessive mother-serpent sort of way. He'd never spent more time with anyone and never been so wrong. It hurt a man's self-confidence. Who did your makeup? Harry asked. Is someone else here? No. Somebody helped. Michiko ducked Harry's eyes while Ishigami lit a lucky. Harry finally noticed flecks of white on the tips of the colonel's fingers, the same way paint used to stick to Kato's hands no matter how hard he washed. Harry said, What I hear is there's lead in the paint. People who paint geishas sooner or later go insane. It has that effect. Ishigami's voice tailed off. The mood was changing again, losing a little effervescence. They were sliding back into China, Harry thought, back to Nanking, as if his life were on a tether tied to one spot. Suddenly Ishigami held up his hand for silence. Harry heard nothing to begin with, then a door shutting in the front of the hallway. These fucking shoes and laces every time I go in a fucking house, off and on, off and on. Harry! Harry, you in there? Why isn't the Happy Paris open? Is there a mama-san in the house? Harry? Anybody home? An American correspondent named DeGeorge, Michiko whispered to Ishigami. DeGeorge sounded drunk, as if lurching into the sides of the corridor with every step. Harry could picture the man's red nose and dirty gray suit. Go away, he thought. Harry Niles is here, Ishigami said loudly. He smiled at his own English. Come see Harry. Where? DeGeorge's voice shouted. I filed a story on your little speech. The censor killed it. What are you, hiding? Playing cards? Come see Harry, Ishigami said. From the sound of it, DeGeorge slid open each door as he progressed up the hall, stumbling around in stocking feet. Jesus, you hired the whole place? Having a private party, are we? The heavy steps paused at the closed door behind Harry, who could almost feel the bulk of DeGeorge leaning into the shoji. This must be the place. Harry turned and said, Run! Get out of here! Knocky, knocky. The door slid open. Al DeGeorge pushed through a leer that changed to a quizzical expression as Ishigami stepped over the table with his sword cocked and sliced the correspondent of the Christian Science Monitor diagonally from his shoulder to his hip. Holding himself together with his hands, DeGeorge tried to go in reverse. Ishigami followed, poking him with the tip of the sword as if steering a pig into a sty, to a room with more space to swing. DeGeorge was out of sight, but Harry heard him, a reporter to the last, asking a plaintive, Why? Ishigami returned, stepping fastidiously around the bloody mat at the threshold and sliding the door shut. He said, That's one. Ishigami sat in a white kimono, spotted with blood, and tended his sword with an oily rag. He seemed to swell and fill the room. Perhaps because every sense of Harry's was sensitized, Ishigami was magnified, every pore of his hatchet face, the blue cap of his cropped hair, the black wires of his brows and lashes, the dark mirrors of his eyes, not to mention the smell of salty sweat tinged by background accents of incense and blood. Harry also noticed how little air was in the room, as if he and Ishigami had labored to the thin atmosphere of a mountain peak. The problem was that Ishigami was smart, moral, and psychotic, the worst possible combination. He couldn't be gulled, bought, or reasoned with. The last option was to kill him, and Harry couldn't imagine accomplishing that without the gun he had just buried under the floorboards across the street. There was Ishigami's own sword, but the colonel was just waiting for Harry to try. Meanwhile, there were other plates to keep spinning. For example, the DC-3 scheduled to leave 36 hours from now. Its flight would not include Harry if he were involved in a homicide, let alone if he were dead. The other fly in the soup, so to speak, was Hawaii. Harry thought he had helped discourage any adventure in that direction with the phony oil tank farm. Now, however, Ishigami said he had found the Emperor perusing sea charts and maps. A sea chart was for locating a point in the ocean. A map was for finding Pearl Harbor and Battleship Row. Harry pictured the fatally surprised DeGeorge, while Michiko laughed and chattered on. Lady Macbeth could learn from Michiko, Harry thought. At least he had never said, I love you. He'd never been that big a fool. Harry's legs ached. Since he was used to sitting on his heels, he realized that the only thing his legs could have ached from was fear. From the waist down, he was scared to death. For once, he even missed Shozo and Go. The thought police had been watching him for days, and now they were, dare he say it, thoughtlessly gone. Doing what? Didn't matter. Harry had squirmed out of tight spots all his life, and he would get out of this one. There were ways. For example, when in doubt, flatter. What would you have told the Emperor if you had been able to see him alone? He asked. I would have told him about parasites like you. Besides me, what else? That his troops were ready to carry out any mission and overcome any enemy, but that our real enemy on the mainland was not China, but Russia, who is happy to see us waste our blood against the Chinese. I would have said we are no longer at war with any aim but to assure obscene profits for Mitsubishi, Mitsui, and Datsun as we buy their tanks and guns. I would have told him that the army with the purest ideals in the world has become an opium broker. I would have said that I no longer recognize the army I served in for 20 years. I no longer recognize myself. That wasn't what Harry had expected. Insight and feelings, they always stun us coming from another human being, Harry thought. Especially from a murderer. You're against the war? He asked. No, but I am for a war with honor. War is spiritual. What is your ideal, Harry? Decent odds and an honest game. I ask nothing more. What would you say my chances are of cutting cards to an ace 10 times in a row? If I do it, you let me go, and I'll even dispose of the body in the other room. You have a brilliant military record and a great future ahead of you. Don't throw them both away for vengeance on some lowlife like me. Remember your obligations. The army needs you in China. The emperor needs you in China. 10 cards. That's fate. Ishigami touched his sword. This is fate. So serious, you two. Like a pair of monks. Michiko frowned at them. We should sing silly songs. Anyone serious is too sober. Harry wished he could see some drunkenness or inattention on Ishigami's part, but the colonel seemed to burn off alcohol like a spirit lamp. Harry, are you in there? A voice came from the front of the Willow House. It's Willie. Willie Staub, doing his best to call softly. Harry heard the awkward scuffling of a gaijin removing his shoes. Ishigami took the sword from the table and motioned Harry to stay seated. Harry, Willie called. The George said he was coming here to find you. Are you there? It's late, a woman told Willie. Iris, Harry thought. Although the hall was dimly lit and the screen to the room was shut, if they got to the end of the hall, they'd see the blood or feel it underfoot. Harry, to George. Feet padded closer. Even seated, Ishigami achieved perfect balance. He wouldn't wait, Harry thought. As soon as Ishigami saw a shadow on the sliding screen, he would rise and, in the same motion, slice through the paper, step through, and finish both. Harry, please, are you there? Willie asked. There's no one, Iris said. The George said he would be here inside or out. I just want to ask someone. Heads 2 and 3 delivered right to Ishigami. So much for the sweet Nazi and his Oriental bride. Harry opened his mouth to warn them, and the tip of Ishigami's sword was at his neck, like a thumb checking a pulse. Answer your friends, Ishigami whispered. Call them here. Willie and Iris opened shoji screens as they came. But then Harry saw Ishigami's eyes twist backwards as Michiko knelt behind the colonel, wrapped one hand around his forehead, and with the other laid a chopping knife, the one she had prepared the food with, against the colonel's throat. Harry smiled. Ishigami smiled. Michiko smiled. Harry thought Japan really was different. Willie's voice was fainter, further down the hall. We had to look. We looked enough. Iris was sounding like a wife. We'd come back tomorrow. There was a second stumbling into shoes, discreet sounds of retreat along the path, and the backfire of a car starting, while the 3 in the back room sat like a family, tied in an intimate dispute, waiting for the complete departure of intruders. Harry was still pinned to the sliding screen. At the same time, Ishigami was snug in Michiko's grip, and Harry knew how fierce that could be. Some of Michiko's lipstick rubbed off on the colonel's ear as she said, Please be so kind as to put down your sword. Ishigami said, If nothing else, we have clarified relations between you and Harry. You lied. That's all right. I thought you had. She lifted his chin with a knife. Philosophically enough, Ishigami laid the sword on the floor, and Harry slid it to the far wall, then relieved Ishigami of his short sword, a beauty of nearly black steel, and did the same with it. Even without his swords, Ishigami didn't appear disarmed enough. He was checked by Michiko's knife, but only slightly. Michiko said, Run, Harry, go! That's right, Ishigami said. Run. All Harry could think of was the gun under the floorboards across the street. No one could hold Ishigami with a knife or sword. That was like trying to hold him down with a paperclip. Give me the knife, Harry said to Michiko. No, Harry, go. I'll go, said Ishigami. With a deep inhale, he slowly rose, lifting Michiko to tiptoe. As she lost her balance, he shifted toward her and then out of her grip. Harry moved to block the way to the door. Instead, Ishigami ran at the side wall and burst through panels of wood and paper. One moment there was a wall and then a garden Buddha looking in. Too late, Harry remembered the swords. A fist punched through the back wall, gathered the swords, and disappeared. Without bothering with shoes, Harry and Michiko raced into the street. The happy Paris was dark, the jukebox a moon among tables. Michiko locked the door while Harry got on his knees in the kitchen and slapped aside loose floorboards to root through pickle jars for the gun. A jar slipped from Harry's hands and broke. Bits of glass and brine swam around his knees as he dug out the cookie tin. Money spilled as he pried up the lid, found the Nambu, cocked around into the breach and aimed at the door, at shutters, back to the door as if they were paper for Ishigami to step through. Harry watched the street from his apartment while Michiko knelt by a mirror and candle to wipe her white face off. She had set the wig aside. Her own short hair was wrapped in gauze, exposing her ear, pink as a shell. Harry remembered Oharu awash in creams and tissues backstage at the Follies. As a kid, he'd liked the way performers stripped themselves of one character and painted on another, one deception followed by the next. He wasn't so sure how he felt about it now. Harry asked, "Did you know what the Colonel wanted?"
He said he wanted to surprise you.
Surprise me? You didn't know he wanted to kill me?
I thought there was a chance. I think a lot of people would kill you if they had the chance.
They had pulled up and tied the ladder stairs from the club, although Harry could still imagine the Colonel climbing up a gutter or down from the roof, maybe squeezing through a tap. Harry had thought that lighting the Eiffel Tower might attract a late-night customer or two and provide some security in numbers. A stone knocked out the sign. It shorted amid a rain of glass. Harry had tried the phone. The line was dead. All he had was the gun, but with daylight he could go for the car. There was, of course, the option of sending up enough hue and cry to draw the police, except that it was no option at all. Nothing like involvement in a homicide to upset travel plans. Know what a mark is? Harry asked himself. A mark is a guy who can't report a murder. He was a mark.
"Are you going to leave me?" Michiko asked.
Harry didn't have the heart to tell her the truth, and he didn't have the heart to lie. He kept his eyes on the street. I don't know. I don't know how much future I have in Tokyo. Except for you. I have the feeling I'm not wanted.
Are you going with her?
Her? Alice, of course. Harry dropped at least some deceit. She doesn't have any future here either. No whites do.
But you're from Asakusa.
Yes.
You'll hate it anywhere else.
Yes. Harry didn't ask why Michiko had saved his life. This was no fair-weather American girl, he thought, and no sweet all-day sucker American-style love. Michiko's was more of the pathological jump-into-a-volcano-together type. That didn't change things. When Nippon Air rolled the DC-3 from its hangar, Harry intended to be the first man aboard and expected to have Alice Beecham in the seat beside him. You do a good imitation of a geisha. Harry couldn't help himself. Did you consider the possibility that we both might lose our heads?
No.
You like being trapped here?
No. Yes.
Across the street, the lantern at the Willow House had flickered and gone out. No matter, DeGeorge would draw attention soon enough. In cool weather, 2 days, maybe 3. Ishigami didn't hide his work. Ishigami didn't care. After 4 years of slaughter on the China front, one more truncated body wouldn't make a big impression. All the Colonel wanted was 4 more heads. He had a zen-like equanimity about his goal. Even with Michiko's knife to his throat, he wore a triumphant expression, as if he had finally solved the question of her true allegiance. Harry had figured out the answer at the same moment. Well, it was a matter of gratitude, wasn't it? Harry had taken this skinny kid, this red on the run, a geisha of all things, planted her by a jukebox and called her the record girl, made her a hit. Well, you could do anything with Michiko. She was like chopsticks. With someone that smooth and slim, the limbs were almost interchangeable. Variable, inexhaustible. An American girl would have cried, "Save me, Harry, save me." Michiko had said, "Go." So the matter of loyalty was settled. At the same time, that was no real obligation on him. If she'd wanted him to survive, so did he. Harry appreciated what she had done, but he couldn't drive from his mind the image of Ishigami painting her. She still hadn't taken off the white face, as if it afforded protection. You were with Ishigami how long? 5 hours? 6? All you did was play with paints? The 2 of you did nothing else.
The 2 of us?
That's what I said. Her voice went flatter.
I wanted to save your life. Are you angry because I let Ishigami touch me?
Is that all he did? That satisfied him, just a touch? A silence stretched like a conversation in itself. Michiko stared at the white face in the mirror. Harry said, "It doesn't matter, but I just want to know what happened. You entertained the colonel. You kept him busy. You convinced him that there was nothing between you and me. How did you do that?"
If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
But it does matter. Must have been pretty good. Did he pay?
Harry.
She sank to his feet, and he was amazed by how small she looked, a puddle of silk. Was it good? A few more questions, Harry thought, and she would disappear completely. Out the window, he noticed a cat run from a street lamp, chased by a shadow that developed into a black Datsun with lights off. 3 a.m. was the thought police's favorite hour for hauling people in, a time when defenses were down and thoughts tended to be in sleepy disarray. So when Sergeant Shozo and Corporal Go pounded on the door, they were surprised to see Harry answer it dressed. The police gave the apartment the once-over, but they were in a rush to haul him off, not conduct a lengthy search. Harry suggested following the policeman in his own car, but the sergeant said it wasn't necessary. He moved to the back with Harry, who was free to figure out where they were headed. If they couldn't catch him asleep, they could play another game that police around the world enjoyed, the ride with no clear destination in the dead of night. Harry's mind was still on Michiko. While the policeman had stumbled up the stairs, she had slipped down the ladder to the club. Harry had told her to stay with the doors locked until daylight and go to Haruko's to wait for his call. He'd given her the gun. Michiko with a gun. That was a scary picture. Harry thought that if being rousted was meant to frighten him, it wasn't working. To him, Japanese police were Keystone cops, with their work done for them. Japanese murderers loved to confess. Harry knew what would happen if he led Shozo to the Willow House and showed him Al to George. Nothing. A foreign correspondent executed samurai style? That said army or patriot, and that meant don't touch. Harry could name Ishigami and it still wouldn't matter. The police would not rush to arrest a war hero who was related to the imperial family. "Why are you up?" Harry asked. The sergeant and corporal were rumpled as if they had passed a sleepless night of their own. "Hoping to catch you by surprise," Shozo said. "I admit it's hard to catch an insomniac by surprise." The car kept heading north. Harry had expected them to take him downtown if they had questions. This was the opposite direction. The headlights projected a film of the city, the street becoming a road with billboards and vacant lots, rice paddies and vegetable plots. Go aimed toward 2 tall smokestacks planted among black conifers, and Harry finally knew where he was being taken. Today was Sunday. Most people would head for a day at the movies, neighborhood fairs, family graves. He was headed to Sugamo Prison. The prisoner processing area had white tiles, clothes bins, and wooden tubs of a public bathhouse. Harry took it in with the bright attitude of a member of a blue-ribbon committee investigating penal conditions, even when the 2 guards in Sam Brown belts relieved him of his belt, tie, and shoelaces, and even though he knew that at any moment he might be stripped, scrubbed, and inspected. Shozo and Go quick-marched Harry down a steel corridor. Harry heard the coughs and spitting of tuberculosis, endemic in jails, and reminded himself that he had the protection of Gen and the very top of the Imperial Navy. He had to act like that. When a con man lost his confidence, he was dead. "With all due respect, Sergeant, what is all this about?" "Tell me about the magic show." "I don't know what you're talking about." "See, Harry, that's what I mean. All foreign correspondents are spies." Go shoved Harry forward as they arrived at cell 74, a steel box 6 feet by 12 with a sink and toilet. All the space was taken up by a man who was tied feet and hands over a wooden bench. His shirt was pulled up to his neck, his pants down to his knees, and his naked back and skinny buttocks were chopped meat. At the sight of Go, he began to shake. The corporal, delighted, picked up a stout cane of bamboo, split to chew as it made contact, and slapped it down on the prisoner's thighs. "This is a spy?" Harry asked Shozo. "Don't you recognize him?" "Not at first." Not with all the blood and vomit, the prisoner's head upside down and his sparse hair wet. But when his eyes picked up Harry and widened with outrage, Harry remembered Kawamura, the fusty Long Beach oil accountant. You, Kawamura choked. He recognizes you, Harry, Shozo said. We've been talking to Kawamura about the discrepancies in the Long Beach ledger. All that oil that never came to Japan. He's a dupe. I said so at Yokohama. He's not responsible. It's very American of you to say, but you know better. Individually, Kawamura might not be responsible, but the Japanese takes on more responsibility than that. Have you ever been caned, Harry? No. Is there anything you can tell me that would relieve the suffering of this poor man? I wish I could. You altered the Long Beach books, Harry. No, I've been helping the Navy. I'm a friend of the Navy the same way I'm a friend of Japan. Helping to examine the books of American oil importers? That's it. Setting a thief to catch a thief. Let's say a skeptical eye. You must be very good at cards, Harry. You don't even blink, although I know everything about you. Bullshit, Harry thought. If Shozo knew instead of suspected, Harry would be on the rack in Kawamura's place. Harry said, I looked at the books of certain oil importers at the request of the Japanese Navy. The Navy seemed to think that I was helpful. More than helpful. You discovered hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil diverted from Japan to Hawaii, and no one else discovered any. And you alone know where that oil went. I wish I did. Men have been looking for those secret oil tanks in Hawaii that you talked about, Harry. They can't find them. Because the tanks probably don't exist. I don't think they exist. I met a drunk at a bar in Shanghai who said he helped put some tanks in Oahu. I think he was lying, but I had to report it. Now you know as much as anyone else. Shozo said, We wouldn't worry about those tanks except for your report. Why would the Japanese Navy take the word of a gaijin? I'm not the enemy. There's no war yet. Harry caught a smirk on Go's face. Are there any secret oil tanks in Hawaii, Harry? I have no idea. Or did you just make them up to cause confusion? What confusion? You don't ask the questions, we ask the questions, Go said, and broke the cane across Harry's back. My mistake, Harry thought. Never provoke police, especially in jail. And never let violence get started. The pain radiated through Harry's body from kidney level, and he slid down the wall to his knees. Are you all right, Harry? Shozo stooped to ask. Sure. It was a fluid sensation, that much was clear. Time to call the bluff, Harry thought. I'm ready to go. Shozo helped Harry up. Would you like some water? Tea? Last chance, Harry. Shozo had the expression of a fireman removing a ladder from someone who refused to leave a burning building. No. May I go? Of course. Harry found a train platform half a mile from the prison on a road between potato fields. Scarecrows whirled their arms at the rising sun, and Harry found cheer in the fact that his shirt wasn't sticking to his back, which meant he had only a welt, not broken skin, a good sign. Palm Springs, Palm Springs, Palm Springs, he repeated like a mantra. Alice, Alice, Alice. Sometimes a man sensed a deal falling apart. The blow with the cane was a bad sign through and through. Worse than the hit, though, was remembering what he had done to Michiko. She laid herself down to save his life, and he'd reacted like a saint stoning a slut. The worst sign of all was what had earned Harry the welt on his back. Confusion. Harry's whole story about secret oil tanks on Oahu was meant to cause uncertainty. That was the point of the fabrication. Uncertainty was a paralyzed state where cooler heads could prevail. Confusion was active, committed, a labeling of targets. Confusion was planes in the air. The train was a narrow-gauge local that rattled across the hard crust of winter fields, and Harry rode standing up rather than let his back touch a seat. He had never had such good posture or such a watchful eye from fellow passengers. and when the train reached Ueno Station in Tokyo at 9 o'clock and emptied at a platform with a sign that said "Celebrate Anti-Spy Week," Harry felt as if a spotlight had followed him from the prison. Outside the station, he slipped into a phone booth and called the waitress Haruko.
"Michiko isn't here," Haruko said.
"I told her to go to your place and wait there."
"She came all dressed up like a geisha, changed into my best dress, and left."
"Did she say where she was going?"
"Just that she was going to find you."
There was a pause.
"Harry?"
"I'm sorry, Haruko. You'll have to remind me, what was your best dress?"
"White with sailor collar, and blue buttons down the side, and a white cap and little blue bag. She just swept in and took them. Then she borrowed some money."
"I'll pay you back." In a different tone, Haruko said,
"She has a gun."
"I know. If you see her, tell her to meet me at the ballroom." Harry hung up. He made one more brief phone call, then descended steps to an underpass of newsstands, food shops, a shoe shine and pharmacy where he picked up a germ mask, a ready-made disguise that he slipped on his face. As he emerged at the park, a backfire led his eye to the gleam of a rear bumper just disappearing behind pines. Harry set off running. He knew Ueno Park by heart from having carried the art box when Kato sketched the beggars and prostitutes who inhabited the grounds at night. A Sunday morning crowd was different, and on such a warm December day, people filled the paths, art lovers headed to the museum, families to the zoo. He didn't know why he kept walking in the park. Perhaps because the car shouldn't have been on the footpaths. Perhaps because Shozo had used the word confusion. Harry was confused himself, and there was a side of his nature that hated to be in the dark. Better keep in motion. He found he had walked out onto the familiar earth of the park's great lawn, in the spring the scene of a debauch called the cherry blossom viewing. By a bridle path that ringed the field, a group of newspaper reporters and photographers stood with a pretty little girl of about 5, wearing a red kimono and holding golden mums. An Army scout car moving along the bridle path came to a stop 50 yards shy of the newsmen. The car was an open 2-seater with a driver, and, facing backward, a soldier with a film camera, Bell and Howell it looked like to Harry. For a moment nothing happened beside the twisting of kites overhead. That was the movie business, as Harry knew full well. Hurry up and wait. But curiosity lured him closer. A horse and rider emerged from the cherry trees onto the path. The horse was a tall gray. The rider was in tweed, from hat to boots. And although Harry had seen his joyless little face, mustache, and round glasses at the Yakusuni shrine the day before, it still took him a moment to realize the rider was General Tojo. With the world in the balance, the Prime Minister was taking a leisurely Sunday ride through Ueno Park in a wholesome tweed and a hat with a pheasant feather plopped on his shaved skull. Harry had never seen General Tojo out of uniform before. Had anyone besides the missus? Tweed suggested a fishing pole or a spot of tea, Harry thought. The reporters practically prostrated themselves as Tojo approached, and the girl in the red kimono, exquisite, a little doll, handed up the golden mums. A minute later, Tojo moved on. The general hadn't smiled, not once, but what Harry had spied behind the glasses was worse, and that was triumph. Roy Hooper was singing Rock of Ages in the back row of the church when Harry showed up. "Hoop, we've got to talk." Hooper whispered,
"Harry, what are you doing here? We're in the middle of the service. Whatever it is can wait."
"It can't wait. Let's go outside."
"I'm not going."
"I'll have a cigarette while I wait," Harry said.
Jesus.
Hooper led the way out. As soon as they reached the street, he turned on Harry.
"What is the matter with you? Other people go to church on Sunday. Remember that? Do you ever think of anyone but yourself?"
"Keep walking." Harry had pulled his germ mask off, and now he showed Hoop his flask. "Nip?"
"No, I didn't leave church in the middle of a service to have a drink."
"Pretty sparse attendance."
"You noticed. Well, there's been a little intimidation. The authorities demand that the church support the war."
"Which one?"
"Don't be funny. I hear you're on the plane. I can think of a few thousand people more deserving than you. Why you?"
"How did you know about the plane?"
"You're not the only one in Tokyo with contacts. The American embassy is staffed with keenly intelligent men.
Right, starting with the ambassador. Only he can't speak a word of Japanese and he's deaf as a post. Where is he now?
As a matter of fact, I think he's golfing.
Something's up, Harry said. They stopped walking. Hooper looked around.
Harry, I can't give you intelligence information.
You got it backwards. I'm giving you. Harry looked at his watch. Where he really wanted to be was the ballroom to keep tabs on Michiko and lay low.
You have something to say?
Hawaii. Hooper raised his eyebrows. His bow tie went up and down.
You're serious?
Impossible. That's where they're going, Hoop. If you were going to fight 100-foot snake and you had one shot, would you go for the tail or the head? They're after Hawaii, the fleet, the planes, and the oil tanks. And then they'll rule the Pacific. They're going to gamble big and they don't have a choice.
Oil tanks, too?
Especially.
When is this attack going to take place?
Very soon.
Just soon? You didn't see a written order?
Harry didn't have time for debate. Hawaii, that's it. Tell the ambassador.
I told you he's golfing.
When is he coming back?
He'll be golfing most of the day, so there's no point in even trying to get him at the embassy. I tell you what, if you don't take that plane, I'll get a group of fellows together later in the week, somewhere outside the embassy, and we'll kick around your ideas. How's that? It can even be a kind of a rehabilitation for you. A start, anyway.
Harry wanted to laugh in his face.
You know those monkeys who hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil?
You could be a fourth monkey covering your ass. You asked me when this attack was going to take place. Did I see a written order? No. But I did see Tojo in the park this morning. That got Hooper's attention.
Really? What was he doing?
He was riding. He was riding horseback in tweed and breeches and a sporty hat. So everyone can go to sleep tonight with a picture of a new peace-loving Tojo under their pillow. Now you tell me when they're going to attack.
Tweeds? Gosh, I wish I'd seen that.
So? Hooper rocked back and forth.
Finally he said, I can't do it. Signal Hawaii on a hunch? No.
Harry felt a band of pain across his back. He thought, well, I've made my pitch to save the world and failed. It was stupid to even try. Now he thought about Aspirin, Michiko, and Ishigami, in that order. After he left Hooper, he found a cafe to use the restroom, which was a cabinet behind a sliding door. He leaned to one side to feel, inside his shirt, a welt raised like a snake across his back. When he pissed, the toilet bowl turned pink. That wasn't good either. Agawa's pawn shop was open on Sunday because December was a busy time, when people needed cash for winter house cleaning and the big blowout at New Year's. Agawa looked at Harry as he came in.
Want anything here, Harry? Ski poles, telescope, carving of bear with salmon in his mouth?
No.
Good.
Agawa shouted for an assistant who crept in to mind the shop while he led Harry out the back and across a dirt yard populated by hens to a 2-story cement tower that looked like the keep of a medieval castle. The tower door was a bank vault door with a combination lock, and the upper window had iron bars and coffered shutters faced in iron plate. Harry followed Agawa up a ladder to the floor above, where the pawnbroker maneuvered a strongbox toward the cross-hatched light of the window. Every movement of Agawa's had been quick and agitated, but in unlocking the box he became nearly reverent, lifting the lid from the rich, swarming glow of gold bars. The bars were cosseted in red velvet and stacked according to size. Harry laid down 3,000 for 6 tail bars that would be his currency from Hong Kong to America. Harry bought a newspaper and met Goro at a Ginza pastry shop where the reformed pickpocket was squinting through a display case, trying to decide between Napoleon or eclair, meringue or tart citron. You're fogging the glass, Harry said.
It's hard to choose between the meringue and the eclair. Each has its merits.
Then one of each.
Excellent, Harry. That's why we're still friends.
Goro had his sweets with coffee, Harry had tea, and they took a booth under a mural of can-can dancers kicking on the Champs-Élysées. Harry opened the newspaper to the movie times. "I was thinking of taking in an early show. Want to come? You can pick." A tail bar sat in the paper's crease. As Goro pointed to a theater, he incidentally palmed the bar. A moment later, he rested his hand in his jacket pocket and let the bar slide down, every movement natural and unhurried. "This request was a little unusual," he said. "Was it scary at your end?" Harry asked. "Did you have to get into some offices, get past a guard? Was it fun?" Goro permitted himself a grunt of satisfaction. He drank the dregs of his coffee and sat for a moment with his eyes closed before rising from the table. Harry left a minute later. He waited till he got to his car to unfold the newspaper to an envelope that Goro had slipped in so smoothly that even Harry hadn't noticed. The envelope was government issue with a twine closure he unwound to draw out 2 sheets of paper that were blank except for the letterhead of the Department of Military Police, Defense Section, Ministry of War. A third piece of paper, as fine as tissue, bore the red imprint of a ministry stamp. The government printing office was also responsible for rubber stamps. A forged document wasn't quite as good for Willie and Iris as a call from Saburo, which would have swept all objections aside. However, it was heartening to see that a son of a Sakusa like Goro still had, despite all efforts at reformation, an itch that had to be scratched. Harry felt better, more the captain of his fate. He didn't have to go to the ballroom right away. Knowing what he did about Hawaii was like standing by a burning fuse and doing nothing. It was just too annoying. He didn't have to go through Hooper. He could go direct. Michiko would have to wait. He knew she had made it to Haruko's long enough to swipe a dress, and she had a gun. At the ballroom card game, she would be protected by the Yakuza. Harry couldn't wait to get his hands around Tetsu's throat for the rebuff at Saburo's gate. But Tetsu wouldn't let anyone harm a woman at his game. She was safe. West Tokyo petered out into dry fields, sun-warped wooden houses, and small children with bare bottoms who waved as Harry drove by. If the Japanese fleet really was headed to Hawaii, he felt he had to do something. He wasn't a patriot, but the con he had run on Gen and the Navy about phony oil tanks on Oahu was the shell game of a lifetime, his masterpiece, and he refused to see it come to such a miserable end. He refused to lose. When he thought about Iris, he wondered if he really had helped her. Assuming that the Orinoco made it through the blockade, racist Germany was going to be no bed of roses for a Chinese bride. That was the problem with good deeds. They rarely stood up to scrutiny. 10 miles out, he reached an oasis ringed by pines that separated the manicured fairways of a golf course from the muck of fallow paddy fields. The entrance to this paradise was a clubhouse reminiscent of a Spanish hacienda and a circular driveway with limousines and idle bodyguards. For Harry, it had never hurt to be seen at the club. Golf was a Japanese version of America, played in +4s and tam-o'-shanters, celebrated on the 19th hole with a round bought by the highest score. Now, however, anything as American as golf was unpatriotic, and the club was virtually empty. A horse player, Harry knew, was behind the reception desk. He wore a blazer with the club insignia on the breast pocket. "Harry, what can I do for you?" "I was supposed to meet the American ambassador here. I was wondering whether he checked in." "An hour ago. You were going to play golf with the ambassador?" "He asked if I could. Said to find him on the golf course if I missed the tee time." "Sorry, Harry. He's got a foursome. You know the rules. 4's the limit." Harry walked through to the mournful shadows of the bar. From there he worked his way out to a flagstone patio that overlooked the course, which was virtually abandoned. The question was how far out on the course the ambassador was. Harry stepped back inside the bar to borrow a pair of binoculars hanging by the door. He focused on the second tee and a commanding figure with the look of an American eagle, dark brows and mustache and silvery hair, who towered over the other players. Unmistakably, the ambassador. He was at the second hole with 16 to go and would be out on the course for at least 4 more hours. Harry couldn't wait 4 hours. Michiko wouldn't wait 4 more hours at the ballroom, safe or not. He'd wasted enough time getting this far. He replaced the binoculars. Maybe a dozen members sat by the window in a bar but couldn't look out without blinking into the sun. The party on the first tee hit the last of 4 brutal hacks and started down the fairway with their caddies. Harry waited until they were 100 yards along and strolled after them as if he had every right. No questions asked. He stayed out of their line of vision until he reached the trees and a groundskeeper's path that wound through them. The second hole was a straightaway pinched by sand traps. Behind the pin was a service road that ran outside the windbreak of pines back to the clubhouse driveway. If he could just get the ambassador alone and talk to him, he could walk the road back to his car and no one would be the wiser. The ambassador's foursome was moving up the fairway of the second hole when Harry caught sight of them. The ambassador puffed on a pipe, a Gulliver in tow, while his host spoke loudly in English to make up for his deafness and lack of Japanese. Harry always described the American ambassador as hopeless. The truth was, Harry didn't think the ambassador was a stupid man so much as stultified by good manners and the absence of curiosity. None of the players had yet noticed Harry, but he recognized one who was bareheaded and as dark as a caddy, the old pirate Yoshitaki of Yoshitaki Lines. Harry ducked through the trees. He wasn't sure what he could say in a few minutes that would persuade the ambassador to cable Washington or Hawaii. He couldn't explain about an oil tank scam or nuances of the word confusion or of Tojo riding in the park. Probably lie, keep it simple, just claim that sources in the Navy said the war was on. Because the ambassador had boomed his drive, he hit his second shot last. Harry hoped it would land on the right side of the fairway. The ambassador did better than that. He sliced a ball that flew viciously into the maples and kicked out to the rough not more than 50 yards from Harry. While the others lined up approaches to the green, the ambassador searched the grass. He found the ball, set his pipe down on the grass, and considered his clubs with his back to Harry, who was close enough, with a quick dash, to pick his pocket. "Mr. Ambassador," Harry said. He wanted to get this over with fast. The ambassador selected a 6-iron and took a practice swing. The caddy was a skinny boy in a huge cloth cap. He noticed Harry, but gaijin were known to act in bizarre ways. Popping out of the woods could be one of them. He stepped within 10 yards. "Mr. Ambassador, we have to talk about Hawaii. There's about to be an attack. Mr. Ambassador, are you aware of that?" The ambassador got comfortable over the ball. He stepped back for a practice swing and set up over the ball again. "Mr. Ambassador," Harry edged closer yet. "It's my theory," Yoshitaki said, "that a deaf man's concentration is a great advantage on the golf range." He had returned so quietly along the trees that Harry hadn't heard him. Harry felt a little trumped. The ambassador unleashed a smooth swing and a sharp click as the club struck the ball, which sailed low and true toward the pin. "About Hawaii," Harry tried again. The ambassador focused on the bounce and roll of his shot as it split the bunkers. Yoshitaki looked in the opposite direction. Harry turned to see the following players and caddies transform to bodyguards and hustle toward him as they ditched their bags. "Mr. Ambassador," the man was close enough to touch. "Today is the day. This will be the last Sunday like this we'll see for a good while, don't you think?" "As a matter of fact, I do." Harry watched the ambassador move away. "He heard me." Yoshitaki said, "No, not if it was the wrong thing to hear or the wrong messenger. He didn't hear a word. He's a friend. I'll make sure he gets home safely. Was it important, what you wanted to tell him?" "I can't even remember what it was." "Good. Don't become complicated now, and don't worry about the praying. It won't leave without you. Goodbye, Harry." It was mid-afternoon when Harry got to Asakusa. Walking through Sunday crowds, pushing to this movie or that shrine, he felt a million miles away from the artificial world of the golf course. Asakusa was still sane, even if the rest of the world was not. The front of the ballroom was locked, unusual on Sunday when Tetsu sometimes had as many as 4 games going. Harry went around to the oversized doors and back, where the theater flats and props were delivered for storage, the nominal use of the ballroom now. He couldn't wait to get his hands on Tetsu. No one answered Harry's call, but the doors eased open. "Tetsu? Michiko?" Since he had never entered through the rear, he didn't know where the light switches were, and he followed the flame of his cigarette lighter around a maze of backdrop flats, prop chests, costume trunks. The Happy Paris had been shut the night before, and now the ballroom? Like parts of his life going dark. "Michiko!" He finally saw something. A realization filtered through him that the floor had become slippery and that a warm, cloying scent hung in the air. Harry slowed like a man approaching an abyss. He gave his breath a moment to catch up before the last few steps. In the wavering light before him, a woman in a white dress with a blue sailor collar slumped at a card table. She didn't have a head, not on her, but her arms stretched across the table to a white wooden box the right size. Harry set the lighter on the table like a candle. Her hands were waxy, heavy in death. She wore Haruko's dress, white with blue trim, now flecked with brown around the collar. She looked lonely. He couldn't imagine her dead. There was nothing sweet or pleasing about her, not the candy box kind of love Americans sang about. He couldn't imagine her dead because she was so difficult. She was the burning fuse, the spark and imminent explosion in his life. There should have been more blood. Blood should have flooded the table and the floor around it if she'd been killed where she sat. There was relatively little. Maybe this was cold-hearted of him, but he could deal with details better than the whole picture. Except, of course, for the wooden head box. No, not yet. In the dark, Harry climbed to the cockpit over the door and threw on the house lights, whites, cells, spots, and a mirror ball all at once. The ballroom leaped out of the dark. Michiko and table gained color, focus, dimension. The size of the ballroom, the gilded ceiling and balcony tier made her smaller, braver, a child prodigy playing to an empty house. The parquet shone except for 2 tracks from the table to a swing door of the women's restroom. "Tetsu!" Harry retreated to Tetsu's office. He found cases of cigarettes, packs of cards, dumbbells, tattoo books, but no sign of blood or disarray. He went to the bathroom door. Had Ishigami surprised Michiko in the bathroom? Had she put the gun down out of reach? Had she meekly sunk to her knees? Did she see the head box? Of course, Ishigami was the man who had peered deeply into her and found the geisha. In some ways, he might know her more intimately than Harry. Then he set her up. He moved her with her toes dragging to a table in the middle of the ballroom floor and sat her in a chair. There he stretched her arms across the table as if setting the head box down or respectfully offering a gift. It still wasn't right. Nobody who ever made love with Michiko came away unscathed. There'd be a shot or some of Ishigami's blood. There'd be something. He approached the table again, approached the simple reality of a headless girl sitting like a sack of potatoes in a chair. Death changed people, but that much? Harry tentatively raised the lid of the box. The wood was white wisteria sanded to a sheen that emphasized the glossy black of the hair inside, cut short. He dug his fingers in and lifted the head to face Haruko. Her eyes were slitted, mouth parted, forehead creased by a frown. Haruko in her own dress. That explained a lot. After telling Harry on the phone that Michiko had taken the dress, Haruko must have gone after it and found Michiko, and the two must have come to the ballroom together. Why Michiko didn't wait and Haruko did, Harry couldn't understand, although it explained why Haruko was taken so completely by surprise. In the murk of the restroom, with no gun and no warning, how could she defend herself from Ishigami? A reverberation pounded at the back door and died. Harry fought the impulse to run. Where to? The door opened for a man dressed in shadow who moved through the scenery racks, emerged onto the ballroom parquet and peeled his goggles back. It was Gen in a leather coat and helmet. He slowed as he approached the table. "Harry,
What did you do?
Nothing.
It doesn't look like nothing. Who is that?
Gen nodded toward the head in Harry's hands.
Haruko. The waitress from your club?
Yes. Harry had a ringing in his ears that he couldn't place as either alarm or relief. He put the head into the box as gently as he could and replaced the lid.
Any witnesses, Harry?
It was Ishigami. If you'd gotten him out of town when I asked, this wouldn't have happened. Gen made a show of looking right and left.
I don't see Ishigami. What I see is you and Haruko.
He finally softened.
Come on.
The sun had set while Harry was in the ballroom. He and Gen rode the motorbike the long way round to Asakusa Park. They joined a circle under a street lamp, watching a storyteller with a box of illustrated slides depicting the feats of the Golden Bat, the same show they had watched as kids. Harry didn't know where else to look for Michiko. Would she go to the apartment, the one place where Ishigami was sure to look? Every time Harry thought about her, the ringing in his ears returned like a deafening alarm. He kept moving, hoping to find Tetsu or someone else who might have seen her. Gen said, "How are you going to find Michiko in this mob? I'm not going to sit still while Ishigami hunts her down." "Why would he? You said he was after you." "He's gotten ambitious." "So you have seen him. What happened?" Harry had never told Gen about the Chinese prisoners in Nanking, and he did not intend to get into the subject of DeGeorge. Haruko was bad enough. "Ishigami came to my place last night and saw Michiko with me." "He's after you, but he didn't touch you?" "Remember Sergeant Shozo and Corporal Go? They came by to ask some questions and scared Ishigami off." "Last night? Harry, what time?" 3 in the morning. For questions? Oil tank questions. Hawaii questions. They must be talking to someone in naval operations. Someone on your end is leaking like a sieve. What did you tell them? Nothing. Good. Listen, Harry, do you know why I came by the ballroom? I was looking for you. Sergeant Shozo did you the favor of calling me to say you were 1 inch away from a prison cell. I vouched for you and went all over town to warn you. And what do I see when I find you? It wasn't pretty. You used to be a rot slicker. I hate to say it, but you've lost your touch. Yeah, I agree. So I'll just ask you to be honest about one thing, Gen said. One thing, and we let the rest slide. What's that? Tell me about the oil tanks in Hawaii. Are they real or not? I don't know. I only passed on what I heard. What you make of it is up to you. What we make of it can be very big, Harry. Harry understood Gen's predicament. He was the poor Asakusa boy made good, the C&C's protege, the hero of the magic show. He had brought the rumor of the Hawaiian tanks to the attention of naval operations. If there were a strike on Pearl, operations would want to know exactly what to hit. Gen's career was on the line. All the same, Harry said, that's up to you. I'm looking for Michiko. Gen said, Harry, I know about the plane tomorrow. If you want to be on it, tell me about the tanks. If you want to get out, tell me. I don't know. Harry turned and made his way through the crowd. The Happy Paris was only a few blocks away. The club felt cocked like a mousetrap. Harry expected Ishigami to step behind him at any moment. He took a deep breath before turning on the lights. Michiko wasn't in the club or upstairs in the apartment. There was no note or indication of where she had gone or how she expected to connect with him. Maybe she didn't intend to at all, Harry thought. Why stand next to a target on a firing range? If she took a powder, good for her. If she was smart, she'd go to the far end of the island. And if he was smart, he'd be on a plane, so everything evened out. Harry realized that from the moment he stepped into the ballroom, he hadn't even thought about the plane until Gen mentioned it. He hadn't thought about Alice at all. He dug out a potato stored under the galley floorboards, cut it in two and left a cross-section wrapped in a towel to dry while he typed on the stationery that Goro had delivered. A plain letter wasn't enough. Just as important was a chop, an officer's stamp. Harry applied the stamp impression Goro had given him to the round heel of the potato, and the extra-fine paper almost melted, leaving a clear impression in red. With his smallest, sharpest knife, Harry cut away the surface in between, just as Kato had taught him to carve a woodblock. He wet a red inkstone and made a practice impression, trimmed the excess and stamped the letter. In China, he'd done 50 illegal documents a day. There were artists, and there were artists. Beecham had organized a party for British expats and embassy couples in the lobby of the Imperial Hotel, the men in black tie and the women in gowns that looked like window drapes. He watched Alice as she saw Harry arrive, and his baldness took on a purple hue. Harry had shaved and changed clothes to look like a proper friend of the Imperial Hotel guests, not like someone who juggled heads. After a stop at the reception desk, Harry rang Willie Staub on the house phone. Sorry, Willie, it's no go. I couldn't reach the right people. But come on down and we'll have a drink before you go. I can't leave Iris. I feel I let you down, Willie. I'd just like to say good luck. A muffled, emotional conversation on the other end, and then, just for a second. Harry took a seat on the opposite end of the lobby and asked for a scotch. When he raised it, the ice chattered from the shaking of his hand. Every time he thought of Haruko, he wiped his palm on his pant leg. When he thought of Michiko, he half stood to go. Alice misinterpreted and gave him a warning glance that said to stay clear. Harry? Willie had come down to the lobby with Iris, who was damp around the eyes and apologetic for even asking Harry to help them. She was in a rumpled cheongsam embroidered with flowers and looked like a crushed bouquet. Willie, too, no longer resembled the confident managing director of China Deutsche Phone, or even the tourist who had arrived in Tokyo days before. He was desperate, wrung out. "It's tough," said Harry. "Willie, that other scotch is for you." "You drank yours already?" "I'll have another. Iris, I want you to know that whatever I can do to make Tokyo more endurable, just ask. Some place to stay, a bank, a maid. Would you like a drink?"
"No, thank you."
Willie sat back in wonder. "Now I know what DeGeorge meant. I don't even recognize you, Harry. Speaking of DeGeorge, have you seen him around?" Harry signaled for more scotch. When it came, the waiter's tray carried not only the scotch, but also a manila envelope with Willie's name on it. Willie drew out the envelope with a string enclosure, and from that a letter. "It's all in Japanese. What does it say?" Willie seemed to trust the waiter more. The waiter held the letter by the corners.
"If I may, this letter is not to you."
"Oh."
"No, it is to your embassy. It reads, 'This office is pleased to state that Mrs. Iris Staub, a Chinese national, has been found to be a person of good character. She is free to travel with her husband, Wilhelm Staub, a German national. It is signed by General of Military Police.'"
"Is it official?"
"It bears the letterhead of the Ministry of War and has a general's stamp."
Willie took the letter back and showed Iris.
"It came."
Harry said, "Congratulations. Now you have something to drink to."
"The embassy said it was hopeless. You did nothing?"
"Nothing at all.
Kampai."
As they drank, Harry felt a visual sweep. He didn't recall Beecham's eyes being quite so red, and he had to wonder how much the man knew about the next day's flight. Had Alice mentioned that she wasn't coming back? Harry assumed that, as a rule, women didn't tell husbands much. Willie studied the letter again. "It's so short." "The shorter the better. You'd better go, Willie. What you can't pack in 5 minutes, leave. Just get to the ship."
"Thank you, Harry,"
Iris said. "Don't thank me, but if you put in at any neutral ports, say Lisbon, you might want to let the ship go on without you." "We can't avoid the war," Willie said. "We have to take part. You're an ant on the dance floor. That's how you'll take part." Harry laid on the letter what looked like 2 gold calling cards, tail bars. "Lisbon is a beautiful city."
"What's that?"
"It's something everybody needs."
"I couldn't."
Willie pushed the bars toward Harry. "Willie, we lied and bribed to save people in China. Do you think you're any better than they were?" "What do you think, Iris?" She said,
"Maybe it's a loan."
"Definitely a loan," said Harry, who thanked God for women, or else the world would be full of proud men sitting on their thumbs. "I know you'd do the same for me."
"I am sorry for what I said before."
Willie squeezed Harry's hand.
"Do you have your way out?"
"A smart man always knows where the exit is." Especially at night, the hotel looked like an Aztec temple with potted shrubs. As host, Beecham lingered in the driveway by the reflecting pool, making his goodbyes of the evening while Alice waited in a car. Harry slid into the dark of the seat behind her.
"Willie and Iris seemed happy when they left,"
Alice said. "I don't know why. Dodging destroyers to get to Germany is not, to me, a rational decision."
"Harry, if you were a paragon of reason, you would not be in Beecham's car, nuzzling his wife."
"But that's not why I'm here."
"No?"
Alice laughed.
"My God, what on earth for, then?"
"The Japanese are raiding Pearl Harbor. I think they'll attack Singapore at the same time, probably Hong Kong, too."
"When?"
"Within a day or 2. Alice twisted the rearview mirror to see Harry.
"A Japanese attack may be overdue, but there's something else, Harry, to make you so sure."
"There's been a little pressure on me to verify the missing oil."
"Not your phony oil."
"Suddenly it's an issue. Targets, maybe."
"How much pressure? Anything physical?"
"Just a touch, but they're beating an accountant half to death at Sugamo prison."
"Harry, you must get on that plane tomorrow."
"My thought, too." Alice was quiet for a moment.
"Do you imagine if I thought anyone would heed our warning of an attack that I would abandon my post?" "It's too late for warnings, Harry. There are no brakes on the bus and no ears on the driver. This crash is going to happen. You will be on that plane?"
crossed my heart. "You've said farewell to Butterfly?" Alice asked. "Michiko? Not quite. I can't believe this. I'm vying with a geisha for the affections of a gambler." Harry would have said that Michiko wasn't a geisha, except now he was no longer sure. "First I have to find her." "You've lost her?" "It's complicated." "I have no doubt." "Harry, you don't have to tell her. If she knows you, she'll understand soon enough that you've skipped out. Don't go back to the club. All you need to do is get to the plane. Isn't that what you've been telling me, to just get on the plane?" "That's what I said. We catch the Clipper from Hong Kong, and from there the world's our oyster. A bungalow at the Beverly Hills, breakfast under an avocado tree." "So you are choosing me? I am the lucky girl? I wish I could think of something that was sacred to you to swear by." "I'm choosing California and you. It's a package deal." "I forgot, you're not a romantic." "Are you?" "No, of course not. We're just a pair of black sheep." He placed a kiss on her neck and opened his door. Before he slipped out, he said, "You know what white sheep have? No imagination." Harry had left his Datsun across the street. The more he thought about it, the more he knew that Alice was right. The last thing he should do was look for Michiko. The smartest thing would be to stay out of Asakusa. Just lie low. As he slid behind the wheel, he smelled the sweet scent of bay rum. Things were black for a moment, then Harry discovered himself lying on the street and looking up at Beecham, who straddled Harry and pressed the edge of a cricket bat across his neck. Tears dripped from Beecham's face, gone a chalky red. "Stay away from my wife," Beecham was saying. "Hands off my wife." Bigger things at play than adultery, Harry would have said if he could. Diplomatic deafness, the Emperor's new maps. "Or I'll kill you," Beecham sobbed. His next conscious moment, Harry was on the sidewalk, unable to do more than raise his head and scan for Beecham, who was gone. There were do's in adultery. This was one of them. Harry next found himself on his feet, rocking like a rocking chair and throwing up on the rear fender of his car. He had a knob the size of a golf ball behind his right ear and a tendency to lurch to one side with every step. Two old women with street brooms giggled with embarrassment while he retrieved his hat and reshaped it. He drove only as far as Tokyo Station before the smell of Beecham's bay rum made him start to retch again, and he decided that a long nocturnal stroll was just what he needed to reset his inner ear and stop veering to the side. He had 14 hours to go before the plane, and as Alice had suggested, the smart thing would be to avoid Asakusa altogether, not to mention Ishigami and the Thought Police. Cars were gathering at ministry offices, but this late the plaza between the palace and Tokyo Station was quiet, the palace bridges patrolled by a few guards with white-socked rifles. It was wonderful how, on the eve of war, the Emperor's tranquility was maintained. Either the palace was a sinkhole in the middle of reality, or the rest of the world was the Emperor's dream. It almost made a man tiptoe as he went by. East of the palace was a warren of bookstores and print shops. Harry remembered an evening as warm and humid as a bathhouse, the height of Tokyo's unbearable summer, when Kato had dragged Oharu and Harry to a printer there to pick up a surprise edition of a book entitled 50 Views of Fuji. It was just a sketchbook with a print run of 1. The pictures had been quickly but deftly done. In each, Mount Fuji's white skirt hung in the distance, but in the foreground were Asakusa's narrow alleys, temple festivals, and music halls, with Harry either stealing an orange, picking a pocket, or smoking at a backstage door, a complete catalog of juvenile delinquency and petty crime. Harry was speechless. If the Emperor had awarded him the Order of the Golden Kite, he could not have been more overcome. Harry realized that, moving for hours as mechanically as a sleepwalker, he had returned to a familiar ground. The tea merchant, the willow house, the communal pump. He was on his own block, a black space suspended between corner lamps. It was hard to believe that only 2 nights before, the happy Paris had overflowed with customers drinking, boasting, admiring the record girl. The club was shuttered and locked, but he heard the murmur of a saxophone. As Harry unlocked the door, the music stopped. He entered and locked the door behind him. The club was dark except for a moonbeam glow around the jukebox, the lowest setting of the light, where Michiko stood with a gun. "I'm back," said Harry. Michiko stared as if he were an apparition.
"Where were you?"
"Looking for you."
"Not soon enough. Were you busy, Harry?"
"A lot of places to look."
"And women to see?"
"Here and there." Trying to stop a war, but Michiko always personalized things, Harry thought. She turned the gun around and offered it to him.
"Why don't you just kill me, Harry?"
"No, thanks. I can see the headline. Tragic end of woman with gaijin."
"Lovers end life together," she quoted.
"Together? After I kill you, I'm honor-bound to kill myself?" "My honor doesn't stretch that far, Michiko. To be honest, I'd cheat."
"Okay."
She turned the gun around and aimed at him.
"I waited at the ballroom. Then I waited here."
"Did you see Ishigami?"
"No, but I heard him."
"Heard what?" Harry didn't like the way she put it. Michiko brought the words out slowly, as if from a hole she didn't dare look into.
"Haruko came for her stupid dress and hat. So we changed. I was in Tetsu's office when someone else came. When I went out, Haruko was dead."
"Where was Tetsu? Where was everyone else?"
"He had tattoo fever. He chased everyone out and went home. He said I could wait."
"Why were you in his office?"
"I didn't want anyone to see me. I was ashamed."
"Why?"
"Haruko said you were going to China with an English woman. She said you weren't coming back. Is that true?"
She turned the gun toward herself, and he saw that the safety was off. He hated emotional blackmail. At the same time, he admired her nerve, the way she coolly placed the barrel to her temple. "No, I said goodbye to my English friend and her husband. They were very good about it."
"You're lying."
"Maybe, but I'm back."
"You'll be gone tomorrow. So what does it matter?"
Harry punched in Mood Indigo. "You like this one? Ellington uses a baritone sax instead of a tenor to carry the lead. Did I ever tell you that before?"
"Every time."
"Well, it's a classy touch. I saw him at the Starlight in L.A., the whole band in white jackets. Duke was in tails."
"Don't do it,"
she said when Harry reached for her. "What have I got to lose?" He laid her cheek on his shoulder. She resisted for a moment, but they really fit together, he thought. A person couldn't shoot herself and dance at the same time. They didn't dance so much as drift. The great thing about Mood Indigo was that a couple couldn't dance too slowly. The turntable clicked to a stop. An arm rotated the record to the vertical and let it roll against a soft bumper of felt. For a moment she stayed in his arms. Harry heard a clicking noise from the shutters. They were metal, padlocked from the outside against burglars, effectively blinding and trapping Harry and Michiko within. He threw on the club's interior lights and located the source of the sound, a sword tip that vigorously probed one shutter slat and then the next like a tongue. What had he expected? It was just what Alice warned him about. So far, the shutters were holding.
"Are you staying?"
Michiko asked.
"How can I get out?" "No. Are you staying?"
Staying? Harry had never asked himself the question in exactly that way. "I wouldn't leave you. Couldn't leave you." With those words, Harry pictured the plane, his getaway, the Air Nippon DC-3 in its hangar at Haneda Field. It shone in the dark, and it disappeared. Harry and Michiko retreated to the apartment. Even there, every sound was Ishigami. A drunk stumbled in the dark against the club and was Ishigami breaking through the shutters. A cat padded across the roof and was Ishigami prying off the tiles. Harry assumed that Willie and Iris had weighed anchor. Alice would be packing for Hong Kong. She might be surprised to be traveling alone, but she didn't need Harry. All she'd needed was a head start. Once she was away from him, she'd see what a narrow escape she'd had. He hadn't meant to mislead her. Alice was light and sanity. Michiko exercised a much stronger call. the dark where a rib was taken. Harry asked her, "Didn't it strike you that wearing a dress and hat that she had just taken back from you, with her hair styled like yours, Haruko looked like you?
You thought it was me? You were worried?
Well, with their head in a box, a lot of people look alike." Mist started to drain from the street. A woman with a lantern and a roll of kindling on her back bowed deeply to a shadow in the Willow House gate. The lantern briefly lit Ishigami's eyes, his field uniform and cap, his sword worn blade up. Harry considered a shot, but knew that with his powers of marksmanship he was more likely to hit a cat than Ishigami. "Happy?" he asked Michiko, because in a curious way she seemed to be. "Yes." "Why? Right now being with me is not like winning a lottery. Tell me, Michiko, because I've always wondered, how much English do you understand?"
"Why should I understand English? We're in Japan."
"For example," Harry went on, "songs about love." She nodded. "You only mouthed them," he said.
"I think most people only mouth them, American or Japanese."
"But you and I have never actually said it to each other, have we? I love you, we've never said."
"Americans say, Japanese do."
"Ah, and love is different in Japan."
"Yes, and you're here."
She caught Harry's glance out the window.
"Is the colonel still there?"
"He's not going anywhere. He's after us."
"After you? He already cut my head off."
An electronic squawk startled Harry. He remembered the loudspeaker hanging on the lamppost at the corner. The pipes and bells of vendors ceased as they listened to the Navy anthem pouring from the speaker. The music quit, followed by a voice. The voice was humble and excited.
"We repeat to you this urgent news. Imperial General Headquarters announced this morning, December 8th, that the Imperial Army and Navy have begun hostilities against American and British forces in the Pacific at dawn today."
Forces in the Pacific? What did that mean, Harry wondered. Could the Japanese Navy have caught Pearl napping? It seemed impossible, except for the mundane human fact that the U.S. Navy held its Christmas parties on December 6. Across the dateline, it was still December 7, a day for sleeping in at Pearl.
"Will this mean war?"
Michiko asked. "It is war. We're in it now," said Harry. Alice Beecham would not be flying out on Air Nippon. Air Nippon was going nowhere. The flight to Hong Kong was as much a ruse as Tojo's ride in the park. In the street there was spontaneous clapping and cries of "Banzai." People opened their windows to share the excitement. Harry realized that Ishigami had dematerialized during the announcement. The gateway was empty. "He's gone," Harry said. Michiko joined Harry at the window.
"Where to?"
"I don't know, but it's going to get a little crowded here. After the declaration, the police will round up Americans. Probably already started."
"What will happen?"
"They'll hold us in cells for a while and then exchange us. The embassy will have a list for repatriation. I'll be on it."
"You must go to the embassy and be sure."
"I've never asked for their protection." He'd always been proud of his independence.
Michiko said, "If you wait here, you're dead."
She'd put her finger on it. War was God's way of overturning the card game. Even Harry was outraged.
"Maybe the war will be over quickly," she said.
After an attack like this, it had to be a surprise to work, and if it was a surprise, it will be a fight to the death.
"Why are you on the American side?"
"Because they'll win," Harry said. Each radio report began with the opening bars of the warship march, and with every account, Tokyo seemed to rise farther above sea level. The air turned intoxicating. Eyes grew brighter, faces flushed with pride as loudspeakers broadcast news of an astonishing raid on Hawaii and the sinking of the entire American battleship row. Harry left the apartment first, in case the colonel was still lurking. He wore a dark suit and fedora with a germ mask over his face, like any mid-level salaryman afflicted with a head cold, but duty-bound to go to work. Michiko emerged minutes later in a beret, knitted cashmere coat, and bright red lips, like a smart little sailboat challenging a squall. Her pace was quick enough so that by the time he had reached the subway station, Michiko was only 20 feet behind. The throngs were themselves some protection. There was a giddy milling among the turnstiles. Just in case Ishigami did appear, Harry had tucked a boning knife wrapped in cloth into his waistband. Michiko carried the gun in a handbag, ready to plug a colonel of the Imperial Army in the middle of a station. Altogether, Harry thought, one hell of a girl. Although rhythmic clapping broke out on the train, Harry feigned drowsiness on the short ride to Tokyo Station rather than show his eyes. There the entire country seemed to pour out the station doors. Harry and Michiko were swept along by crowds to the plaza that faced the Imperial Palace, where thousands silently knelt along the moat. Half of Harry wanted to rail at what a gimmick the Emperor was, a nobody for 1,000 years, just a mantelpiece curio. The other half had to bow not only at the beauty of the Khan, but its beauty, period. Serenity, more than anything, was the mark of a demigod. Harry pointed out the Datsun parked at the south end of the station, but Michiko wanted to walk. And be seen. She was definite about that. The American embassy was next to the foreign ministry. Harry situated Michiko at a French cafe on the corner while he went through the garage door. He pulled off his mask. The embassy he had known as a boy had been destroyed by earthquake, and a new residency of white stucco and black eaves stood at the top of a long compound landscaped with fountains and arbors like a college campus. Attachés and secretaries huffed from building to building under the weight of cartons. All these Americans he had never seen before. Amazing. Moving was never easy, Harry thought, especially under the pressure of a declaration of war, and he was happy to help a clerk pick up folders she had dropped. She said that Roy Hooper was with the ambassador, which Harry took as invitation enough to wander into the official residency. No one seemed to be home. The ambassador's window looked down on the front driveway, where the ambassador and a pair of aides seemed to be effectively stalling Japanese diplomats in top hats while document destruction went on. Harry found Hooper's office, a room with woodblock prints of Tokyo. There was no Hooper, but Harry shut the door behind himself. The office safe was wide open and empty, but what he was after wasn't particularly secret. The desk drawers that opened easily were stuffed with economic analyses and clippings from Japanese magazines and journals. He forced a locked drawer by hammering in a letter opener with his flask and found what he was after. A master list of American citizens residing in Japan, hundreds of names in all. Harry Niles was entered vaguely under self-employed. A second list was of Americans for whom the embassy would request repatriation or safe internment. It was identical to the master list except for one name crossed out, Harry's. The smell of smoke insinuated itself into the office. Harry joined the traffic on the stairwell and asked, "Where's Hooper?" A man negotiating a carton around a corner asked, "Who are you?" Harry began to tip the carton. "Where?" "Jesus, fella. Below in the code room." Harry pushed ahead to the basement and followed the smoke to an open door where Hooper directed a bucket brigade. Inside the room, desks had been pushed aside to make space for iron wire baskets set on metal chairs. Files and codes had been stuffed into baskets and set on fire, flames wrestling like torches and spewing smoke that collected under the ceiling and snowed black confetti. A nervous circle of diplomats stood ready with their pails. "Was I right?" Harry asked. Hooper almost dropped his pail from surprise. "Get out! You're the last person who should be here. This is a top-secret area." "Was. It's a fire trap now." Harry peered in. The staff that wasn't feeding the baskets were dismantling what looked like hooded, oversized typewriters. "This is secret material, and you, Harry, are the most notorious collaborator in Japan." "First, how could I collaborate when we haven't been at war until today? Second, I warned you about the attack on Pearl. Did you tell anyone?" "I passed it on to the experts." "Who ignored it?" "Harry, we've been getting 10 warnings a day. But this was from me. You knew me, Hoop. You knew it was the real deal, and you let it sit. We weighed your information with all the rest. We treated you like anyone else." "Bullshit. I'm not on the list, Hoop. I'm the only American in Japan who's not on the list for repatriation. I wouldn't. Harry pulled out the list. From your office. Okay, Harry, you win. But just for your information, I did have your name down on the original list for repatriation. Who took it off? The ambassador? The British leaned on you? Was it Beecham? That's the funny part. It wasn't British and it wasn't us. It was the Japanese. I'm sorry. No negotiations. They want you right here. Harry took a step back. The Japanese? The Japanese had taken away first the plane and now the boat. There weren't many other ways off an island. Hooper asked, "What did you do, Harry? You did something they want to hold you for. How did you know about the attack, really? Because you were absolutely right." Harry just shook his head. "I'll miss you, Harry," Hooper said. "See ya, Hoop." Which wasn't likely, both men knew. Hooper went back to the delicate task of incinerating papers in a closed room, but he got inspired before Harry cleared the door. "The reason they want you is that you screwed them, didn't you? Somehow you screwed them." Harry gathered Michiko at the cafe, and they walked back toward the car, a stylish couple on a sunny day, ignoring the constant bombardment of military music from loudspeakers. "So I'm set," he said. "They figure 1 month, 2 at the most, and they'll ship us home on the President Cleveland. They'll put me in steerage, but I'll start a card game and make a fortune. Serve them right. What about you? I'll get back here as soon as I can, but you'll want to do something in the meantime." "During the war?" "That's right. Don't you think it will be over soon?" "I wouldn't bet on it." She edged infinitesimally closer, tantamount to touching. "I'll wait." "But what will you do?" "That is inconsequential. I'll be here." They walked for a while. Okay. The street was like Park Avenue, with plane trees and canopies and people with little dogs. So Harry was unprepared for a fracas as the American manager of First National City was hustled out of his apartment house and into a car full of military police in plain clothes. He waved and shouted, "Hey, Harry, won't you be next?" Before Harry could move, the music in the loudspeakers died. Harry felt the street and all of Tokyo go quiet to take in the vigorous, raspy voice of General Tojo speaking from headquarters. Well, give the Japanese credit, Harry thought. Less than a century before, they didn't have a steamship, a railroad, or rifle to their name. They were a quaint little people who shuffled around in silk robes and sipped tea. Monkey Island, the Chinese called Japan, because it imitated China. Until the Japanese imitated the Prussian army and Royal Navy, humiliated China, and sank the Russian fleet. And now, with bright Yamato spirit, we're taking on both the British and American empires in one go. "I am resolved," Tojo said, "to dedicate myself, body and soul, to the country, and to set at ease the august mind of our sovereign. And I believe that every one of you, my fellow countrymen, will not care for your life, but gladly share in the honor to make of yourself His Majesty's humble shield. The key to victory lies in faith in victory. For 2,600 years since it was founded, our empire has never known defeat. This record alone is enough to produce a conviction in our ability to crush any enemy, no matter how strong." An announcer followed with more news of annihilating blows delivered to the enemy and victories unprecedented in human history. The Battle of Trafalgar and Little Bighorn rolled up in one, but lacking details of how many battleships, cruisers, or aircraft carriers were hit, let alone docks or depots. Harry and Michiko kept walking. Harry felt not really free or connected or protected, but shunted aside. Harry and Michiko got in the Datsun and drove around the Ginza, cruising by the addresses of other Americans. Everywhere they saw the black sedans of the military police and went on circling while the needle in the gas gauge dropped. Once it touched bottom, that would be it. But Harry went on circling because he didn't know where to take Michiko. Anywhere they stopped, there would be military police, thought police, or Ishigami. They were all after Harry, not her, but Michiko was twice as brave as he was, and she wouldn't have a chance. News continued to come over the car radio. Japanese planes had bombed Singapore, inflicting heavy damage. Another wave had caught American bombers on the ground in the Philippines. When Tojo returned on the radio to speak for the Emperor, a mortal speaking for someone too exalted to be heard directly, Harry pulled into the shadow of a railroad viaduct, removed his mask, and shared a smoke with Michiko. "We, by grace of heaven, seated on the throne of a reign unbroken for ages eternal, enjoin upon ye our brave and royal subjects." And the people swallowed it, Harry thought. It was a royal horse pill, but people swallowed it every time, all over the world. From England expects every man to do his duty to the shores of Tripoli. "Maybe we should get married," Harry said. "Why?" "Things being unsettled as they are, we could retire to a place in the country and live the simple life." "What would you do for a living?" "Run the village shell game, drop jazz, pick up the shamisen, mumble around in an old kimono. That's not bad, is it? We'll get old and gum away on tofu and tea." "What about sex?" "I didn't know you liked sex that much. I take it back. That has always been good, even when you have been bad." "May I?" He leaned forward and lightly put his lips on hers. He knew she disliked kissing on the mouth, but all the same, she let him linger for a moment. "It's been interesting, Harry. It's always been that." The street had fallen into a shadow that put Harry in mind of two sailors sitting in a lifeboat by a sinking ship, waiting for the great overturned hull to go under and suck them down with it, this moment or the next. "Listen," Michiko put her hand up suddenly. "A sound I heard when Haruko died." Harry heard the usual traffic echoes, the nasty buzz of unseen trams and the squeal of a train crossing the viaduct. "I didn't catch it." "Did you feel it?" "No." But as he pulled away from the curb and started toward the train station, the car down the street did the same. The nearer they drew to the station, the more sidewalks filled with exuberant draftees, families, and well-wishers, newsboys, vendors of war bonds and sun flags, most arriving simply to draw on the proximity of the Son of Heaven. The throng Harry had seen earlier on the plaza between the station and the Imperial Palace had doubled. Well, this was Buckingham Palace and the Vatican rolled up in one, Harry thought. He looked over. In her beret and cashmere coat, Michiko was French enough for Kato. With her ivory face and lidded eyes, better than French. Traffic police tried to maintain lanes for buses and trams, which was like trying to stop the waves of the sea. Michiko could, though. She was brave enough to part the sea. Harry dug out the last tail bars, tucked them in a bag with a gun, and reached across to open Michiko's door. Out. He stopped the car. "I won't—" Harry tossed her bag out the door. As Michiko stepped out to retrieve it, he stepped on the accelerator and left her in the street. A policeman bleated on a whistle, but Harry swung behind an army truck and passed through the main crush. In the mirror, he saw Michiko fall behind a wall of flags. No one seemed to notice the gaijin driving toward the road along the river. In the general euphoria, people were blind to details. As the workday ended, they swept into the street, most headed to the palace or Hibiya Park, but also moving in countercurrents along the river. As night came on, Harry became aware of street lamps staying unlit, the first blackout of the war. A policeman walked along the cars, ordering their headlights off, although it hardly mattered with all the paper lanterns on the sidewalk. Traffic inched. Looking in the rearview mirror, Harry couldn't find any particular car following him, although he felt something, as Michiko had said. He didn't doubt he'd been followed. He hadn't exactly hidden. If anyone wondered where he was going, so did he, apart from simply gravitating to territory most familiar to him, which gave him ample opportunity to contemplate the folly of toying with history. History was celebrating all around him. He hadn't changed a thing, except for losing to George and Haruko their heads. Michiko was angry, which was bad enough, but she was alive, and she had a gun to defend herself with. Most important, she wouldn't be trying to defend him. That was her weak spot. Azuma Bridge was a span of candles and lanterns above the starry water. There were spots of rowdiness, but overall spread an awe-filled hush of self-astonishment that, in a single day, they had vaulted to the top of the world. They had dared, and they had won. On the radio, announcers made the point again and again that each victory was made possible only by the virtues of the Emperor. But they were all demigods now. Here it was barely the second week in December, and everyone had had their lucky New Year's dream, the wealth of Asia and the Pacific in their hands. As he approached Asakusa Park in traffic that was almost stopped, the Datsun coughed and died. Harry abandoned the car in the middle of the street, adjusting the knife in his belt. He debated with himself whether to hide his own face behind the germ mask. To be or not to be, Hamlet asked. I am what I am, said Popeye. Harry kept it off. Asakusa Park and the cannon grounds were a nighttime festival. Lanterns lit the avenue of souvenir stalls leading to the double-roofed temple. Whole families were out for a spontaneous promenade, father followed by wife, trailed by children in descending size. Harry drew a few astonished looks, but he was so familiar to so many shopkeepers and regulars that he passed unchallenged. A beam swung against a bell for evening prayer as Harry climbed the temple stairs. From a threshold of red columns came throaty chanting in a haze of joss sticks. Harry remembered reading that during the earthquake that killed Kato and Oharu, 100,000 citizens had survived by taking sanctuary at the cannon and the park. Since then, in crises, it had been the place to come. People crowded around a grate to toss in money, clap their hands, and pray. Harry emptied his pockets and said what little he had to say to the few spirits who meant anything to him. His father had written him after Nanking to say that he had heard from China missionaries that Harry had helped save lives. He wrote that the stories were painful because they were so implausible, no doubt an elaborate fraud. The old man's problem, Harry decided, was that having confused himself with God, he had to be right without exception. Harry's mother, on the other hand, had great faith in exceptions. She could stand under a tree that he was hiding in and talk as if he were a cherub who happened to be snagged on an upper branch. She deserved a word or two. And Oharu. Harry, isn't it fantastic? Gen stepped next to him at the grate. In a navy coat and cap, he looked like a midshipman in a ticker-tape parade. As the sun had set, the temperature had dropped enough to turn breath to clouds. Gen slapped his hands together to keep them warm. They were gloved, as if he might have to ride away at any second on his motorbike. What a day! Unbelievable results! Naval operations is over the moon. I wish I could tell you. What we did today, Harry, was turn the world upside down. Nothing less. American control of the Pacific? Gone. British control of Asia? Gone. The white man in Asia? Gone. And oil from the Indies? All we want. Remember how yesterday you were warning me about American bombers over Tokyo? There are no more American bombers. There's hardly an American Navy. Admit it, you were wrong. Tokyo will never see an American bomber. We called their bluff, Harry, is what we did. Harry hadn't seen Gen coming. He looked around. What are you doing here? Taking a break. The first one since yesterday. Naval operations is crowded, a madhouse. I needed to get a shave and a decent cup of coffee. The whole town is crazy, like Times Square on New Year's Eve. It's inspiring. The press of bodies wanting their turn at good fortune pushed Gen and Harry down the steps. As they descended, Gen said, How about you? Have you been back to your place since the news? No. Harry, the police are probably waiting for you. I've been protecting you, but what if they take you in and don't call me? You think there's a chance of that? With the thought police? Are you kidding? I heard that all Americans, except diplomats, are being taken to Sugamo prison. If Shozo and Go get you back there, they'll throw away the key. Well, what's your plan? Get you to a naval base, put you under protective custody until things get sorted out. If everything goes according to plan, you could find yourself in a great situation. You could put me in charge of Hawaii. The sky's the limit. Harry blew on his hands. Wasn't this cold in Hawaii? What's happening to the British? Same as Americans. The diplomats are going to have to camp out in the embassy for a while. Gen looked at his watch. I don't have to be back at operations for another hour. Let's just see if Shozo's waiting for you. You'd do that? Go to the club with me? Of course. As they moved toward the lights of the Roku, Harry was struck by the deference paid by the crowd to the sight of such a dashing officer. and by how Gen took the admiration as his due. The drumming of the temple fell behind, but a separate, deeper drumming kept pace. "I still can't get over Haruko," Harry said. "Why would Ishigami want to kill her? That's what I asked you when I found you with her. And I appreciate that, but why would anyone want to kill Haruko? Killing Michiko, that I can understand. Maybe it was a mistake. I have a theory. You know how Haruko imitated Michiko? I can see someone being confused, especially in bad light. Someone goes with certain expectations, hasn't done this sort of thing before, and wants to be fast. That might account for the less than accurate swings, too, don't you think? Some people think chopping a head off is like hitting a golf ball. It's not." The drumming grew closer, a bubbling timpani, a reverberation that Harry felt through his bones. "Another thing," he said. "When a real swordsman uses his sword, he flicks the blood off with a swing that produces a telltale kind of spray that wasn't there with Haruko. Ishigami is sort of fastidious about that." Gen asked, "Did Michiko see anyone?" "No, she was gone." "So what are you saying?" "I'm just speculating. Whoever it was, what if they were after Michiko and killed the wrong woman? It could be someone who even knew Haruko. If he phoned her or saw her, and if he was a friend, she would have said where Michiko was. She would have even told him how Michiko stole her dress, probably even described it. She did to me. She liked to gossip. But then, after the call, she got up the nerve to go to the ballroom and get her dress back. No one expected that. She was a stupid girl. She was crazy about you," Harry said. The Roku marquees, the fanciful swirls and fans and rays of colored light bulbs, made a cold blaze in the night. Poster samurai hiked their swords. When Harry stopped, the drumming subsided. But a drunk tripped out of a sake stall into the middle of the pavement and collided with a vendor carrying a rack of candle-lit paper lanterns. The lanterns caught fire as they rolled around the ground and chased the crowd, laughing, to either side, so that Harry had a clear view of Gen's Harley-Davidson idling at a low throb no more than 50 feet behind. Hajime sat on the bike and Ishigami in the sidecar, both in uniform, with the same regimental tab. It dawned on Harry rather late that Hajime had probably served under the colonel in China. Was that a smile on Ishigami's lips or only patience? Harry was curious. "When did you tell the colonel about you in Hawaii?" "This morning. Can you imagine me being in on the team that planned the raid?" "Sure, why not?" "I just wanted one accomplishment, Harry, that was all mine, not handed to me by you or Ishigami. It was top secret. There was so much pressure from the top to confirm information that only you had." "Why try to hurt Michiko?" "She was always in the way. I thought that if she was gone and I was the only one between you and Ishigami, that you'd finally tell the truth about the oil tanks. I tried to carry out my assignment, please the colonel, and save you too. Do you understand the problem?" "That's a balancing act," Harry granted. "So now what?" Gen's tone became more certain. "Now there's no problem." Ishigami hadn't blinked. It was like being watched by a Buddha. And as the crowd closed in and stamped out the fires, Harry ran. Gen paused a second on his dignity, which allowed Harry to bolt into a movie house lobby as ornate as a Moorish palace and through the theater doors. On the screen, a western stagecoach rolled across a black-and-white canyon of wind-sculpted rocks. Harry ran down the aisle and plunged through an emergency door into a back street of noodle shops. Behind, Gen came out of the emergency door. Harry pulled on his germ mask as he detoured into a pub, through the kitchen frying tofu in a narrow passage encrusted with fish bones, to a backyard alley and the window of a prostitute who suggested, "Celebrate our victory. Be the first tonight." Harry caught a glimpse over his shoulder of Gen jumping the garbage of the pub, getting closer. The drumming of the motorcycle swung ahead. The alley ended at a bamboo fence wound in dry vines. Harry climbed the fence and landed in a market of silk flowers and bonsai tied in straw ropes. Gen soared over the fence. Harry turned through a food market by trays of squid legs and satiny kelp, spilling a tower of rice tubs in Gen's way. Harry got ahead enough to join the crowd at a shooting range, waiting their turn to fire an air rifle at enemy bombers already repainted from Chinese to American. Gen went by. Harry backtracked through the market and found Hajime waiting alone on the motorcycle. Ishigami was gone. There was no option left for Harry except a fence planted with nails. He tossed the knife over, spread his fingers between the nails, and tried to swing himself up and across in one try. Didn't quite, and landed on his back in a house garden with a row of red puncture marks across his shirt. At least there was a kimono drying on a rod. Lose some, win some. Harry pulled on the kimono as he walked through the house, past an astonished maid, into another street of noodle shops and cafes with photos on the wall for choosing licensed women. With the power cut, shops made a murky glow, but Gen was a head taller than the crowd, and Harry picked him out from a block away. Harry turned and saw Hajime pull up to the other corner, and the maid came out of the doorway, looking in all directions. Harry moved to a door that was padlocked, but the sash was old. He levered off the hasp with his knife, slipped inside, and realized where he was. The peep show called the Museum of Curiosities, closed by the police on suspicion of frivolity. In the shadows, Harry saw familiar forms. The Venus de Milo that was billed as an exotic nude. A stereopticon with views of belly dancers. Harry's stomach didn't feel good. It felt cold. He sank to a sitting position, pulled off the germ mask, and lit a cigarette to give himself a different focus than the pain. Between his kidneys and his stomach, he felt like he'd been run over by a thresher. What was this, Plan D or E? He hadn't flown away on a silver plane. He hadn't stopped the war. He had no more money. There was an old saying that if after 5 minutes in a card game you don't know who the mark is, it's you. Harry. Gen stood with a gun at the end of the aisle and motioned Harry up. Leave the knife. Hajime arrived by Gen's side. Maybe he has a gun. I'll look. Harry said, Hajime, Hajime, Hajime. Was it your idea to drop the gun on me? It's pretty stupid. Sergeant to you. Hajime hit him on the side of the face and searched him. To Gen, Hajime reported, No gun. Guns aren't Harry's style. Harry trusts in luck. Harry spat out blood. I've always been a lucky man. Gen smiled sadly, humoring the delusional. Come on, Harry. It will be like old times. They left the peep show, Harry in the middle with a gun in his back, and turned not out to the street but up the stairs to a door with a sign that read by the flame of Gen's cigarette lighter, No entrance. This door is locked at all times. Gen had the keys and led the way into a narrow room of vanity mirrors. Dirty slippers were piled by the door. Tatty costumes hung from a rack, and although the Follies had been closed for a year, the changing room was still redolent of stale sweat, body powder, and perfume. At that table, Oharu had first turned to the young Harry as he fell through the door. At that chair, Kato reigned as artist king. Little Shizuko undressed behind that screen. The main difference was that the mirrors had been stripped of light bulbs, and what had been a space full of color and life was a dusty coffin. No music either. Music had always stolen up from the show. Harry remembered a burst of fanfare, light shining and dancers flying through the door. Decadence, Hajime said. Fun, Harry said. It was the best place on earth. Gen said, Long gone. Times have changed. And he led Harry out the other door and down a spiral staircase to a backstage maze of ropes, trapdoors, and sandbags. The curtains framed a black abyss of orchestra seats. Ishigami was on stage, busy setting tatami mats in the subdued glow of footlights. A chair with a water pitcher, bowl, and head box stood to one side. A belt and sword hung off the chair back. Harry couldn't see past the lights. He wouldn't have minded a full house, the Follies Orchestra pumping out Daisy, Daisy, and the chorus line crossing the stage on bikes. He tried to keep his eyes off the head box. Concentrating on Ishigami didn't necessarily help. Gen opened his mouth. Despite the longest odds in history, we did it. The greatest gamble of all time, and we did it. Harry was trying to think of some agreeable response when Gen sent him sprawling over the boards. Harry rolled over to find Gen's gun dug into his cheek. Gen's cap had fallen off, and his hair hung wildly down.
And it was worthless. Worse than worthless.
What do you mean? Gen talked through his teeth.
We waited all day at operations for the reports to come in from the task force, Harry. Now the reports are in. Now we know. The attack on Hawaii had 3 main targets: the battleships, the aircraft carriers, and the oil. Those are the 3 legs of a navy. We sank the battleships, but the carriers were all out on exercises. We didn't see a one. And the oil, Harry. The planes didn't touch a tank. Instead, our planes went into the valleys looking for your secret tanks. Of course, they didn't see any secret oil tanks because the tanks never existed.
I told you they didn't.
You knew a hint would do. We couldn't ignore what you said, Harry. It became an obsession. So by the time the pirates realized there were no secret tanks of oil, their own fuel was low. They all returned to the carriers. All we needed was a single zero to strafe the tanks sitting in plain view by the docks, and Pearl Harbor would burn until they didn't have a drop of oil, not a drop in the whole Pacific. Instead, the Americans have their carriers and their oil. All they have to do is move some warships, and we will have achieved nothing. All the planning, the risk, the war, for nothing.
Harry looked over at Ishigami. "It's over," the colonel said. "I could have told them. It will take years, but the war is lost." They were right, Harry thought. In the long term, Pearl Harbor was a Japanese disaster. They needed to grab 3 brass rings in one go-around of the carousel, and they had missed 2. The bitterness of years poured out of Gen.
I knew all your con games, and I still bit. Fictitious oil tanks, fraudulent ledgers, what a sucker.
Harry said, "I warned you." Ishigami placed his cap on the chair and drew his long sword as Gen pulled Harry up to all fours. Hajime sobbed. It was all going too fast, Harry thought. One minute they were kids rushing up the stairs, and the next they were men crawling on stage in the footlights. It was to stop the war, Harry told the colonel. He tried it on Gen. It was to keep the war from starting. "I believe you," Ishigami said. Gen weighted down Harry's back. Suddenly the punctures in his stomach felt like mere pinpricks. Hajime aimed a gun at Harry in case he moved. Ishigami's boots creaked as they took an executioner's stance. 1,000 yen says you need just 1 swing, Harry said, because the last thing Harry needed now was 2. "Remember that song, Amazing Grace?" Ishigami asked. "Fill your mind with that." Instead, Harry sensed every hair on his head stand. He rocked to the pumping of his heart, an engine trying to wrest itself off its moorings. His head, his hands, his legs, every organ wanted to divest itself of any association with a target named Harry. He heard the colonel's explosive grunt and the furious whisper of the blade and sudden impact. Harry opened his eyes to find his head still on his shoulders. Gen's wasn't. It had rolled almost off the apron of the stage. His body, in its long leather coat and gloves, poured blood that drained, with the rake of the stage, into the pit. Ishigami flicked blood from the blade, retrieved the head, and delicately washed it in the bowl. He closed Gen's eyes, smoothed his hair, and toweled his face, kissed his cheek, and set him in the head box. "Why him?" Harry asked. "After such an error in judgment? Such dishonor?" "An officer has no choice." Ishigami wiped his sword until the blade showed its distinctive swirling line of black and white. Hajime dropped to his knees and removed his cap. Vile little Hajime closed his eyes. "Wait," Harry said. Ishigami raised his sword, took 3 sideways steps, and sliced off Hajime's head. Hajime's eyeglasses shot into the orchestra pit while his body slumped, one arm cradling his head, the gun loose. "Jesus," Harry said. The colonel flicked the sword, spraying the floor. This was a new medium of art, Harry thought. There was blood everywhere. He didn't dare move. "Credit where credit is due," Ishigami said. "I'm not a spy." "You're not a spy, you're only Harry Niles, and that is dangerous enough. Oil, that's your weapon." "You're not what I expected, Harry." "Who is?" Well, Harry thought he could be killed on the floor or on his feet, so he got up. "Now we're done?" "Almost." Ishigami gave the sword a final brief inspection before handing it to Harry by its grip of braided leather. The blade trembled in an unfamiliar hand. The colonel sank to his knees. It was like watching a statue climb down from its pedestal. "Oh, no," Harry said. "Do me the honor. It would be shameful if I didn't follow my own men." Ishigami unbuttoned the top of his tunic and rolled the collar back, unveiling the contrast between his brown neck and broad white shoulders. "Seppuku is too honorable an end for such failure. Sometimes the sword is more sincere." "You'd rather lose your head than lose face. What about the war?" "As a soldier, I never expected to live out the war. The war is over." Ishigami dismissed it like an episode in history already past. He clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head, scalp shining through the stubble. "It is less dishonor to be beheaded by a friend. You are the one gaijin who understands." "Well, the war is young." Harry considered the outstretched neck. "Sorry, I won't do it." "You'd be doing me a favor." "I know, but I have to go with the numbers. 3 men, their heads lopped off, indicates the help of a 4th. 2 men beheaded, and a 3rd a suicide by gunshot. That's a believable parlay. Harry Niles is still Harry Niles." "That's right." "That's your only reason?" "Part of the reason." Ishigami raised his head and fixed not on Harry but on the sword a gaze of disappointment, as if a cup of sake had been whisked away. "Go ahead." Harry picked up Hajime's gun and gave it to Ishigami, who turned the Nambu over and over in his hands, the thought process in action. His eyes reached out for Harry's. "You owe me 5 heads, and I always will." Ishigami's hands seemed to make up his mind. He pressed the muzzle to his chest and fired. He swayed, managed a second pull on the trigger, and folded over. The sound of the shots rang around the theater, followed by a resonant stillness. When Harry stumbled out, dazed, slightly deafened, he discovered no one could have heard the gun. The street was a rally swept by the contagion of enthusiasm, songs and cheers, and the rattle of firecrackers. He had his germ mask on and, except for the dried blood on his pants cuffs, looked like any other reveler. Harry knew that Shozo and Go would pick him up, but as part of the general sweep of gaijin or something more particular. He bet the police would not investigate much. No one wanted to hear at the beginning of a long, arduous war that it was already lost. Knowing what he knew, he almost felt that he stood in a street of ghosts. Faces loomed and bobbed, bodies pressed against him with a certain insubstantiality, voices hollow as echoes.